Chapter 561, Something is Wrong. Chapter 561, Something is Wrong. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Arnie was suppressed, and was prepared to be brought to the Sin Core. When the Blackfire Lord's stare moved to Legend Sith also hurriedly said, "The Blackfire Lord, I'm also willing to serve in the Sin Core." Good. The Blackfire Lord stared coldly at the Shkadu Dimension's honored legends. Those honored legends also showed bitter expressions, appearing quite helpless. The entire Shkadu Dimension seemed to have suffered a calamity. Even if they wanted to recover the prosperity of the past, it would require at least a few decades. It could be considered to be an undeserved disaster for the Shkadu Dimension. Merlin, Legend Zardo, let's go. Now, in the entire Shkadu Dimension, only the Pavilion of Rarities as well as a few places were not damaged. Thus, when the three entered the Pavilion of Rarities and the wizards in it saw that it was the Blackfire Lord, they naturally did not dare to obstruct the path, and immediately arranged for a quiet room. Tell me, what exactly caused this? After the three had sat down, the Blackfire Lord's strict gaze stared coldly at Merlin. He naturally knew that this matter was not ordinary, otherwise, it would not have attracted Legend Arnie. Although he was strong, as a plunderer, Legend Arnie usually stayed away from Prosperous Dimension to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, earlier, Legend Arnie did not hesitate to act in the Shkadu Dimension. He must have had an unknown reason. Merlin muttered for a moment, but he knew that this matter could not be concealed, so he explained the matter in detail. However, when the Blackfire Lord heard that there was a load of more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones, even he was moved. 1 billion elemental crystal stones. It was not surprising that Legend Arnie would be attracted. Merlin, Legend Zardo, bring me to the Satsuma Dimension to have a look. Zardo seemed to hesitate. He muttered for quite a moment before caving in, and asking, "Blackfire Lord, are you also Merlin's teacher?" The Blackfire Lord could not suppress his laugh, and nodded. "That's right, I accepted Merlin as my disciple. However, you're still Merlin's teacher. Your 5 elemental maxim is very helpful to Merlin. There are other reasons why I chose Merlin as my disciple." "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with sharing a disciple?" Legend Zardo hurriedly laughed. "How could I be dissatisfied? It's just that I'm too pleased with Merlin as a disciple, so if the Blackfire Lord requests that Merlin no longer be my disciple, I'll feel very regretful. After all, in so many years, Merlin was the first wizard to walk out of my maxim subspace. Don't worry. Merlin is my disciple as well as yours." Legend Zardo was finally relieved. He truly had no confidence to fight a great lord for a disciple. He patted Merlin on the shoulder and smiled. "Excellent. Merlin, if you were able to catch the Blackfire Lord's eyes, then your innate talent must be even better than I imagined. However, you can't be overconfident. You still have to rely on yourself in the future. Go then, let's go see that load of more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones." "Haha, I've never seen such a giant load before." A spellcaster needed a very long time to become a great legend, 100 years at the least. In that very long time, a spellcaster would have several teachers. Therefore, Legend Zardo's first reaction upon learning that the Blackfire Lord was also Merlin's teacher was to hope that the Blackfire Lord would allow Merlin to continue being his disciple. In the Blackfire Lord's flying ship, Wizard Luce followed along with Merlin and the rest. His current expression was extremely excited. Legend Zardo alone had already amazed him. He was a powerful wizard with 5 maxims, which was second only to great honored legends. As for the Blackfire Lord, he was beyond Wizard Luce's imagination. A supreme king was an existence even stronger than honored legends. Many spellcasters lived their entire lives without ever being able to see a single great lord. In contrast to Wizard Luce's excitement, Merlin was very calm, and placed the black cat Didymos down. It seemed like its life force was somewhat unstable, and it kept sleeping, causing Merlin to reveal a trace of worry in his expression. Whether Merlin used mind power to provoke it or his hand to nudge it, the black cat Didymos remained languid. If not for the strong life force emitting from its body, Merlin would have suspected that Didymos had already died. The change had happened when Didymos had swallowed Legend Sith's wind maxim in one mouthful. Its current strength was only comparable to an ordinary legend with one maxim, but it had devoured Legend Sith's maxim. It would be heavily injured. Teacher, Didymos still hasn't woken up yet. Do you have any idea why? Merlin could not help asking the Blackfire Lord. The Blackfire Lord looked at Didymos and mused. A black cat that reversed the natural order. An example like this is exceedingly rare. The future of a life that has reversed the natural order is impossible to predict. Don't worry. Didymos itself has a talent for devouring. It's just filled right now, and needs some time to slowly recover. However, it's good that it only swallowed one maxim. If Sith had attacked with two maxims, I'm afraid it might have died the moment it swallowed them. Merlin was relieved after hearing the Blackfire Lord's firm answer, and put Didymos away. We're here. We've reached the Satsuma dimension. Wizard Luce's voice revealed a little excitement. The last time, they fled in panic and confusion, but this time, they boldly returned. Oh. This is the Satsuma dimension? It looks an ordinary dimension. Legend Zardo glanced at the Satsuma dimension and did not see anything that stood out. The few wizards flew out from the flying ship and followed the Blackfire Lord into the dimension. The Blackfire Lord carefully sensed the Satsuma dimension, and said calmly, "The elemental origin has already been controlled by someone. There aren't any gods here either. Legend Sith must have seized the elemental origin after defeating the Satsuma god." Merlin replied softly. Oh. It was seized by Sith? It doesn't matter. We'll snatch the elemental origin back. When the Blackfire Lord's voice fell, the entire Satsuma dimension seemed to turn on its head. A peculiar ripple spread and jolted the surroundings. At the same time, Merlin keenly sensed that the elemental origin of the dimension was rapidly approaching the Blackfire Lord. Deprive! The Blackfire Lord barked lightly, and the elemental origin immediately shivered, and Legend Sith's mind imprint immediately disappeared. The Blackfire Lord had easily controlled the elemental origin. This made Merlin very astonished. He knew that once an elemental origin was controlled, it would be very difficult to deprive it. Even plunderers could only refine elemental origins. They could not easily seize control of the elemental origin. Only by killing the spellcaster or god who controlled the elemental origin could the elemental origin be obtained. However, the Blackfire Lord had easily derived the elemental origin in Legend Sith's control and forcibly plundered the elemental origin without harming the elemental origin itself. Perhaps this was the difference between an honored legend and an ordinary legend. Being able to comprehend a maxim to the extreme would naturally produce some incredible changes. The difference between an ordinary legend and an honored legend was even larger than the difference between a great wizard and a legend. Teacher, that load is in front. Let's go take a look. Merlin said softly. In front? The Blackfire Lord lightly closed his eyes. By controlling the elemental origin, it was as if he had controlled the entire dimension. He used the elemental origin to examine the Satsuma dimension. Something's wrong. The Blackfire Lord suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of horror appeared on his normally calm face. Chapter 562, Slothful Beast. Chapter 562, Slothful Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What's wrong, teacher? Is there something strange? Merlin looked at the changes in the Blackfire Lord's expression, and then looked around, but he did not find anything special. However, Merlin's failure to realize it did not mean that the Blackfire Lord did not realize it either. His expression was solemn as he pointed to the ground. There's something odd here. Did you think that Lode only had 1 billion elemental crystal stones? You didn't control the elemental origin, you naturally don't know this, but the truth, this entire dimension is just one gigantic elemental crystal stone Lode. However, some places are buried deep while others are shallow. The Lode you found must be one of the shallow ones, which was why you've discovered it. What? The entire dimension is an elemental crystal stone? Merlin, Luce, and Legend Zardo exclaimed at the same time. What did it mean that the entire dimension was an elemental crystal stone? It was not just 1 billion now, but 10 billion, 100 billion. It would be hard to count. The entire Satsuma dimension was an elemental crystal stone dimension. Buried underground were all elemental crystal stones. No one knew how exactly this dimension formed, and why there were so many elemental crystal stones. You don't believe me? The Blackfire Lord laughed coldly, and clenched his fist. Rumble. The entire earth seemed to shake, and at the same time, a giant crack appeared on the ground. From the crack, giant chunks of elemental crystal stone ore started bursting out. There really is a load? This time, Legend Zardo, Merlin, and Luce all believed what the Blackfire Lord had said. The entire Satsuma dimension was a giant elemental crystal stone load. Such a large sum of wealth was beyond anyone's imagination. Although the spellcaster's organization had rapidly expanded, and possessed myriads of dimensions, a dimension that had such a large load had never been discovered before. Teacher, what do you plan on doing with the Satsuma dimension? Merlin glanced at the Blackfire Lord, and asked softly. A humorless smile appeared on the Blackfire Lord's face as he looked at Merlin and Zardo, and he muttered, "Such a large elemental crystal stone load is not a blessing but a misfortune. In your hands or even in other honored legends' hands, it would be a monstrous calamity. However, it'll be rightfully in my hands. I'll leave an imprint, and bring this dimension under my control." What the Blackfire Lord had said was the truth. If news of this dimension that was full of elemental crystal stones was spread out, even honored legends would not be able to fully control it. The consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. However, if it was a supreme lord like the Blackfire Lord overseeing it, coupled with the rumor that the Blackfire Lord had deep relations with arcane wizard Sito from Arcane City, no one would dare to have any ideas about this dimension. After a moment, Merlin took a deep breath, and looked at the elemental crystal stones on the ground. Teacher, can we dig some elemental crystal stones? Dispelling water in the Pavilion of Rarities caught my eye, and I want to recultivate a few stronger Pandora demon abilities. However, the price of dispelling water is quite steep. Before Merlin could even finish speaking, the Blackfire Lord waved his hand. You three can all take 100 million elemental crystal stones from the Satsuma dimension. Remember, only 100 million. Although I'm prepared to control this dimension, the truth is I don't need that many elemental crystal stones at all. This amount of elemental crystal stones is also not that useful for consolidating our maxims. Besides, some true treasures can't be bought with elemental crystal stones, so after preparing for a period of time, I'll report this to Wizard Sito, and let him deal with this large amount of elemental crystal stones. I believe that in the future, Arcane City's supporting ability for potential wizards in regards to elemental crystal stones would be greatly increased. The Blackfire Lord would be offering the Satsuma dimension to the arcane wizard. Merlin and the others did not mind. No matter who controlled it, in the future, the elemental crystal stones here would no longer have anything to do with them. They cared more about the Blackfire Lord's promise to let them dig 100 million elemental crystal stones. Haha, 100 million crystal stones are enough. Blackfire Lord, since you allowed it, I won't stand on courtesy, haha. Legend Zardo also helped himself, and began collecting the elemental crystal stones while laughing loudly. He was a legend with 5 maxims and was extremely powerful. Just one maxim was enough to cut a giant node, and he instantly obtained 100,000 elemental crystal stones. Merlin needed to buy dispelling water, so 100 million elemental crystal stones were enough. As for Wizard Luce, he seemed to be somewhat dazed as if it was a surprise that had dropped from the skies. 100 million elemental crystal stones. If he had not followed Merlin and experienced this adventure, Wizard Luce would not be able to obtain 100 million elemental crystal stones, even if he had accumulated them for a few thousand years. Thus, Merlin and Wizard Luce also quickly started collecting the elemental crystal stones. The elemental crystal stones were frantically kept in their spatial rings. Legend Zardo's movements were the largest. His 5 maxims were like 5 giant hands. No matter how deep the loads were, they could be rooted up by him. Haha, I'll dig one more time. I have almost 100 million elemental crystal stones. After a few dozen hours, Legend Zardo had almost finished collecting while Merlin and Luce had only collected around 10 million elemental crystal stones. Rumble. Legend Zardo's last movement was especially large. The entire land shook violently, and a huge elemental crystal stones load seemed to have been uprooted by him. Glittering and shiny elemental crystal stones rushed around everywhere. Ha ha, that should be enough this time. Legend Zardo's heart rejoiced. 100 million elemental crystal stones were not a small amount to him at all. Thud. 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 A soft sound suddenly appeared on the dimension. The sound was relatively soft at first, but became more intense, and the entire land seemed to shake as well. What's going on? Merlin and Luce hurriedly flew in the air and looked at the ground in panic. They felt that there seemed to be an enormous power underground, slowly recovering. Thus, the life force made them fearful, and they also did not dare to continue collecting any elemental crystal stones. Retreat. It's best if we can leave the Satsuma dimension. Even the elemental origin can't see what's happening. The Blackfire Lord's expression immediately turned grave. The entire Satsuma dimension was just a giant elemental crystal stone load. That, itself, was already incredibly strange. Now that a change like this had happened, the Blackfire Lord did not dare to be careless, and immediately instructed Merlin and the others to withdraw from the Satsuma dimension, and watch from afar as he stared intently at the dimension. The Satsuma dimension was indeed rapidly changing, especially that muffled sound that seemed like the sound of a heartbeat. Every time it beat, it seemed to affect everyone into involuntarily falling into it. Boom! Finally, the land burst open, and space shattered. Countless elemental crystal stones were instantly smashed. As for the dimension, it was no longer a dimension. It had been completely crushed, causing even the Blackfire Lord to become dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. What a huge monster! The Satsuma dimension is on a monster's back. How could that be? What monster is that? The Satsuma dimension is only a small dimension, but small dimensions are also dimensions. How could it be on a monster's back? Was it the monster that came first or the Satsuma dimension? Everyone was dumbfounded because this was beyond their comprehension. I remember now. That's a slothful beast. It's the true overlord-grade monster of the Void Zone. They're gigantic and have a long lifespan that almost has no end in sight. Moreover, they're almost unkillable. In the past, an arcane wizard met a slothful beast and attacked it as he pleased for several years, but he never managed to even scratch the slothful beast. That's because the slothful beast loves to sleep. It'll sleep for tens of thousands of years. Even hundreds of thousands of years are nothing. Besides sleeping, it knows nothing else. Its temper is also very mild. Even if it gets attacked, it won't get angry at all. I never thought that we'd actually encounter a slothful beast. The Blackfire Lord explained with a complicated expression. A monster like this was simply too shocking. Anyone who saw it would be extremely shocked. In front of the slothful beast, no matter how strong a wizard was, he would definitely felt tiny in comparison. Even an arcane wizard was helpless against a slothful beast. These monsters' movements were slow, and they seemed to be immature in their intelligence, but they were naturally powerful. They were the true apex creatures in the natural order. Teacher Blackfire, you said the slothful beast won't get angry, but does it not care even if someone attacks it? Of course. I've never heard of a slothful beast attacking a person first, but there would occasionally be some accidental injuries. For example, once they wake up, they'll devour everything around them. No matter if it's a dimension or something else, they'll swallow everything. Perhaps they're just eating. The Blackfire Lord had barely finished speaking when everyone's expression suddenly changed. Go now. We have to leave this place at all costs. The Blackfire Lord released the power of his Maxim in an instant, and madly flew away. Legend Zardo's speed was also very quick, and he flew very far away in just the blink of an eye. Who? The slothful beast slowly opened its mouth and breathed in, and an incomparable suctioning force immediately appeared in the Void Zone. Even the furthest Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo were also affected, and could only rely on the power of their Maxims to continue escaping. However, Merlin and Wizard Luce were not that lucky. The moment the slothful beast opened its mouth, they had no way of resisting its powerful suction, and were sucked directly into the slothful beast's gaping mouth. The slothful beast continued to eat for 3 days and 3 nights before feeling bored, and finally closed its mouth. It swung its huge body, and leisurely drifted off to other parts of the void zone. To it, going to other places was just finding a different place to sleep. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures quietly followed behind the slothful beast. Blackfire Lord, what do we do? Merlin was swallowed into the slothful beast's belly. Legend Zardo stared at the slothful beast in horror. If he had just been a second slower, he might have ended up the same way Merlin did, and be swallowed up into the slothful beast's stomach. We can't do anything but follow it. Fortunately, the slothful beast's speed is slow, and we can catch up. We'll look for any chance and then rescue Merlin. The Blackfire Lord's face was ashen. Who would have thought that a dimension would be on the back of a slothful beast, and was also unlucky enough to be swallowed into the belly of the beast? Legend Zardo shook his head helplessly. Even the Blackfire Lord could not do anything about it. For now, they could just follow behind this terrifying monster. Chapter 563, In Trouble. Chapter 563, In Trouble. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A huge suction force sucked Merlin and Wizard loose into the slothful beast's belly. They could not resist at all, but they were not hurt as they had cast defensive spells. The boulders and gales were helpless against Merlin and Wizard loose. Wizard loose, are you okay? In the darkness, Merlin used his mind power, and constantly searched his surroundings. Wizard Merlin, I'm fine. I'm here. Wizard Loose responded, and the two quickly gathered. In this darkness, they could only rely on their mind power to see their surroundings. Thankfully, they could see clearly with mind power. Where are we now? Wizard Loose looked around. The place looked boundlessly wide, with no end in sight. It should be in the slothful beast's belly. Merlin's smile was wry. Never had he thought that he would be swallowed into the slothful beast's belly. The slothful beast really was too terrifying. It devoured everything around it in the void zone immediately after waking up. Perhaps it would not be satisfied even after swallowing a few dimensions. What do we do now? Can we leave this place? Wizard Loose's mind power searched everywhere. He did not even know the direction. The inside of the slothful beast was very large, comparable to a dimension. It would be challenging to find the exit in the slothful beast. Let's see how tough this place is. Maybe we can tear space apart and leave. Merlin muttered lowly. He already felt that there was space inside the slothful beast's body. If they could tear apart space, they could easily leave the slothful beast's body. I'll go first. Wizard Loose was a 9th level spellcaster. Although he could not directly open a spatial passage, he could slightly distort space under the condition of being in an ordinary dimension. Fire. Wizard Loose's fireball flew out immediately and exploded fiercely. Even Merlin could feel the terrifying impact of heat. However, the effects did not seem very good. It did not even cause a ripple, much less break space. This space is too tough. Your turn to try, Merlin. Wizard Loose's expression was slightly embarrassed. He shook his head helplessly, and let Merlin try. Merlin sucked in a breath. He could naturally sense the hardness in the slothful beast's body, so he did not hesitate, and immediately used his strongest power. Darkness Eye, summon Demon Spirit. Merlin released the 6th form of Darkness Eye. Immediately, a gigantic darkness demon spirit condensed from the darkness. The endless darkness gathered into a fist and roared toward space. Boom! The strength of a darkness demon spirit was comparable to a peak great wizard. Perhaps there was still a distance from those top great wizards, but it was still quite terrifying. If it was in a normal dimension, it could crush space. Of course, even top great wizards could not travel via subspace. Traveling via subspace required a stable spatial passage, and only a great legend's maxim would have the power to stabilize one. Merlin just gave it a try. Considering the toughness of this space, if it could be easily broken, he could just wait for the black cat Didymos to wake up, and leave by traveling via subspace. Very quickly, the darkness demon spirit disappeared. Merlin looked at space which was hit by the darkness demon spirit, and saw that there was no ripple at all. This space was so tough it could only make one despair. How could there be such a strong space? Merlin and Luce glanced at each other, and saw the looks of horror in each other's eyes. The space here was so tough that they could not even damage it. Even if the Black Cat Didymos woke up, they might not even be able to leave by traveling via subspace. We're in trouble. The two knew that they were in huge trouble after entering the slothful beast's belly. Although they had not encountered any issue yet, no one could say for sure that there would be no threats in the slothful beast's belly. Let's go, but be careful. Don't wander around, and just walk in one direction. The two of us mustn't separate. Merlin hesitated for a moment before deciding to move forward. They could not stay at one spot the entire time. Luce and he were still together now, so they could rely on each other. However, if they were separated, they would both be in danger. In the pitch-black darkness, the two fumbled their way forward. Their speed was not fast, and they were constantly watching their surroundings. As they flew, not even they knew how much time had passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The slow and aimless flight caused the two to become impatient. More worrying was there was not a single trace of element in this darkness. However, it made sense to them. After all, how would there be elements in a slothful beast's body? They were spellcasters who were still far away from becoming legends. Furthermore, even great legends were mortal. Without the support of elements, they would just be slightly stronger than ordinary people. Their bodies would still gradually decay away. The exception was those great honored legends who had kept their consciousness and mind power in maxims that had been comprehended to the fullest. As a result, they could live forever. Thus, honored legends could live for hundreds of thousands of years, and perhaps even longer, while ordinary legends could only live for a few thousand years. However, even if it were just a few thousand years, it was still a long time. After all, it had only been 3,000 years after the spellcaster civilization stepped out from the glorious land, and into the void zone. Merlin and Luce were facing such a predicament. They had to be thankful that they had dug a number of elemental crystal stones earlier. Although they could not compare to the number of elemental crystal stones that Legend Zardo had dug up in such a short amount of time, they still dug tens of millions of elemental crystal stones. Thus, the two had more than enough elemental crystal stones. Even if they used the elemental crystal stones to maintain the operation of the spell models, and let their bodies consume the elemental crystal stones bit by bit, it was enough to maintain them for hundreds of years. We've flown all so long, but we still haven't seen an end. How large is this slothful beast's body? Wizard Luce sighed. After several months, he was in a constant state of hesitation and worry. His current state was quite bad. Hang in there. We'll definitely find an exit. Merlin was very determined. Although the slothful beast was extremely huge, there must be an end. As long as they flew without stopping in one direction, they would definitely reach the other end of the slothful beast. Perhaps, things would definitely take a turn for the better then. Merlin, look, that's light. It's light. Wizard Luce suddenly cried out on surprise and happiness. In the darkness ahead, he saw a glimmer of light like on the horizon. The light he saw in the darkness was exceptionally dazzling. There's light. Maybe things will turn for the better. Let's go. Merlin was also very excited, and swiftly flew toward the light together with Wizard Luce. In the boundless void zone, the colossal slothful beast traveled the void zone slowly and aimlessly. Following behind the slothful beast were two tiny figures. Blackfire Lord, how long are we going to follow it? Legend Zardo could not resist asking. They had been following this slothful beast for almost 3 years. In these 3 years, they had tried everything they could, but they just could not stop the slothful beast and save Merlin and Luce. After following the slothful beast, they finally knew what a true overlord of the void zone was. This slothful beast truly was too terrifying. Over the course of its wandering, whenever it touched a dimension or when it grew hungry, it would open its mouth to suck in a mouthful. No dimensions could resist it and would be swallowed directly into its belly. Along the way, they had seen the slothful beast devouring dozens of dimensions. Even if those dimensions had been deserted without a single trace of life, it still made others feel horrified. This was the true overlord of the void zone that even arcane wizards were useless against. However, it was fortunate that the slothful beast was too lazy, that it was unwilling to attack others. In the past, the three great arcane wizards unceasingly attacked a slothful beast, but it had completely ignored them. Since then, knowledge of the slothful beast in the Void Zone gradually spread among some great legends. It was also because of this that Zardo and the Blackfire Lord could keep following behind the slothful beast without bothering the beast. The Blackfire Lord frowned. He also felt very troubled. According to his knowledge of slothful beasts, it must be looking for another good place to sleep again. The slothful beast's routine was to sleep, eat, go back to sleep, and eat again. It seemed like the slothful beast was born just to sleep, occasionally wake up to devour a few dimensions, and go back to sleep again. Even the strongest attacks would not awaken it. It was just that Merlin and the others encountered a slothful beast when it was awake. We can't keep waiting like this. When the slothful beast finds a suitable place, it'll fall into a deep sleep, and no one will be able to save Merlin anymore. When a slothful beast sleeps, they can sleep for 10,000, 100,000 or even millions of years. The Blackfire Lord's expression was slightly grim. When a slothful beast fell deep asleep, it might be even longer than the history of the birth of some dimensions. If the slothful beast really slept, Merlin and Luce would be trapped in the slothful beast's belly for eternity, with no hope of coming back out. What do we do? We can't let the slothful beast fall asleep. Legend Zardo's expression was anxious. No one can stop the slothful beast from sleeping. We only have one thing we can do now. I'll go to Arcane City and call for Arcane Wizard Ceto. Perhaps he'll have a way of saving Merlin. The Blackfire Lord seemed to have decided, and said firmly. Invite Arcane Wizard Ceto? Blackfire Lord, you can mobilize an Arcane Wizard? Although he knew that the Blackfire Lord was not ordinary, and there were even rumors that he had a friendship with Arcane Wizard Ceto, that was just rumors. Arcane Wizards were the supreme existence of the spellcaster civilization. Many honored legends have not even seen an Arcane Wizard before, much less mobilize them. Don't worry. Ceto still owes me for some things, so I can. Zardo, you stay here and follow the slothful beast. Form a Maxim avatar so we can keep in contact. The Blackfire Lord valued Merlin deeply. Even Merlin did not know how valuable he was to the Blackfire Lord. Perfecting the mind system. That was also the Blackfire Lord's wish. Thus, for Merlin, the Blackfire Lord did not hesitate to mobilize Arcane Wizard Ceto. Alright, I'll form a Maxim avatar immediately and let you take it so we can keep in touch. You'll be able to quickly find my location as well. Legend Zardo bit his lip and agreed to form a Maxim avatar. As there was no time and space in the Void Zone, it was extremely difficult to transmit news. Only a great legend's Maxim could ignore space and have a certain response. Thus, by forming a Maxim avatar, one would be able to keep in touch with another. However, forming a Maxim avatar had some repercussions on a great legend's Maxim. If a Maxim avatar was formed, it would require a few decades to a few centuries for the damaged Maxim to slowly recover. Thus, if it was not entirely unnecessary, even great legends would not form Maxim avatars. Legend Zardo also valued Merlin deeply. For Merlin, he did not hesitate to use his Maxim to form a Maxim avatar. Form. The Maxim drifted out of Legend Zardo's body rapidly, and formed a Maxim avatar in the Void Zone. The Blackfire Lord nodded and said, "Good. I'll be back quickly." Thus, the Blackfire Lord brought Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar, and quickly left the slothful beast. Chapter 564, Eccentricities. Chapter 564, Eccentricities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Where's this? Merlin and Wizard Luce stared blankly at the sky where a hot breath of air blew on their faces. They followed the faint light that they saw from the darkness, and had arrived at this place after entering it. They could see the sky here as well as the earth. Currently, they were stepping on thick and sturdy land. There were also tall mountains and wide rivers, just like an ordinary dimension. However, there were also places that went against common sense in this dimension. Here, there were 3 suns in the sky that exuded terrible heat. Even the earth had cracked, revealing crevices like branching spider webs. What's this place? Luce muttered to himself. There were 3 suns in the sky, which was not something that should happen in a complete dimension. That was violating the natural order. Come on, let's look around. Merlin ignored the 3 suns in the sky. Luce and he carefully released defensive spells, and started to cautiously look around. Since they were still inside the slothful beast's body, they had to be careful. After flying for a few hours, they stopped. Wizard Luce said helplessly, "It's too deserted. This place is completely barren. Yes, it's a wasteland. Although the space looks like it can be easily broken, it seems that there's a stronger invisible force imprisoning this place and preventing us from traveling via subspace." Merlin shook his head helplessly. He lightly released a flame spell and a thunder spell, and easily distorted the space by fusing the spells. The endurance of the space here was too weak. In here, perhaps even some ordinary 7th level spells would be able to cause a wide area of spatial destruction. However, there was a mysterious but extremely powerful force that seemed to be imprisoning this place. Thus, even if they could crush space, they could not leave by traveling via subspace. Merlin had hoped that the black cat Didymos would be able to open a stable spatial passage after it woke up, but it seemed that it was impossible now. Hum hum hum. Suddenly, a fierce storm appeared from the originally clear sky. The storm's terrifying gales annihilated everything, and even Merlin's mind power was completely crushed when he spread it over there. Not good. That's a spatial windstorm. Run. Merlin's face paled. That storm that annihilated everything was the fearsome spatial windstorm. Rumor had it that only some great legends who had accomplished their maxim using space would be able to conjure a spatial windstorm. Once, there was a spatial windstorm, and everything in the dimension would be annihilated and become a dead dimension. Who would have thought that Merlin and Luce would encounter such a spatial windstorm after just reaching this mysterious place? The 2 wizards frantically retreated. They did not dare to be careless when facing a spatial windstorm. If the spatial windstorm had engulfed them, even Merlin was not certain that they would be able to resist. Phew! After flying for an unknown amount of time, Merlin breathed a slight sigh of relief. He looked behind, and found that the spatial windstorm had already stopped, and where the spatial windstorm had engulfed, the space was already slowly starting to recover. The recovery seemed slow, but in fact, the space here only needed a few months to recover. The sudden starting and stopping of the spatial windstorm were also odd. It looks like that spatial windstorm isn't as terrifying as we thought. Merlin looked at the spatial windstorm that had disappeared, and mused with his head down. It seemed like a 7th level and above spellcaster would be able to resist spatial windstorm as long as they resisted with all their might. It was far less horrible than the spatial windstorms which had occurred in dimensions in the rumors. Maybe it has something to do with the strength of the space. The space here really is too weak. Wizard Luce shook his head. He had never seen such a weak spatial maxim before. This place is full of eccentricities. We should be more careful. 3 suns in the sky, a fragile space, and a bizarre spatial windstorm. All these would cause wizards to scratch their heads in confusion about what exactly was happening. Ha ha, the spatial windstorm had finally passed. Merlin and Luce were just about to fly toward the place where the spatial windstorm had decimated before suddenly hearing a burst of laughter from far away. The sound also carried many clamorous voices, showing that there was not one, but many people. This voice. It's spellcasters. They must be spellcasters. Wizard Luce said excitedly. The spellcaster's common language was the Malta language. There was no doubt that the odd sound earlier was the same as the language used by Merlin and the others. A trace of joy appeared on Merlin's face. In the slothful beast's belly, an odd and bizarre place, there was nothing better than to meet other spellcasters. Let's go see. Merlin and Luce swiftly flew over. Whoosh whoosh. Due to their urgent mood, they seemed to be very quick. Following the source of the sound, it only took a short time for them to find some strangers. However, what astonished Merlin and Luce was that there were no elemental fluctuations on these people's bodies. They were not like spellcasters at all. They were covered by unknown animal hide skirts, and there were even some people who used leaves to cover their privates. Such a group of primitive people, even at the lowest level of civilization, had used the spellcaster's language and words. Furthermore, even their accent was very pure. It was the accent of the Malta Empire. "Pray tell, who are you people? What's this place?" Merlin and Luce did not hide, and directly revealed themselves to the strangers. However, their floating figures caused the strangers to reveal a shocked expression. "They're able to fly in the air. They're so strong. Only the 7th level and above Mind Power Masters can do that. What tribe are they from? Why did they appear in front of our Jigular tribe? Report to the 7th level Mind Power Master Elder." These strange, primitive people made Merlin and Luce feel very amused as well as slightly at a loss. They all looked like they belonged to the most rudimentary civilization, but they talked about a Mind Power Master. That was an imperfect cultivation system that only spellcasters knew of. Wizard Merlin, they don't seem to be spellcasters. There aren't any elemental fluctuations on them at all. Wizard Luce observed them for a long moment before determining that although they could speak the spellcaster's language, they were not spellcasters. After all, there were no elemental fluctuations on their bodies at all. "I know, they're not spellcasters, but the purest Mind Power Masters." A strange light flashed in Merlin's eyes. He could clearly feel that there was a strong mind power on their bodies. However, it had just not reached the point of consolidating the mind-heart. "Let's wait. We'll understand everything soon. They've already called someone with higher status." Merlin knew that now, Luce and he could only wait silently for that elder to arrive. Then, everything would be crystal clear. Chapter 565, Tribe. Chapter 565, Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After a few hours, an old man who did not seem human, with wrinkles on his face like old bark, and looked extremely ugly, flew over to Merlin by walking on air. "Oh. He's here. He's a Mind Power Master who had formed a mind-heart." Merlin lightly closed his eyes, and immediately opened them again. He already felt that the old and ugly man in front of him was a 7th level Mind Power Master. His mind power had already started to slowly turn emptiness into reality, and began to interfere in the material world enough to support him in walking on air. Unfortunately, Merlin also did not sense any elemental fluctuation from the old man. He was not a spellcaster either. The old man flew toward Merlin and Wizard Luce. However, after carefully sensing Merlin and Luce, the man's expression instantly changed. "You're a foreign tribe." Swoosh! As the old man spoke, the gazes of the people around all fixed themselves on Merlin and Luce. There was a hint of alarm and fear in their expressions. "A foreign tribe? How are we the foreign tribe? What's more, do we even look like foreign tribes?" Merlin asked calmly with a collected expression. He also did not know why the old man made such a judgment. "Ha ha, if you two aren't from a foreign tribe, how would you be able to walk on air without using mind power? Only the foreign tribes have such an ability. Besides, some foreign tribes are cunning and capricious, and their powers are odd and bizarre, so it's not strange at all if they know how to change their appearances to look like us. Speak, what's your purpose in coming to our Jigular tribe?" The old man sneered. He had already put up his guard, and was prepared to attack. Mind power? Merlin seemed to faintly understand something. Then, he stopped his spell, and used pure mind power to gradually support his body and float in the air. Furthermore, that huge mind power was like a storm, washing over everyone present. What? What a strong mind power! That's not the 7th level. That's definitely not a 7th level Mind Power Master. He might be an 8th level or even a 9th level Mind Power Master. Feeling Merlin's vast and boundless mind power, everyone's face changed slightly. This was genuine mind power, which was something that was impossible for foreign tribes to possess. "You're really one of us. Which tribe did you two come from?" After confirming that Merlin was not from a foreign tribe, the old man exhaled deeply in relief. As long as they were not from a foreign tribe, there would be no problem. If they were a foreign tribe, and had exposed their identities, they would never leave alive. The ferocity and cruelty of the foreign tribes were obvious, and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. "Tribe? The place we come from is a little complicated. Do you know about spellcasters?" "Huh? When Merlin mentioned spellcasters, a strange light flashed in the old man's eyes, and a faint expression of excitement appeared on his face. Could you two be spellcasters? The old man breathed, and asked carefully after combining the differences he had seen in Merlin and Luce. Merlin and Luce glanced at each other. It seemed that this old man knew about spellcasters. They wanted to quickly know the situation, so they nodded. Yes, we're spellcasters. We've just arrived here, and don't understand what's going on. Merlin could reveal their true identities because he did not feel any threat in this place. Although this old man was a 7th level mind power master, both Merlin and Luce would be able to easily destroy him. According to the other party's previous comments, a 7th level and above mind power master in their tribe were extremely rare. Thus, the entire tribe would not bring much trouble to Merlin and Luce. Since there was no threat, Merlin did not have too many worries. The most important thing now was to understand what was going on. Hiss! The old man gasped upon hearing Merlin's acknowledgement. However, a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he said in a shaky voice, "You two are the first spellcasters to arrive in the slothful beast world in 800 years. Quick, 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 come with me. We're saved, ha ha." The old man threw his head back in laughter. His old, bark-like face shook incessantly, making him look extremely sinister and frightening. What exactly is going on? Merlin and Luce both became alert. If you two really are spellcasters, then that's great. Come, follow me back to my tribe. You'll naturally understand everything when you reach there. The old man refused to say, and Merlin and Luce nodded their heads. With Merlin's current strength now, as long as he was careful, ordinary dangers would not pose any threat to him. All right, we'll go with you. Merlin and Luce followed after the old man, and flew in the air toward the distance. Along the way, the three people were silent. Merlin only knew that the old man was called Elderphoba, who was the 7th level mind power master elder in the Jigular tribe. He was one of the highest ranking people in the tribe. Flying ahead, they could see some spaces that were annihilated by spatial windstorms, and were slowly recovering. Merlin could not help but ask, "Elderphoba, aren't you all afraid of the spatial windstorm which had just occurred?" Spatial windstorm? There are several spatial windstorms happening per year, so we've gotten used to it. Besides, we're all prepared for the occurrence of a spatial windstorm, but we don't have preparations for other disasters. The people in the slothful beast world are decreasing, and on the contrary, some foreign tribes have been increasing. Elderphoba stopped saying anything more because they had reached an assembly spot. They could see flat land, and even castles in the distance. Castles, rivers, land. All these made Merlin feel as if he had returned to Blackwater City. However, he was very clear that this was not Blackwater City, and simply had a similar style to Blackwater City. Or perhaps it had a style similar to the Malta Empire. Elderphoba has returned. How was it? Did you encounter any foreign tribes? Elderphoba, did you find anything good after the spatial windstorm passed? Several people approached Elderphoba to give their greetings. Most of the people here were dressed in animal hide skirts, and there was only a handful who wore coarse hemp robes like Elderphoba. Merlin could only see a couple of those people at a glance. It seemed that those who could wear coarse hemp clothing had a certain status in the Jigular tribe. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, please come this way. The other 3 elders of the tribe are already waiting for you too. Merlin nodded, and followed Phoba into a simple and unadorned castle. Elderphoba. About the news you sent back earlier, have the spellcasters from the outside world really arrived? They saw 3 similarly aged old men immediately after entering the castle. Elders, these 2 are Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce who have just arrived in the slothful beast world. Phoba pointed at Merlin and Luce behind him, and 3 mind powers immediately enveloped Merlin and Luce. Merlin frowned. This method of directly using mind power to probe was incredibly vulgar. If this was the spellcaster world, it would be very likely to cause conflict. Usually, it would just be a gentle sweep, and nothing more. However, these 3 elders had no intention of withdrawing their mind power but carefully checked both of them up and down. HMPH. Merlin snorted softly. His mind power gave a violent jolt, and directly shook off the 3 mind powers. This contact also let him realize that the three elders' mind powers were similar to that of Phoba's. The strongest of them was only slightly stronger than Phoba. What a strong mind power! The three elders were stunned, but then became even more excited. A white-haired elder asked softly, "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, what level spellcasters are you two in the spellcaster world? 7th level? 8th level? 9th level? Or perhaps you're powerful great wizards? You seem very familiar with spellcasters." A strange glint appeared in Merlin's eyes. They were no traces of elemental fluctuations on their bodies at all, so they were not spellcasters, but they knew quite a lot about spellcasters. It seemed that they must have some means of obtaining this knowledge. "I'm a 7th level spellcaster, and Wizard Luce here is a 9th level spellcaster," Merlin said while smiling. Although what he said was the truth, in reality, Wizard Luce was far inferior to Merlin in terms of strength. However, since they were in a strange place now, even if the entire Jigula tribe was not a threat to Merlin and Luce, they still had to be careful and not expose all the details. Merlin could also use his identity as a 7th level spellcaster to temporarily hide some strength. Luce also knew Merlin's thoughts and nodded, tacitly approving. 9th level spellcaster. You're a 9th level spellcaster, second only to great wizards. The two of them exclaimed in shock. Their eyes stared at Merlin and Luce, which let Merlin feel slightly strange. Their gazes were too bare. "Could you two release a spell?" After a long moment, the three elders had calmed down, and made another request. Release a spell? That was incredibly easy. Although Merlin did not understand why these people valued spellcasters so much, he could also faintly feel that in their eyes, spellcasters were extremely important. Whiz! Merlin shot a small fireball which floated in the air. Since there were no elements in this world, Merlin had only released the weakest 0-level spell to reduce the cost of magic power. He's really a spellcaster. That's a genuine spell. Seeing this fireball, the elders no longer had any doubts about Merlin and Luce's identities as spellcasters. Merlin and Luce were full of questions. After satisfying the elders' curiosity and proving that they were spellcasters, Merlin finally opened his mouth to ask, "Elders, we've just arrived at this place, so we have many questions that need answers." Elder Phoba also waved his hand. "Wizard Merlin, you don't have to ask. We'll naturally tell you anything. Previously, we had to confirm your identities. Now that it's confirmed, there are some things that no longer need to be hidden." Elder Phoba started to speak frankly, slowly lifting the veil of this strange world for Merlin and Luce. Chapter 566, Slothful Beast World. Chapter 566, Slothful Beast World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You two are from the outside world, so you should know better than us that this place is the belly of a giant beast, right? Wizard Phoba's expression slowly turned solemn. Merlin and Luce nodded their heads. "Yes, we call this giant beast a slothful beast. We were swallowed by it when it woke up." Phoba laughed after hearing that and continued. "Indeed, this is the inside of a slothful beast. We call it the Slothful Beast World. You won't be able to imagine just how large this world is. However, you've seen this giant beast before. As we were born in the Slothful Beast World, even if someone has described the Slothful Beast before, we still can't imagine how large the beast is. In the Slothful Beast World, not only are there spellcasters, but also other foreign tribes. Relatively speaking, we spellcasters are at an absolute disadvantage. I believe you should have guessed the reason why." Merlin frowned and said, "It's because there are no elements." Immediately after entering the dark area of the slothful beast's body, Merlin had already found that there was no trace of elements. This was quite deadly to spellcasters. Without elements, even if a spell model was constructed, one would not possess magic power. Without magic power, one naturally would not be able to cast spells. Thus, in the Slothful Beast World, spellcasters did not have any advantage at all. Yes, there aren't any elements, so we could only become mind power masters. Becoming a mind power master is very challenging, and there are often attacks from foreign tribes, which is causing the numbers of us spellcasters to decrease. We even look forward to the arrival of spatial windstorms now, because if there's a spatial windstorm, those foreign tribes wouldn't dare to attack again. Saying this, Phoba and the other elders also shook their heads helplessly, and sighed. Merlin heard Wizard Phoba mention foreign tribes several times. Merlin also knew that the Void Zone had too many foreign civilizations, and the Spellcaster civilization was only one of them. Since the slothful beast could swallow spellcasters, it could definitely swallow many other tribes. However, what Merlin and Luce were concerned about was not this, but if they could leave the slothful beast world. Elder Phoba, have you heard of a method to leave the slothful beast world? Leaving the slothful beast world is a dream we've never given up on. However, after so many years, we've never heard of anyone leaving the slothful beast world before. Even some powerful foreign tribes have never left the slothful beast world before. What? No one has left the slothful beast world before? Do we have to stay here forever? Merlin and Wizard Luce immediately stood up, looking a little anxious. They did not want to spend their lives in the slothful beast world. Please don't be worried. We don't know a way to leave the slothful beast world because we are originally from this world. In this world, there are many others like you who have been sucked in by the slothful beast. Perhaps they would know a way to leave the slothful beast world. Elder Phoba could only placate Merlin and Luce. These two wizards were very important to their tribe. With these two, the Jigular tribe could move to the safest place. Where are these people? Merlin also immediately calmed his mood and asked softly. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, please be rest assured. I've already notified several other tribes, so spellcasters who came from the outside like you will arrive soon. All you need to do is wait in the tribe for a while, and they'll naturally come. Merlin nodded. That was the only thing they could do. They could also make use of this time to learn more about this strange slothful beast world. However, we still have a request for Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce. Wizard Phoba's bright eyes looked at Merlin and Luce, his gaze revealing hope. What is it? It's very simple. We hope that Wizard Merlin will take our Jigular tribe into Spellcast City, which is the safest place. The entire Jigular tribe is only 2,000 people, and only after entering Spellcast City would our tribe be able to slowly recuperate and grow. This is our only request. Merlin did not answer immediately but asked instead, is it very dangerous here? It is. The easiest thing to avoid here is spatial windstorms. There are various other dangers, but the greatest threat comes from the foreign tribes. Those foreign tribes treat us as delicacies. They'll attack us from time to time, and seize a number of tribe members. However, we're helpless against them. If this continues, the Jigular tribe will cease to exist. Wizard Phoba and the others all looked indignant but equally helpless. It seemed that they were facing a dilemma. A tribe was gradually being destroyed in their hands, which was not something they were willing to see. Spellcast City was the hold land in their hearts. It was the safest place, and they did not have to worry about any disasters or attacks from foreign tribes there. That was because the strongest spellcasters gathered there, and there was even the existence of runic magic circles protecting the city. For a small tribe like the Jigular tribe, their biggest dream was to lead the tribe into Spellcast City. However, it was difficult to achieve what they wanted just by their own strength. Merlin and Luce's arrival this time enabled Phoba and the others see a glimmer of hope. In the rumors, a spellcaster's arrival was the greatest matter for spellcasters. They would mobilize countless powerful figures, including even those in Spellcast City. Perhaps when the time comes, the two spellcasters, Merlin and Luce, would be able to bring the Jigular tribe into Spellcast City. This was why Phoba had let Merlin stay in the Jigular tribe for a few days without telling Merlin and Luce where Spellcast City was located. On this matter, Phoba and the others were selfish. However, Merlin and Luce did not mind. The rumored Spellcast City was the place where the strongest spellcasters in the slothful beast world gathered. They also did not want to rush into it without knowing anything. Thus, it was acceptable for them to wait in the Jigular tribe. As for Phoba and the others' request, Merlin did not mind helping them if he could. Thus, Merlin and Luce temporarily stayed at the Jigular tribe, and waited. At the same time, Phoba also sent out several people from the Jigular tribe to convey the news of the spellcaster's arrival to the surrounding tribes. On a quiet morning, Merlin was helping Wizard Luce form his mind-heart. However, forming a mind-heart was not that easy. Wizard Loose had been trying for several days, but he still could not form a mind-heart. In the slothful beast world, since there were no elements, there were basically no spellcasters willing to release spells because that would mean consuming a lot of magic power. Magic power was the foundation of most spellcasters. If there were no elements to change into magic power and penetrate into their bodies to keep them alive for a longer time, spellcasters would be the same as ordinary people. They would gradually age after a few decades or centuries, and finally die. Elder Phoba and the other elders had already formed a 7th level mind-heart. They could be considered the strongest figures in the spellcaster world. However, they were only in their 60s, but they were already looked aged, and their life force was diminishing every day as well. At most, they would live till 80 before dying. Without elements, a spellcaster would become the same as ordinary people. The exception was great legends, who had their dependence on elements after condensing a maxim. Just by relying on the maxim, they could live for a long time. However, in the end, they still could not live as long as in the spellcaster civilization. Perhaps only honored legends would be able to live forever after forming an ultimate maxim, and keeping their consciousness and mind in it. Merlin also realized the value of elemental crystal stones in the slothful beast world. Therefore, he recently did not use any magic power but carved and polished the mind power system instead. It was quite strange. Since there were no elements in the slothful beast world, there was great progress on the mind power system. In the Jigula tribe, as long as their mind power was awakened, they would immediately receive some special meditation techniques. Even Merlin was amazed to see these meditation techniques. They were better than any other meditation technique he had come into contact with. It could even be cultivated until 6th level mind power. After reaching 6th level mind power, it would be necessary to start forming a mind heart. Furthermore, the methods for forming a mind heart would already be mature. Merlin originally thought that it would be rough, but after careful study, he found that it was extremely fine, and he could hardly find any flaws. A world which completely abandoned spells but committed to the development of the mind power system instead. Perhaps I'll find some ways to understand the essence of mind power here. For the first time, Merlin felt that entering the slothful beast world was not without reward. At the very least, the mind power system here would have been developed further and better than in the spellcaster civilization. After all, the spellcaster civilization was still dominated by spellcasters. Only a few people would choose to become mind power master. However, there was no other choice in the slothful beast world. As long as their mind power was awakened, they can only become a mind power master. Merlin had also asked Elder Phoba where the cultivation method for the mind power system came from. Phoba's answer was very simple, from Spellcast City. It was gradually perfected by numerous powerful spellcasters and mind power masters after thousands of years of development. However, this mind power cultivation method seemed to only be able to let one cultivate until the 9th level. With Merlin's current mind power, this system was not as helpful to him. The path he wanted to walk on was a path no one had walked before. He had to do everything himself. Understanding the essence of mind power really is tough. To turn nothingness into reality, firstly, I have to comprehend nothingness to the pinnacle. Mind power had always been illusory, and used to make people hallucinate. Merlin also began to try comprehending the essence of mind power, by combining the method of condensing a mind heart from mind power used by the Jigula tribe. However, he proceeded step by step and did not bite off more than he could chew. Once again, he had comprehended the use of illusion in mind power. From the beginning, mind power had been used to make people hallucinate. Thus, illusion was very important. The illusions that Merlin had experienced before were far from those created by the Blackfire Lord. Merlin also vaguely felt that even the Blackfire Lord's illusion still had great defects, and was not perfect. The first step to understanding the essence of mind power isn't increasing the power to interfere with the material world, but to understand illusion to the peak. That was the start of interfering with the material plane. Merlin calmed his heart down, and cleared his mind. He already vaguely walked the first step in perfecting the mind power system. Chapter 567, A Foreign Tribe's Arrival. Chapter 567, A Foreign Tribe's Arrival. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Thump thump thump. A burst of noisy footsteps sounded outside Merlin's house. Wizard Loose hurried over as if there was something urgent. Merlin, who was in the first step of perfecting the mind power system, had his mind power constantly shrouding the house, so he already knew that it was Wizard Loose when he appeared. Illusion. Merlin remained unmoved. The tremendous mind power was like the spring breeze and drizzle, and quickly and quietly created an illusion. Bang! Wizard Loose slammed open the door, and hurriedly shouted, "Wizard Merlin! Wizard Merlin, what happened?" When Wizard Loose had entered the room, he saw Merlin lying on the ground, motionless and cold. Seeing Merlin in this state, Wizard Loose's face greatly changed. He felt the life force on Merlin's body suddenly disappear. "Wizard Merlin! How could you have died?" Wizard Loose was very shocked. How could a powerful spellcaster die for no reason? Perhaps, if a spell model collapsed, it could let Merlin die quietly, but how would the spell model of a genius spellcaster be unstable? Wizard Loose. Merlin also revealed a smile after seeing that Wizard Loose had fallen into the illusion. Then, he withdrew his mind power and tore off the illusion. To be able to let a 9th level spellcaster like Wizard Loose imperceptibly fall into the illusion served to show that Merlin's illusion had already reached a certain level. Of course, although Wizard Loose was a 9th level spellcaster, he had not formed a mind heart yet, so he would easily fall into an illusion. When he had formed a mind heart, it would be difficult for him to fall into an illusion again. At the very least, at Merlin's current illusion level, it would be hard to trap Phoba and the others. However, this was only Merlin's first step in perfecting the mind power system. It was already quite good to have this level of hallucinating spells. Wizard Merlin, what? Loose suddenly discovered that the Merlin he had seen before had disappeared, and was behind him instead. "It's nothing. I had some understanding of mind power, so I just used a hallucinating spell." Mind power hallucinating spell? Wizard Loose's expression was slightly frozen. It was not surprising that he did not sense it at all. If it were hallucinating spells from darkness-type spells, it would not be able to let him fall into the illusion no matter what. However, mind power hallucinating spells were silent, and he had fallen into it without even realizing. It was incredibly terrifying. However, Wizard Loose seemed to have something important to do now. He put those thoughts aside and hurriedly said, "Wizard Merlin, something has happened." "Something has happened? Have the spellcasters arrived?" Merlin raised his head to ask. After so many days of waiting, if he had calculated, perhaps the fastest spellcaster might have reached the Jigular tribe. Ah! It's not the spellcasters, but foreign tribes. You'll know once you go out and look. Wizard Loose's expression was also grave. The matter should be quite serious. Merlin nodded, and stood up before following Wizard Loose out of the house. In the Jigular tribe these days, what Merlin had heard of the most were these foreign tribes. It seemed that these foreign tribes had become a nightmare for the Jigular tribe. They're here again. D*MN, the two-headed tribe brought 200 two-headed people, led by 10 three-headed people. Such a large scale. We're in danger this time. Seeing the mighty foreign tribe troops on the ground, Elder Phoba and the 3 other elders' expressions grew pale. It was the first time they had encountered such a large number of two-headed people. In the past, when only several three-headed people brought a few dozen two-headed people, they still suffered greatly, not knowing how many of their tribe members would be taken away. This time, such a large force was dispatched. The entire Jigular tribe would face extinction. Elder Phoba, have you notified the other 2 spellcasters? Let them leave quickly, and take some of the young ones with them. They're spellcasters, and can definitely enter Spellcast City. As long as they enter Spellcast City, they'll be safe. Our Jigular tribe will still live on. The elders' eyes could not help but reveal a trace of sadness. They had never thought of any miracle. After all, these two-headed people's manpower was endless. Having an extra head was like having an extra life. As for mind power masters, they basically had no combat capabilities before forming a mind heart, because their mind power would not be able to interfere with the material world. They had no way to resist the ferocious foreign tribes. Thus, the Jigular tribe's only 7th level and above elders immediately made measures to preserve the tribe's bloodline, after seeing the two-headed people. Among the mighty two-headed tribe troops, the 10 three-headed people stood in the front. They were at least 500 years old to have been able to become a three-headed person. The two-headed tribe was very strange, and it seemed like they did not have to cultivate. They were born with only one head and were very weak. However, after 100 years or so, they would grow their second head and be considered an adult two-headed person. However, it took 500 years to grow a third head, and 1,000 years to grow a fourth. There was still a fifth head, a sixth head, and so on, but the time required was even longer. Thus, if the two-headed people wanted to become powerful, they had to live long. We're lucky to have been chosen by the great king this time. We have to capture a few weak spellcasters. The king loves delicious spellcasters the most. The younger girls among the spellcasters are the king's favorite. Yeah, helpless and weak little spellcasters. I really don't know why they're so difficult to deal with outside. I heard that outside the slothful beast world, spellcasters are a powerful civilization. They're so weak here, so how did they become a powerful civilization? These three-headed people did not understand. The spellcasters they had encountered in the slothful beast world was extremely cowardly and weak. Any two-headed person would be able to capture a large number of spellcasters. Only those 7th-level mind power masters were slightly stronger, but the threat they posed was also very limited. Once the 10 three-headed people started taking action, it was enough to wipe out several small surrounding tribes. The great king has already lived for thousands of years, and is about to grow his fifth head. At that time, our two-headed tribe will become the strongest tribe in the entire slothful beast world. This time, we definitely need to wipe out a few spellcaster tribes to provide nutrition to the great king. A trace of pride was revealed on the three-headed people's faces after mentioning their king, who was their pride. Once their great king grew the fifth head, the power of the two-headed tribe would expand dramatically, and become one of the strongest tribes. Leaders, we found a spellcaster tribe in front. Their numbers are around 2,000. The two-headed person who scouted ahead quickly rushed back to report. Oh, 2,000 people? It looks like a small tribe, but we'll be able to catch many spellcasters. I believe the great king would be thrilled. Let's hasten our pace and charge forward. The 10 three-headed people were very excited after hearing the news. They had found a tribe of 2,000 people so quickly. Although it was a small tribe, it was already a very good beginning. They believed that with this beginning, their raid this time would yield very good results. Thus, the few hundred two-headed people roused their morale and swiftly charged to the front. We've been discovered. There's no chance left. Seeing the two-headed people in front increasing their speed, Elder Phoba knew that they must have discovered the tribe. Their only wish had been dashed. Don't hesitate, Phoba. Take the younglings in the tribe as well as Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce. Leave the tribe quickly and escape to Spellcast City. We'll hold them back here. We'll at least be able to buy you some time. Elder Phoba opened his mouth, but no words came out. This was a way out that they had already discussed. Elder Phoba. At this time, Merlin and Wizard Luce came out of the house. Elder Phoba, I heard that a foreign tribe came. What foreign tribe is it? Merlin asked softly. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, look for yourself. It's the two-headed tribe. They're ferocious by nature, and extremely strong. There are hundreds of them, led by 10 three-headed people. Our Jigular tribe will be destroyed. Therefore, we beseech you two wizards to bring the young children of our tribe, and leave quickly. Elder Phoba will lead the way. I hope the two wizards will help these poor children and enter Spellcast City. The eyes of the three elders were full of sadness and despair. Facing the hundreds of two-headed people in front of them against the 2,000 people of their Jigular tribe, they had completely lost the will to resist. Despair spread within the tribe. Two-headed people? Merlin frowned. He had heard of this name before, and after thinking carefully, he remembered it being mentioned by the spellcasters in Arcane City. The two-headed tribe was a relatively weak foreign tribe. They adhered to a powerful foreign civilization, and the strongest among them was only a six-headed leader, who was only equivalent to an ordinary legend. Under the leadership of a slightly stronger ordinary legend, the two-headed tribe could be easily destroyed. However, in the slothful beast world, the weak two-headed tribe had made the spellcaster civilization live in constant panic. Hundreds of two-headed people could easily destroy thousands of tribes. This was something simply unimaginable in the spellcaster civilization. In a world without elements, the fate of spellcasters is worse than that of the weakest civilization. Merlin muttered under his breath. For the first time, he felt how lucky it was for the spellcaster civilization to step out from the glorious land, and set foot in billions of dimensions. They're here, they're coming. Wizards, please hurry up and leave. Elder Phoba, take these two wizards away. The three elders saw the two-headed people in front of him charging toward the tribe to massacre them. Ordinary people, as long as they were not 7th level mind power masters, could hardly resist these ferocious two-headed people. Wizard loose, let's do it. Leave none alive. Merlin raised his head, and looked at the two-headed people in front of them, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Chapter 568, Ancestor Bluerock. Chapter 568, Ancestor Bluerock. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard loose? Elder Phoba was quite shocked and hurriedly warned, Wizard Merlin, these two-headed people are quite powerful, especially the three-headed people. Even 7th level mind power masters like us can only fight them one-on-one in general. You'd better leave. Bring the successors of the Jigular tribe, and escape to Spellcast City. Safety is assured there. However, Wizard Loose took a step forward, and his body gradually rose into the air. He gazed coldly at the teeming masses of two-headed people in the distance, and suddenly turned back to Elder Phoba and the rest, laughing heartily. Ha ha, take a good look at what a real spellcaster is like. Our spellcaster civilization commands myriads of dimensions, and is incomparably mighty. In the outside world, these two-headed people aren't even worthy as slaves. Boom! After he spoke, surging vigorous flames appeared around Wizard Loose, burning ferociously like a scorching fireball. The light flaring from this blaze even outshone the three suns suspended high up in the sky. The endless flames transformed into a sea of fire, engulfing all the 200 two-headed people along with the 10 three-headed people. Countless two-headed people were reduced to ashes in the blaze. Regardless of whether they were two-headed or three-headed, all were unable to withstand such a terrifying fire-type spell. Even if they had 2 lives or 3, they were trapped in the flames and were incinerated. The number of lives they had was of no consequence. Spellcaster. This is a true spellcaster. Wizard Loose said earlier that we spellcasters are so powerful outside the slothful beast world. These fearsome two-headed people aren't even qualified to be slaves? What frightening flames. This is the power of spells possessed by spellcasters? Although I've heard before that spellcasters are formidable, I didn't think that they're this powerful. Spellcasters who share the same root as us are actually so mighty. The two-headed people were wailing in anguish, whereas the 2,000 or so people from the Jigular tribe were now looking at Wizard Loose, as he hovered in the sky. They were slack-jawed, and their spirits were vigorously roused. This was a true spellcaster. Who? A light breeze swept by gently, and the air was filled with the smell of ashes, but had no trace of blood stench. This was because all the two-headed and three-headed people had been reduced to ashes by Loose's flames. Wizard Loose came down to the ground once more. These two-headed and three-headed people were nothing to him. Three-headed people were at best comparable to a 7th level spellcaster, while four-headed people could only compare to a 9th level spellcaster. Even if the king, which the two-headed people had mentioned, grew the 5th head, this would only be equivalent to a great wizard. In the Void Zone, a race with such a foundation was nothing at all. They would only have a precarious day-to-day existence, and could be wiped out at any time. Any great legend among the spellcasters would be sufficient to wipe out the two-headed tribe. Nevertheless, in the slothful beast world, the two-headed tribe had become a powerful race, even snatching away spellcasters frequently. Spellcasters without the elements were indeed very puny. Mind power masters could be rather powerful. Just because Phoba and the rest had condensed a 7th level mind heart, their mind power could interact with the material world and unleash formidable attacks. However, their numbers were too few when faced with the 10 three-headed people. With the spellcaster's power being restricted in the slothful beast world, those who were able to condense a mind heart were far too rare. In addition, those below the 7th level barely had any battle strength, causing the spellcasters of the slothful beast world to be reduced to a weak group that many foreign tribes fought over. Wizard Loose came down from the sky. The expressions of Elderphoba and the rest toward Wizard Loose had undergone a huge shift. Before this, they had known that Wizard Loose was a 9th level spellcaster. Nonetheless, they merely had a vague notion of this spellcaster, and did not really know how powerful a spellcaster was. Now, Wizard Loose had easily vanquished, with a single attack, 200 two-headed people and 10 formidable three-headed people. He instantly demonstrated the might of a 9th level spellcaster. Elderphoba and the rest were naturally very respectful toward Wizard Loose. This is the real strength of spellcasters. It's too bad that there are no elements in the slothful beast world. Otherwise, based on your formidable mind power, all of you can become powerful spellcasters. Wizard Loose shook his head slightly. These wizards with tremendous mind power might not be aware of the opportunities they could have. If there were elements in the slothful beast world, how could those foreign tribes have taken over? All right. The crisis has been resolved. The spellcasters from the other tribes haven't arrived. Before he could finish, Merlin suddenly raised his head, his eyes glimmering as he looked ahead. So, they've already arrived. A gust of mind power kicked up a storm which whistled as it swept toward a direction. Ha ha, it looks like you two are the newly arrived spellcasters. I've witnessed the 9th level spell cast by this wizard here. TSK, its power isn't bad at all, and it definitely shocked that group of two-headed people. However, don't you think this is too wasteful? You've used magic power to cast spells. If those old fellows learn about this, they would hop around in anger. A purple-robed old man had been concealed in mid-air since unknown time. Merlin's heart trembled slightly. He had not noticed the man at all. If it was not for that the man who had leaked a trace of his force, Merlin would not have detected it with his mind power, and would not have known that someone had been hiding there for so long. Who are you? Merlin questioned in an icy tone. I'm like you, I'm an arrival. However, I've already been in the slothful beast world for more than 2,000 years. The purple-robed old man gradually turned solemn as he spoke in low tones. You're a spellcaster too? Merlin turned to Elderphoba beside him, who carefully evaluated this purple-robed old man before realizing something. Elderphoba widened his eyes, saying in astonishment, Your ancestor Bluerock of the Bluerock tribe? This purple-robed old man seemed to have an extraordinary status as Phoba appeared amazed. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Loose. If I've guessed correctly, his ancestor Bluerock. He's indeed from the batch of spellcasters who had arrived in the slothful beast world earlier. It's been over 2,000 years, and most of those arrivals have died, but ancestor Bluerock has lived on. Moreover, he's a very powerful 9th level mind power master. He founded the Bluerock tribe by himself, and expanded it to one of the strongest tribes of spellcasters. 9th level mind power master. Merlin took note of Phoba's description of ancestor Bluerock's mind power. It was not surprising that even Merlin had not noticed ancestor Bluerock previously. The storm stirred up by his mind power was of no threat at all to ancestor Bluerock. A 9th level mind power master. If equipped with occult mind spells, he would be rather terrifying. Ancestor Bluerock approached Merlin and Loose. Although he was using mind power, Merlin and Loose could acutely sense a faint trace of elemental fluctuations on ancestor Bluerock. There are still spell models in your body? Merlin asked, flabbergasted. Of course there are. Otherwise, how can I live on until today? I would have died in about a century, just like they would. If it wasn't for the support of the spell models in our bodies, no one would live for long. Ancestor Bluerock pointed toward Phoba and the other elders. They looked to be even older than Ancestor Bluerock. However, they were merely 60 to 70 years old, whereas Ancestor Bluerock had lived for over 2,000 years. Other than the Blackfire Lord, Merlin had never seen a spellcaster who had really lived for so long. In theory, a 9th level spellcaster could live for more than a few thousand years, while an ordinary legend had a lifespan of around 9,000 years. However, in truth, it had only been 3,000 years since spellcasters first stepped out of the glorious land, and set foot in the Void Zone. Many great legends had only appeared in the past 100 or 1,000 years. Both of you wizards have entered the slothful beast world from the outside world, so surely you have some elemental crystal stones with you. I have a flying casting tool here which I've spent great effort in transfiguring. I'd like to exchange this for some elemental crystal stones. What are your thoughts? Ancestor Bluerock seemed rather eager as he took out plain casting tool, shaped like a flying ship, from his spatial ring. There was no trace of elemental fluctuations around the item, only the imprint of some runes. Nonetheless, Merlin and Luce could tell that this was a relatively decent flying casting tool. Perhaps it was slightly inferior to Merlin's Aurora ship, but it was already a rather respectable tool for a 9th level spellcaster. As Merlin already had the Aurora ship, naturally, he was not that interested in this casting tool. Conversely, Wizard Luce did not have a single flying casting tool, so he was very tempted. Wizard Luce, I already have the Aurora ship. If you like this casting tool, then go ahead and exchange for it. Merlin seemed to discern some hesitation on Wizard Luce's part, so he smiled as he reassured Luce. Ancestor Bluerock quickly turned his gaze toward Wizard Luce, and said hurriedly, Wizard Luce, this casting tool has been with me for more than 2,000 years. If it were not for my pressing circumstances, I wouldn't trade it no matter what. Before this, Wizard Luce, along with Merlin and the legend Zardo, had dug up over 10 million elemental crystal stones. Therefore, he had sufficient financial capability now. In the outside world, this casting tool would cost at least 1 million elemental crystal stones. Ancestor Bluerock, how many elemental crystal stones are you willing to exchange this for? An irrepressible burst of joy appeared on Ancestor Bluerock's face. After a moment of consideration, he carefully named a price. 1,000 elemental crystal stones. What do you think? How much? 1,000 elemental crystal stones? Merlin and Luce could not help but exclaim. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with incredulity. Upon seeing how taken aback both of them were, Ancestor Bluerock seemed to panic and clenched his jaw. If you think 1,000 elemental crystal stones are too much, 500 then. I only want 500 elemental crystal stones, and the casting tool belongs to you. Ancestor Bluerock stared unwaveringly at Wizard Luce. 500. Merlin and Luce were both filled with a sense of disbelief. They took a closer look at this casting tool, which did not seem to have any defects. With various runic magic circles and precious materials, transfiguring this casting tool must have cost a significant sum, but it was now being sold for only 500 elemental crystal stones. In the spellcaster world, what could 500 elemental crystal stones buy? Perhaps it could only be used to replenish the magic power of one's spell models. Very well, 500 elemental crystal stones. I'll buy it. Wizard Luce agreed without hesitation. Even if this casting tool was defective and even if it could not be used, it could not be purchased for a mere 500 elemental crystal stones. As a recycled good, sold as just scrap material, it would fetch more than 500 elemental crystal stones. A look of glee crossed Ancestor Bluerock's face, and he immediately handed over the casting tool to Wizard Luce. Just then, an aloof voice rang out. Heh, young fellows, if you don't want to be filled with regrets in the future, you would reconsider using the incomparably precious elemental crystal stones to buy this piece of trash. Merlin, Luce, and the rest instantly looked toward the sky. An old man dressed in a long, ash-white wizard robe was glaring coldly at Ancestor Bluerock. Chapter 569, Precious Elemental Crystal Stones. Chapter 569, Precious Elemental Crystal Stones. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Yanni, why didn't you just stay in your tribe? Why do you come to the Jigular tribe? When he saw the old man dressed in a long, ash-white robe, Ancestor Bluerock snorted coldly, appearing disgruntled. Ancestor Bluerock, if I hadn't come, you'd have gotten away with your tricks. After a pause, Elder Yanni said to Merlin and Luce, both of you wizards have just arrived in the slothful beast world, and don't understand much about the general situation here. I have no casting tools to exchange, but I have information that you most want to know. With only 200 elemental crystal stones, you'll understand everything about the slothful beast world. I guarantee that, to you both, this information will be extremely important. 200 elemental crystal stones in exchange for information? Merlin narrowed his eyes. His gaze flitted between Elder Yanni and Ancestor Bluerock constantly. They seemed to require elemental crystal stones urgently. 500 elemental crystal stones. Wizard Loose, make the trade with Ancestor Bluerock. Still, I believe that Ancestor Bluerock won't mind telling us the general state of affairs in the slothful beast world. Merlin grinned widely as he spoke to Ancestor Bluerock. Ancestor Bluerock was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Ha ha, that's right, what's a bit of information? The stuff that I know isn't lacking compared to the rest, if only you complete the transaction. Wizard Loose did not hesitate, and immediately handed over 500 elemental crystal stones. He and Merlin each possessed more than 10 million elemental crystal stones. A mere sum of 500 elemental crystal stones was nothing. Buzz! As soon as he received the casting tool, Wizard Loose immediately used magic power to activate the tool. He was euphoric as he examined this casting tool that was in perfect condition, and hastened to leave his mind imprint with an admiring expression as if he would never part with it. As for Ancestor Bluerock, after he had obtained the 500 elemental crystal stones, he shot a look at the gloomy Elder Yanni, and chuckled softly. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Loose, what Elder Yanni wanted to say was nothing more than how precious elemental crystal stones are. I believe both of you must have realized that there are no elements in the entire slothful beast world. Merlin and Loose nodded. They had observed long ago that the entire slothful beast world had no elements. Elderphobia and the rest, for instance, despite having awakened their mind power, were still unable to become spellcasters as there were no elements. Ancestor Bluerock let out a long sigh, and continued ruefully. Without elements, we spellcasters who came from the outside world to the slothful beast world thus lose an important source of power. In order to survive and live longer, we do our best to save our elemental crystal stones, using them sparingly. Other than maintaining the small amounts of elements required by our spell models, we won't use any magic power. Due to this, almost every spellcaster would choose to become a mind power master after entering the slothful beast world, to prevent the consumption of magic power. The function of magic power and spell models is to maintain the activity of our spellcaster bodies, allowing us to live longer. Otherwise, I couldn't have possibly lived for more than 2,000 years. Ancestor Bluerock's words were plain enough, unequivocal in his meaning. Merlin raised his head and said thoughtfully, in other words, in the slothful beast world, elemental crystal stones are extremely precious, being life-saving treasures for many spellcasters? Ha ha, very good, you understand. Ancestor Bluerock cracked an awkward smile. After all, he had just conned 500 life-saving elemental crystal stones from Merlin and Loose. Humph, and you thought you found a good deal? In the slothful beast world, casting tools are the most useless of all. Even the strongest casting tools, without the fuel of magic power, aren't of the slightest use. It's not even a scrap material. Before this, I was just like you both, spellcasters who had come to the slothful beast world from the outside world, including Ancestor Bluerock and I. At the start, we wantonly used elemental crystal stones to exchange for things, but after that, you can see that this casting tool isn't transfigured by Ancestor Bluerock through any great effort at all, but something he had exchanged using elemental crystal stones back then. He has many similar casting tools with him, but now, he has no choice but to use the same method to obtain some elemental crystal stones. Ancestor Bluerock appeared rather embarrassed. It was just as Elder Yanni had said. He had a few casting tools with him which he had exchanged for liberally when he had first arrived in the slothful beast world, thinking he was profiting greatly. It was only thereafter that he slowly discerned the value of elemental crystal stones, but had no way of getting them back. Actually, if both of you can leave the slothful beast world, you'd have hit the jackpot. Humph, leave the slothful beast world? Bluerock, you've been in the slothful beast world for 2,000 years or so. Have you heard of anyone leaving the slothful beast world? Both of them were at loggerheads, but the atmosphere gradually turned cool. After a long moment, Merlin voiced out slowly, this means that the both of you, along with spellcasters who came to the Jigular tribe, intend to get our elemental crystal stones? That's generally the case. I believe that there'll be those who'll constantly trade things for more elemental crystal stones with both of you. After all, in the slothful beast world, it's been 800 or so years since a spellcaster had arrived. Elemental crystal stones have become even rarer and more precious. Surely it doesn't stop at trading? Who can tell, someone might even try to rob us directly. Merlin barked out a humorless laugh. Ancestor Bluerock and Yanni both fell silent in response. Merlin now somewhat understood why Ancestor Bluerock, who had clearly reached the Jigular tribe, did not show himself for so long, and instead hid in the surroundings. Ancestor Bluerock's motive was to observe the abilities of Merlin and Luce. If Luce had not displayed his awesome power, Ancestor Bluerock would not hesitate in the slightest to rob them. Just as Merlin was about to question further, a few figures appeared in the distant sky, all of whom were powerful mind power masters who could use mind power to walk on air. Swish swish swish. This time, there were 5 of them coming in from the distance. After spotting Ancestor Bluerock and Elder Yanni, all 5 of their faces shifted slightly. Ha ha, I didn't think that both of you are any quicker. Bluerock and Yanni were unwavering in their expressions, saying calmly, all of you from Spellcast City isn't slow either. The 5 who had just arrived were mind power masters from Spellcast City, and 2 of them were covered in vigorous elemental fluctuations. Those 2 were like Merlin and Luce, spellcasters who could cast spells. All 7 of them were 9th level mind power masters, and could be considered to be standing at the peak of the spellcaster tribe. Both of you wizards have just arrived in the slothful beast world. We have some casting tool here. If you wish to exchange for them, you'll only need a small number of elemental crystal stones. As soon as the wizards of Spellcast City arrived, as expected, they began to swindle elemental crystal stones. At the same time, there were also some who were attentively taking in the measure of Merlin and Luce as if observing their strength. Merlin did not bat an eyelid and only said calmly, all 7 of you wizards have come from distant places. Let's go in for a chat. Wizard Luce and I have many questions. After that, I'll automatically gift you some elemental crystal stones. At the mention of elemental crystal stones, their eyes brightened, and they nodded. They followed Merlin into a spacious conference hall. Phoba and the other 3 elders, as leaders of the Jigular tribe, had the privilege of sitting in for the discussion as well. Looking at these spellcasters who were normally so lofty, this time around, they were rather excited. Nonetheless, the main focus of the hall was Merlin and Luce. Although these wizards did not directly use their mind power to inspect Merlin and Luce brazenly, they did not conceal the desire in their eyes either. Everyone, Wizard Luce and I have a question of utmost concern. Please answer us if you're able. I suppose Wizard Merlin wants to ask if it's possible to leave the slothful beast world? A spellcaster from Spellcast City, dressed in a long white wizard robe, smiled and spoke. That's right. I don't know if anyone knows of any way to leave the slothful beast world. Merlin did not deny this. At the moment, what he wanted to know most was how to leave the slothful beast world. After a moment of pondering, Ancestor Bluerock ventured to speak. It's not that there's no hope to leave the slothful beast world. There's a gigantic vortex hole here. According to rumors, if one can safely make it through the vortex hole, one would leave the slothful beast world. It's just that the vortex hole is filled with terrifying twisting power. Anyone who enters would be crushed into smithereens. Previously, there was one from a foreign tribe who had a unique gift. His body could even withstand an attack from a great legend. However, he tried to go through the vortex hole and was instantly twisted to death. Since then, no one has dared to enter the vortex hole. However, there's another rumor. If someone outside uses a powerful force to try and tear the vortex hole open, one would have a great chance of getting out. However, we're isolated from the outside world here in the slothful beast world, so how can we contact anyone outside? Moreover, even most honored legends wouldn't dare to act in the slothful beast world. It must be a great lord or even the ultimate arcane wizard. After he finished speaking, Wizard Bluerock gave a bitter smile. How could they possibly know any great lords? Honored legends were rare enough, to say nothing of great lords and arcane wizards. Therefore, after entering the slothful beast world, and understanding the situation here, they did not harbor any hopes of leaving. Oh. As long as there's a hope. Where's this vortex hole? Merlin and Wizard Luce trembled in excitement. This was the first piece of good news they had heard since they entered the slothful beast world. No matter what, as long as leaving the slothful beast world was not a completely futile hope, then that was enough. Even if it was a sliver of hope, it was a prospect. The vortex hole? Everyone present exchanged meaningful looks and broke out into bitter smiles. The vortex hole is currently occupied by the strongest faction in the slothful beast world, the giant tribe. They don't allow anyone to go near them. Forget about the fact that we're the weakest faction. Even if we team up with other powerful groups in the slothful beast world, we're still no match for the giant tribe. Their power in the slothful beast world is far too formidable. The one with the body of fearsome strength, who had tried to forcibly attempt the vortex hole, was the head of the giant tribe. At the mention of the giant tribe, everyone wore a powerless look. If this was the outside world, they would not be afraid of any civilization or tribe. However, this was the slothful beast world where there were no elements, and spellcasters were the weakest faction. Chapter 570, An Opportunity, Perhaps. Chapter 570, An Opportunity, Perhaps. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The vortex hole was dominated by the giant tribe. Merlin eyed the spellcasters in the hall and suddenly asked in a soft voice, "Why are spellcasters so weak? Even without elements, you've refined your mind power and are all-powerful mind power masters. Why would we be so weak?" Merlin did not quite understand. In the outside world, mind power masters were on par with spellcasters except at the apex of fighting power such as great legends. As the mind power system was not perfected, the strongest mind power masters could only compare to a peak great wizard. Nonetheless, in the slothful beast world, even if there were no powerful beings on par with great legends among the spellcasters, did that mean that there were such beings in the foreign tribes? Even if spellcasters had all turned into mind power masters, they should not be so puny that even the lowly two-headed tribe could capture them easily. This question caused everyone to fall into a deep silence. It was a long while before Wizard Eldo of Spellcast City spoke carefully. "This matter is more complicated. How did you two wizards enter the slothful beast world?" "Of course, we were swallowed by the slothful beast." "Is there actually any other way to enter the slothful beast world?" Merlin asked, mystified. Of course, there is. The two wizards beside me entered the slothful beast's body out of curiosity around 1,000 years ago. They were unable to leave ever since. Merlin glanced at the two spellcasters beside Wizard Eldo, and was somewhat speechless. There were people who went in the slothful beast's body of their own free will. Nonetheless, with the slothful beast's immense body, many people, even upon entering its body, would not realize it was a humongous beast. Wizard Eldo continued saying, "We spellcasters only set foot in the void zone 3,000 years ago, while a slothful beast can easily exist for 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 years. Thus, the history of a slothful beast is much more extensive than a spellcaster's. A slothful beast would swallow constantly. It's like a bottomless pit. Once it awakens, it'll swallow everything no matter what it is. No one can really ascertain how many dimensions this slothful beast has swallowed. In such a long time, many foreign tribes have naturally come to the slothful beast world ahead of us. They've developed into massive factions here, and adapted to the environment of the slothful beast world. Thereafter, the first batch of spellcasters was swallowed by the slothful beast. At first, they were very powerful, and quickly stirred up a storm in the slothful beast world, indicating the arrival of spellcasters. How I miss those times. The spellcaster's might was something other tribes found hard to resist. We spellcasters were the greatest force in the slothful beast world for a period of time. However, good things don't last. Quickly, that first generation of spellcasters discovered that their elemental crystal stones were running out, and there were no elements here to replenish their magic power. Thus, you can imagine their fates. The glory of that first batch of spellcasters persisted only for a short while. It was so fast that most of the spellcasters now don't even know that we once enjoyed such a glorious age. Later on, spellcasters who were lucky to survive gradually got used to the slothful beast world and began to cultivate their mind power. It's too bad that the mind power system isn't perfected, and requires too much aptitude, so the spellcaster's development was very slow. For a relatively long time, the faction of spellcasters was very puny, but thereafter, a noble presence changed everything. That noble presence is Titus. Titus himself was a formidable mind power master. After being swallowed into the slothful beast world, he used over 500 years to refine the mind power system resolutely. In the end, he single-handedly elevated the system of mind power masters into an unimaginable stage. Merlin looked up abruptly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. To date, no one had perfected the mind power system. It was the highest goal of countless mind power masters in the spellcaster civilization. Could it be that in the slothful beast world, someone had perfected the mind power system? Wizard Eldo, did this Titus really develop the mind power system? Merlin's voice was shaking slightly. If one really perfected the mind power system, how terrifying would that be? Now, Merlin was no longer a spellcaster who knew nothing as he was back then. He was enlightened by the Blackfire Lord, and knew profoundly how difficult it was to perfect the mind power system. Understanding the essence of mind power would turn illusory into reality. Perhaps for spellcasters, they would merely form a maxim. However, to a mind power master, this would go against the natural order. Once someone had really perfected the mind power system and understood the essence of mind power, their achievements would be something even the ultimate arcane wizards could not imagine. Wizard Eldo shook his head helplessly. How could it be that easy to perfect the mind power system? I even suspect that it's totally impossible for someone to achieve that. Still, Titus's use of mind power truly did surpass a great wizard, and can even match a legend. Match a legend? Merlin was truly shocked this time. Back when he was cultivating 9-hit strike, he heard Wizard Arceus mentioned that the highest state of 9-hit strike was comparable to a great legend. Perhaps that would develop the mind power system. As a result, Arceus began to venture in the Void Zone, trying to discover the point where the occult mind spell could be cultivated to 9-hit strike. Nevertheless, Merlin had encountered the Blackfire Lord thereafter, and gradually learned that perfecting the mind power system was not that simple. After truly perfecting it, it was impossible that one's attainment would merely be a great legend. That's right, match a legend. A pure mind power master who had cultivated mind power to the level of a legend. At that time, Titus nearly took the entire slothful beast world by storm, allowing spellcasters to dominate the slothful beast world for the first time. He had proved that, even without elements, we spellcasters can become matchlessly powerful. Where's Titus? Merlin stood up in haste, his gaze piercing into Eldo. Someone had progressed so far in the mind power system. It was not surprising that Merlin felt in the entire slothful beast world, the mind power system was far more advanced than it was in the Void Zone. Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he could meet Titus and ask for guidance, Merlin might be able to advance further in his search for the essence of mind power. However, faced with Merlin's inquiry, Wizard Eldo shook his head heavily and sighed. He's dead. Dead? Yes, dead. No matter how accomplished Titus was in terms of mind power, ultimately, he still had not grasped the essence of mind power. Without elemental crystal stones, his body was just like a normie's, quickly decaying to his death. However, Titus had left behind Spellcast City as a haven for spellcasters, after his death when the influence of spellcasters would be greatly reduced. As for those outside Spellcast City, we're powerless to help them. Eldo's words resolved many questions that Merlin was wondering about. It was not surprising that Phoba and the rest longed with all their hearts to move the Jugular tribe into Spellcast City. So, after Titus, none of you managed to reach his level? No one had ever approached Titus' level. After his death, some foreign tribes carried out mass attacks and massacres against spellcasters, leading to the decline of our power. Now, among all our spellcasters, 9th level mind power masters are the strongest we have, and there are only a mere 11 in total. 11 9th level mind power masters, this was the strongest force of the spellcaster faction in the slothful beast world. Among the many foreign tribes, this small force was rather weak. The pinnacle of their fighting strength was few in number, hence it was nothing significant. As a result, the foreign tribes no longer viewed spellcasters as a threat. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, if you're willing to go to Spellcast City, we'll be glad to open the monument which Titus had left behind for you too. All of his understanding of mind power is in that monument. Eldo extended an invitation to Merlin and Wizard Luce. Merlin was tempted. He and Wizard Luce had come to the slothful beast world by accident. Initially, he thought that he was as good as dead, but an unexpected opportunity had arisen. To have someone achieve the level of a great legend on the path of a mind power master was already no easy feat. Perhaps this was a chance for Merlin to obtain a more immediate and comprehensive understanding of the mind power system. Therefore, he was really tempted by Titus Monument. Nonetheless, Merlin knew that he would not be able to visit this monument so easily. What do you need? Merlin did not even look up as he asked. It's simple elemental crystal stones, and I mean large amounts of elemental crystal stones. In Spellcast City, we have 9 9th level mind power masters in total, and there are also Ancestor Bluerock and Elder Yarny from outside, making a total of 11 9th level mind power masters, all of whom form the greatest fighting force in the Spellcaster faction. Thus, each of the 9 9th level mind power masters of Spellcast City would need at least 10,000 elemental crystal stones before they would agree to let you enter Spellcast City to study Titus Monument. Eldo brought up this condition and the entire hall fell silent instantly. 10,000 elemental crystal stones. Even if Merlin agreed, he would only give up 90,000 elemental crystal stones. With the number of elemental crystal stones in both the spatial rings of Merlin and Wizard Luce, this amount of elemental crystal stones was merely a drop in the ocean. If they used the elemental crystal stones purely to sustain their spell models, the elemental crystal stones of Merlin and Luce were even enough to last them for 10,000 years. With such a long period, if Merlin and Wizard Luce did not break through to an honored legend, they would not even be capable of living that long. However, this was their secret. In the slothful beast world, these elemental crystal stones were enough to drive anyone crazy. Perhaps the rest were currently apprehensive of Luce's strength, but if they learned of this hoard of elemental crystal stones, they would try to get it at any cost. Nevertheless, if Merlin waited until the black cat Didymos awoke, then this would not be of concern. I can give you 90,000 elemental crystal stones, but I have my conditions too. That is, you must allow the entire Jigula tribe to move into Spellcast City. This was Merlin's initial promise to Elderphoba. Both of you have really agreed? That's 90,000 elemental crystal stones. Eldo did not expect that Merlin would agree so readily. Even though they knew that spellcasters who had just arrived from the outside world to the slothful beast world would have many elemental crystal stones, the thought that Merlin would hand over 90,000 elemental crystal stones all at once caused them to look at Merlin and Wizard Luce in an incomparably fervent manner. Chapter 571, Titus Monument. Chapter 571, Titus Monument. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the wide open sky, a total of 7 figures were flying forward at maximum speed. Merlin would occasionally sense 1 or 2 gazes scanning him. These were searching looks or perhaps contemplative ones. After he had agreed to hand over 90,000 elemental crystal stones all at once, these probing gazes occurred more frequently. Merlin knew that the 5 9th level mind power masters were considering their options. It was far too tempting. Merlin and Luce were only 2 wizards. If they had managed to kill Merlin, they would obtain far more than 90,000 elemental crystal stones. However, they were still hesitant because they were unsure of Merlin and Luce's true strength. They had not used their spells for so long, and it was difficult to judge the abilities of the pair based on mind power alone. Therefore, they could only scrutinize wordlessly but ultimately dared not act rashly. As for Merlin and Luce, they were aware of these notions of the mind power masters, but Wizard Luce was not worried at all. He had been with Merlin for so long, and naturally knew the extent of his powers. Merlin belonged to a class of freakish spellcasters, and was considered a genius even in Arcane City. His spell fusion came infinitely close to a great wizard, and might even be comparable to the most common great wizard. Darkness I was even more terrifying. The darkness demon spirit it summoned was on par with a great wizard at their peak, only a shade inferior to the top great wizard. With these 2 abilities, whether or not Merlin could dominate the slothful beast world, self-perseverance was not an issue at all. In the slothful beast world where there were no great legends, Merlin was among the highest ranks. Thus, never mind that these people had all sorts of ideas. If they acted upon those ideas and dared to attack, naturally, Merlin would not simply be a sitting duck. The atmosphere between both parties was somewhat tense. Fortunately, all the way to Spellcast City, no conflict erupted between both sides. Eldo and the rest ultimately did not dare to attack Merlin and Luce. Perhaps this was in consideration of the fact that they were spellcasters too. Of course, this was only a small reason. The biggest factor was that Merlin and Luce could cast spells, so their abilities could not be judged clearly. As a result, no one dared to attack. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, this is Spellcast City. Eldo pointed toward Spellcast City. This gigantic city founded personally by Titus induced a sense of amazement in Merlin and Luce. This was because the city was floating in mid-air, somewhat similar to the floating continent in the dimension of the Satsuma god. However, Spellcast City relied upon runic magic circles to support the city. Spellcast City was surrounded by dense masses of runic magic circles that exuded a powerful force. Merlin secretly used the runic heartprint to examine them, and discovered that these runic magic circles were very complex. He could not even dissect them using the runic heartprint. This meant that Titus was profoundly accomplished in runology as well. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, Spellcast City is controlled by the 9 of us. Each of us has left our mind imprint on one part of it. As long as 5 of us agree, the defenses of the entire Spellcast City can be activated. We can even mobilize Spellcast City to fly away. This is a city that can be moved. In other words, it's a mighty casting tool. Eldo gave a detailed explanation of Spellcast City, and Merlin nodded repeatedly. Spellcast City appeared extraordinary. It was not surprising that it had served as the sturdiest fort of the spellcasters. This time, Eldo and the other 4 had gone to the Jigular tribe, which indicated a level of sincerity. With 5 of them, Spellcast City could be controlled. The Jigular tribe will need some time before they reach Spellcast City. At that time, I'll need your cooperation in opening Spellcast City. Merlin still had not forgotten about the Jigular tribe. Ha ha, be rest assured, Wizard Merlin. The Jigular tribe consists of merely 2,000 or so people. Our Spellcast City can easily accommodate them. All right, both wizards, please come in. The other 4 wizards have been waiting inside Spellcast City long ago. Eldo and the other 4 9th-level Mind Power Masters each released their mind power. With the combined efforts of all 5, they controlled Spellcast City to open a passageway. Swish swish. With that, the 7 of them quickly flew into the passage. Within Spellcast City, Merlin and Luce strolled along the busy street. The city's bustling activity far exceeded both of their imaginations. Many passers-by had decent mind power. There was many 6th-level Mind Power Masters, and even an occasional 7th-level Mind Power Master who had condensed a mind heart. This was a distinct contrast from the weakness of the Jigular tribe. If there were more people in Spellcast City, the faction of spellcasters would not fall to such a stage. Wizard Eldo spoke rather ruefully. The spellcaster faction was so puny now that many of them had been reduced to specific targets captured by foreign tribes. Of course, Wizard Eldo and the rest did not feel good about this. Wizard Merlin, we'll head to the Castellan's hall for discussion. Castellan? Who's the current Castellan of Spellcast City? Merlin asked casually. Wizard Eldo shook his head. At the moment, there are no Castellans of Spellcast City. There has only been one Castellan in Spellcast City, and that's Titus who had established Spellcast City. After Titus, no one else can be Castellan. Presently, Spellcast City is jointly managed by us 9 9th-level Mind Power Masters. Following that, they arrived at a simple castle. Its architectural style was similar to the outside world's, only it was less influenced by the Malta Empire's era, and more influenced by the style of buildings that gradually took shape after spellcasters had entered the Void Zone. This indirectly indicated that Titus must have entered the slothful beast world only after spellcasters had already set foot in the Void Zone for a long time. Upon entering the castle, they immediately saw the 4 9th-level Mind Power Masters. These 4 were not that different from Eldo. When they noticed Merlin and Luce, they directed their gazes at the pair. Both of you must be Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce who had just arrived in the slothful beast world? An old man with grizzled hair among those 4 smiled and spoke. Before this, Eldo must have transmitted the details of what had happened back to Spellcast City. After all, this was not the Void Zone. Although space was more fragile here, it still existed so one could use certain methods to transmit information. Everyone, I came to Spellcast City for the sake of Titus Monument. Whereas all of you are here for elemental crystal stones. Naturally, Wizard Luce and I will fulfill our previous promise to you. Merlin did not delay his purpose here. He knew that throughout the journey here, Eldo and the rest had been anxiously waiting for the elemental crystal stones. As they had not reached Spellcast City, they did not say anything. Therefore, Merlin might as well hand out the elemental crystal stones immediately. Right away, 90,000 elemental crystal stones floated into the air. Merlin waved a hand and they flew toward the 9 old men respectively. Oh! It's really elemental crystal stones. 10,000 elemental crystal stones can sustain us for around 20 years. It really isn't easy to obtain. Upon receiving the 10,000 elemental crystal stones, the 9 Mind Power Masters were deeply moved. In the slothful beast world, 10,000 elemental crystal stones could be considered a huge fortune. After a long moment, Wizard Eldo kept his elemental crystal stones, and said calmly, Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, I'll bring you both to Titus Monument. With that, Wizard Eldo led Merlin and Luce, and immediately turned, and departed from the castle, leaving the remaining 8 9th-level Mind Power Masters to exchange dismayed looks. What does Eldo mean by this? Is he afraid that we won't succeed if we attack here? That is uncertain. Both Merlin and Luce must have quite a number of elemental crystal stones. If someone can't hold back from attacking and cause us trouble, this won't end well. The remaining 8 Mind Power Masters were not unified in their views. It seemed that there were some who still had other ideas, thinking about striking Merlin and Luce. After leaving the castle, Eldo quickened his pace. After turning a few corners, he slowed down and turned around, wearing a solemn expression. Both wizards, if there's no need for you to do so, don't approach the 9th-level Mind Power Masters by yourself. Eldo's expression was serious, as if he had made a weighty decision in saying this. Merlin's eyes flashed strangely, and he suddenly laughed, before slowly saying, Wizard Eldo, you mean that someone might become envious of our elemental crystal stones and try to get the stones through underhanded means? Eldo eyed Merlin, and knew he could not hide the truth. After all, Merlin was not an idiot. Those wizard stares were so undisguised in their desire that anyone could see what was going on. Both wizards, it's been very, very long since a spellcaster had arrived in the slothful beast world, and there's an extreme scarcity of elemental crystal stones. For spellcasters who still have some elemental crystal stones to sustain themselves, they might be able to keep themselves in check. However, those who have no elemental crystal stones might throw caution to the wind in order to survive. Merlin expressed his gratitude toward Eldo's kind reminder. In the slothful beast world, there were indeed spellcasters who would go mad over elemental crystal stones. To them, elemental crystal stones were something that would save their lives. We'll be on our guard. Seeing that Merlin and Luce had understood, Eldo did not say anything else. He had already warned them, and how things would turn out was not something under his control. Very well. I'll bring you to Titus Monument now. After he spoke, Eldo continued to lead Merlin and Luce forward. Soon enough, they arrived at a place where there stood a massive stone tablet. One might call it a stone tablet, but it was more of a stone wall, unparalleled in size, casting a shadow beneath the suns. In this shadowed area sat around 10 or 20 Mind Power Masters. Based on the mind power fluctuations around them, they had consolidated their mind hearts, being Mind Power Masters of at least the 7th level. Chapter 572, The 3 Main Stages of Hallucinating Spells. Chapter 572, The 3 Main Stages of Hallucinating Spells. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Merlin, be careful not to get too close to the monument. We call this stone tablet the Illusion Monument. If you get too close, you'll be affected by the illusion. Titus had a specific direction of understanding mind power. He believed that for Mind Power Masters to understand the essence, they must first familiarize themselves with hallucinating spells, cultivating them to their peak. After hearing Eldo's explanation, Merlin felt a surge of excitement deep within him. His previous first step in perfecting the system of mind power was aligned with Titus' reasoning. Namely, to first focus on illusory before material. One must cultivate hallucinating spell to its peak before one could begin to turn illusions into reality. It was just that Merlin had merely taken the first step, whereas Titus had already gone on further ahead. In a range of a few hundred meters around this stone, the place was covered by a mysterious force field. In this shadowed region, all the mind power masters were sunken in an illusion, working hard to gain understanding. The illusion monument isn't that dangerous. It'll just affect mind power masters slightly. Any mind power master who enters the area of the illusion monument will automatically encounter some of Titus' previous understanding of mind power. Merlin bobbed his head. He was now bursting with eagerness, so he turned to Wizard Loose and asked, "Wizard Loose, are you heading in?" Wizard Loose shook his head in response. "I don't have much understanding of mind power, and probably won't learn much even if I go in. I'll just wait outside." Wizard Loose had not much talent in regard to mind power, and had no desire to go in and be enlightened. Eldo smiled and said, "Wizard Merlin, stay here and gain understanding to your heart's content. It doesn't matter how long. The illusion monument is open to everyone, and any mind power master above the 7th level can enter. I'll take my leave first." With that, Eldo immediately turned and left. Seeing that Eldo had left, Merlin's expression gradually grew somber, and he said to Wizard Loose softly, "Wizard Loose, be on your guard when you're outside. To us, Spellcast City isn't a safe place." Wizard Loose knew what Merlin was referring to, and nodded cautiously. "Wizard Merlin, please be rest assured. I'll keep an eye out. If they really try anything, humph, they shouldn't be surprised if we don't hold back." Although Wizard Loose was nothing much in the spellcaster world but in the slothful beast world, he was still a 9th level spellcaster, one who could cast spells. He could be considered someone rather powerful, so he was unafraid of the mind power masters of Spellcast City. With Wizard Loose outside, Merlin was more assured. Thus, he drew in a deep breath, and immediately stepped into the illusion monument. As soon as he stepped into the illusion monument's range, he instantly felt a mystical force field around him. His mind power could not help but be drawn to the illusion monument. Nonetheless, Merlin did not resist. He knew that this was a tactic set up by Titus. Only then could he receive the contents left behind by Titus on the illusion monument. Boom! It was as if an explosion had occurred in Merlin's mind. A huge stream of information surged into his mind. It was the information that Titus had left behind on the illusion monument. The amount of information was colossal, encompassing Titus' understanding of mind power back then, and even his complete theory of the mind power system. His theory was just as Merlin and the Blackfire Lord had inferred. To understand the essence of mind power, one must turn illusions into reality. This general direction was correct, but it went against the natural order and was destined to be more difficult than a spellcaster's path. As for how to turn illusions into reality, Titus had taken the same first step as Merlin did, which was to first cultivate hallucinating spells to their peak. Moreover, Titus had separated this process into 3 stages. The first stage was hallucinating spells, the second stage was illusory heart, and the third stage was illusory dimension. The first stage, hallucinating spells, referred to the mighty hallucinating spells which used mind power to influence one's opponent in a traceless manner. This could cause an opponent's error in judgment, where they were not even aware of being caught in an illusion. This stage was all-inclusive, encompassing every hallucinating spell. It was just a collective term for that realm, and even the Blackfire Lord's hallucinating spell, which was so inconceivable to Merlin back then, was merely in the first stage. It was simply a hallucinating spell. The second stage was illusory heart, which was extremely terrifying as it could cause people to sink into endless oblivion, unable to extricate themselves from the illusion forever. It could even control the hearts of enemies, instantly turning them into zombies who would follow one's orders, just like puppets. At this point, Merlin's heart was overcome by waves of surprise, and he was stunned. He had never heard of this theory, so this was something unprecedented. In fact, this was no longer just a theory because Titus had understood the second stage, illusory heart. As a result, he was equipped with power comparable to a legend, able to dominate the slothful beast world. Scary, so scary. To control the souls of enemies without a sound. This is the truly scary part of mind power masters. Merlin was shocked, even more so than when the Blackfire Lord had directed him to the path of mind power masters. Merlin's first step was merely in the beginning stages of hallucinating spells. Conversely, Titus had manifested his own theory, at least until the second stage, and he had succeeded. Furthermore, this was not the scariest thing, there was still the third stage, illusory world. This was the complete theory derived by Titus. One would be able to use mind power to gradually construct a dimension that only differed from a real dimension, and was unable to be transformed into reality. Creating dimensions was something only the great ultimate arcane wizards could do. Not even honored legends and great lords could create dimensions. Nevertheless, the third stage derived by Titus pushed the limits of illusions, creating an entire illusory dimension. If one could really do that, how powerful would one be? An honored legend? Even comparable to a great king? No one knew for sure. If one truly cultivated an illusory world according to Titus' theory, one would be so formidable because even Titus did not cultivate until the third stage, illusory world. However, this was not the end of the theory derived by Titus. When illusions had reached the peak, Titus even hypothesized that one could turn illusions into reality, and thereafter, progress could likewise be divided into different stages. It was just that by the time one could turn illusory into material, one would have to understand the essence of mind power, and reverse the natural order. This would be something even the ultimate arcane wizards would be roused by. If there really came such a day when someone could achieve the level derived by Titus, turning illusions into reality, they would be even stronger than the ultimate arcane wizard. After going through all the information in his mind, Merlin was still in shock. Powerful, how powerful! Titus is the true genius among mind power masters. Compared to him, my understanding of mind power is still so far behind. Merlin mumbled dejectedly. At first, he thought that after sitting through a lecture from the Blackfire Lord, he had pulled ahead of all mind power masters in the spellcaster world. He had even taken the first step in perfecting the mind power system in a short time. Nevertheless, faced with Titus, Merlin felt sincere admiration. Not only did Titus devise a theory, but he even followed that theory to its second stage, shattering the shackles of mind power masters who could not contend against legends. Even if the theory he had devised was incorrect after the second stage, just the first and second stages alone, hallucinating spells and illusory heart, were enough to match a great legend. Titus' great name would be spread across myriads of dimensions. It was just a shame that Titus had only developed the theory of mind power system in the slothful beast world, and was unable to spread it to the spellcaster civilization no matter what. Otherwise, the Blackfire Lord would not need to carry out his diligent investigation into mind power, and Arceus would not have risked everything to seek a chance for his mind power to break through. Merlin stayed within the Illusion Monument for a long time. Anyone who first entered the Illusion Monument would be so astounded that they could not possibly imagine. According to Titus' categorization, the first stage of hallucinating spells was a rather broad realm. For instance, Merlin's current hallucinating spell could fool a 9th-level spellcaster like Luce, yet it might not be effective against a 7th-level spellcaster with a mind heart. Compare this to the Blackfire Lord's spell, which would fool even a great wizard. However, in truth, according to Titus' categorization, Merlin and the Blackfire Lord both belong to the realm of the first stage, hallucinating spells. Right now, I'm basically at the beginning stage of hallucinating spells, still a long way from the Blackfire Lord's hallucinating spell, to say nothing of the second stage illusory heart. Merlin meditated on the matter before soothing his own emotions. Titus' division of stages in the mind power system was merely a general way of classification, not an indication of specific cultivation methods. Perhaps Titus had reached the stage of illusory heart due to various favorable factors. In order to reach that level, a mind power master had to depend on their own understanding. Nevertheless, with and without direction were two completely different things. Merlin, for instance, had received guidance from the Blackfire Lord and had stepped into the first stage in a short time. It was after he had gained the right direction that he was able to progress so quickly. Following that, Merlin began to silently attempt to improve his hallucinating spell below the Illusion Monument. Perhaps even Merlin himself did not realize that by beginning to understand hallucinating spells today, he was already like a peak great wizard who began to try consolidating a maxim. In both cases, they were relying on themselves to gain an understanding. Phew! Merlin opened his eyes. He had been sitting below the Illusion Monument for half a month. During this time, his understanding of hallucinating spells had deepened, and became more lasting. Hallucinating spells are just the first stage, and it's merely theory. Titus must have left behind some occult mind spells. However, it's obvious that these powerful occult mind spells were not left at the Illusion Monument. They must be in the hands of the 9 ninth-level mind power masters of Spellcast City. Merlin quickly learned that Titus had left behind occult mind spell with massive offensive power to complement the hallucinating spells of the mind power masters, further augmenting their abilities. It was just that these occult mind spells were in the grasp of the 9 ninth-level mind power masters. Fortunately, Merlin was not too concerned about occult mind spells because he had 9 hit strike, the power of which was quite decent. After all, Arceus had spent painstaking effort in creating it. Only Arceus' initial direction was faulty, so he was unable to rely on 9 hit strike to perfect the mind power system. This was destined to be a road to failure. As Merlin had received the Blackfire Lord's guidance in addition to his thorough processing of Titus' theory, he had arrived at this conclusion: Arceus' 9 hit strike was misguided from the start. With a path that had never been trodden, some would be right, and naturally, some would be mistaken. This was the price one had to pay in developing the mind power system. Merlin stood up and eyed the Illusion Monument. The contents of Illusion Monument were no longer of much use to him. This time, he had been accidentally swallowed into the slothful beast's belly. He had thought that he was as good as dead but did not expect to profit from his misfortune. Titus' theory, especially the 3 main stages of hallucinating spells, was Merlin's greatest harvest. It's time to leave. Merlin looked out of the Illusion Monument. Wizard Luce was bored, and was engaged in a simple conversation with another mind power master. How exhausting. Merlin, I'm tired and hungry now. Have you returned to Arcane City? Bring me quickly to that old fellow Zardo. He's captured enough foreign tribes, and can surely fulfill my needs. A familiar voice spoke beside Merlin's ear. Merlin was first startled, then immediately became overjoyed. The Black Cat Didymos had awakened. Chapter 573, Didymos had awakened. Chapter 573, Didymos had awakened. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Didymos, you're awake? How do you feel? This was an extremely pleasant surprise for Merlin. The Black Cat Didymos had woken up at such a key moment, which undoubtedly boosted his confidence greatly. The Black Cat Didymos did not need any elements and was the real deal, a being that was on par with a great legend. Bad, very bad. I swallowed Sith's Maxim previously and was completely stuffed up. Luckily, I had swallowed quite a few powerful foreign tribes when I was with that old fellow Zardo, which improved my swallowing abilities. Otherwise, it would be some time before I recover. Oh right, where are we? This doesn't seem to be Arcane City. All the while, the Black Cat Didymos seemed to have noticed that something was different here. It was not the Arcane City he was so familiar with. Rip. The Black Cat Didymos gently reached out his claws and swiped forward carelessly, and the space shattered into fragments. What fragile space! What's this place really? The Black Cat Didymos' expression gradually turned serious. As far as he knew, there was no dimension with such fragile space. However, even though space was weak here, soon enough, a mysterious binding force appeared at the fractured space, and quickly restored the cracks. Didymos, it's a long story. You might find it hard to believe, but we're currently in the belly of a colossal beast. Merlin did not know how to explain, and could only shrug helplessly. The belly of a colossal beast? Merlin, you aren't kidding, right? What beast can be so gigantic? This is practically a dimension. The Black Cat Didymos had his ways to inspect the general situation of the slothful beast world, learning that this was a relatively chaotic dimension. Even the Black Cat Didymos found it hard to imagine that there could be such a terrifying, massive creature. It really is a beast. The Blackfire Lord called it a slothful beast. It's really frightening, and does nothing but sleep and eat. We were unlucky, and were swallowed along with everything else when it woke up. Merlin wore a bitter smile. Who would have thought that below the Satsuma dimension, there was such a frightening slothful beast? This was a fearsome creature that even the 3 arcane wizards could do nothing about. Oh. This beast is so powerful that it can swallow anything? Even dimensions? There was no trace of alarm in the Black Cat Didymos manner. Upon hearing that the slothful beast could swallow anything, he appeared quite delighted instead. That's right. It seems like no power can kill a slothful beast. In addition, no matter what, as long as the slothful beast is willing, it can be swallowed. Then is it possible that I become something like a slothful beast in the future? The black cat Didymos' words struck Merlin's interest, and he looked closely at Didymos. It was true that as a creature that reversed the natural order, Didymos' fate was uncertain even to arcane wizards. Moreover, his swallowing ability was identical to the slothful beast. However, if the black cat Didymos could really reach the level of a slothful beast, Merlin would not believe it. The might of a slothful beast had far exceeded his own understanding. Even though the black cat Didymos' swallowing power was formidable, even one maxim was enough to stuff him up. It was still a far cry from the slothful beast's ability to swallow everything. Forget it, I can tell from your expression that you don't believe that. Neither do I. It's just that looking at the slothful beast that has a similar swallowing ability, it can become so powerful. How wondrous! Merlin, can we leave the slothful beast world? I'll like to go outside and see the true appearance of the slothful beast. The black cat Didymos was now filled with curiosity toward the slothful beast. It's very difficult to leave the slothful beast world, but it's not hopeless. Also, there's a chance for now, but we'll need your help. Merlin immediately thought about the vortex hole. The black cat Didymos had awakened, so Merlin no longer had any worries. Even if the vortex hole was guarded by the formidable giant tribe, Merlin must give it a shot. Whoosh! After persuading the black cat Didymos, Merlin directly stepped out of the illusion monument's range, and came before Wizard Luce. Wizard Merlin, you're finally awake. After seeing that Merlin had come out, Wizard Luce finally broke out into a smile. Merlin grinned, and pointed to his shoulder, saying softly, not just me, even Didymos is finally awake. Sir Didymos is awake too? That's great. We have a chance of leaving this boring world at last, ha ha. Wizard Luce could not hold back his raucous laughter. He knew that the black cat Didymos was on par with great legends, and was definitely the strongest being in the slothful beast world. Merlin waved his hand. All right, Wizard Luce, we'll start off now. We'll bid farewell to Wizard Eldo first. A few days ago, Wizard Eldo had come here. Seeing that you were still gaining understanding in the illusion monument, he didn't want to disturb you. As he spoke, Luce stood up, and together with Merlin, flew toward Eldo's castle. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, both of you want to go to the vortex hole? In the castle, Eldo's face was gripped by astonishment. Before this, when he visited Merlin, Merlin was still deep in the process of understanding the contents of the illusion monument. Furthermore, during this period, he had even constantly gone back and forth between the other 8 9th level mind power masters, warning them not to get any ideas about Merlin and Luce. After all, from Merlin's initial attitude, he seemed very assured and unafraid. If things escalated, it would only negatively affect Spellcast City. However, Merlin suddenly wanted to leave Spellcast City, and go to the vortex hole, causing Eldo to become doubtful. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, I know of your wish to leave the slothful beast world. For now, let's put aside whether the vortex hole will lead you out of the slothful beast world. Even the giant tribe who controls the vortex hole isn't that easy to deal with. In the powerful giant tribe, there are many who are on par with great wizards. They have even produced commanders of the giant tribe who are a match for top-notch great wizards. Both of you came to the slothful beast world from the outside world, and should know what top-notch great wizards are like. Eldo warned them with a grave expression. It was just a rumor that the vortex hole would lead one out of the slothful beast world. After all, no one had seen it happen. Even the commander of the giant tribe who could withstand an attack from a great legend was unable to pass through the vortex hole. Even Titus, who had dominated the entire slothful beast world, did not go through the vortex hole. From Eldo's point of view, if Merlin and Luce attempted to do this, everything pointed to disaster. It was too dangerous. Merlin did not bat an eyelid, and only said calmly, we've already decided. We must go to the vortex hole. Whether or not we succeed, we must still try. Eldo perceived the steely determination in Merlin's words, and knew that he could not budge Merlin. Thus, he furrowed his brows, and paced back and forth as if coming to a decision. It was quite a moment before Eldo slowly said, "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, please wait here for a moment. I'll look for the other 8 elders to discuss this." If Merlin was to leave Spellcast City, he would need Eldo and the rest to open the runic magic circle. He did not wish to let the Black Cat Didymos force his way past the barrier, for this would be a blow that could bring Spellcast City to ruin. Therefore, Merlin nodded, and expressed his willingness to wait. With that, Eldo hurried out of his castle, and searched for the other 8 9th-level Mind Power Masters to discuss the matter. After Eldo had left, the Black Cat Didymos was somewhat displeased, grousing, "Earlier, I did a quick check. The strongest of them are merely 9 Mind Power Masters who are equivalent to 9th-level spellcasters. Your spell fusion alone can easily defeat them. Why do we still need to hear them out?" Nonetheless, Merlin shook his head firmly. "In the slothful beast world, we're spellcasters, so of course only the spellcaster faction would take us in. In addition, if we're unable to leave the slothful beast world through the vortex hole, we would still need the spellcaster faction." The Black Cat Didymos swayed his tail gently, and said nothing. In about 2 hours, Eldo finally arrived. Behind him were 2 more 9th-level Mind Power Masters. Eldo appeared rather embarrassed, but he still forced a smile. "Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, you're not so familiar with the slothful beast world, and don't even know where the vortex hole is. Therefore, after a discussion with Spellcast City, it was decided that 3 of us would accompany you 2 to the vortex hole." "Oh. The vortex hole is so dangerous, but you're willing to go?" It was Merlin's turn to be surprised. The vortex hole was guarded by the giant tribe. It was impossible that Eldo and the rest did not know how risky this was, yet they still wanted to tag along. There must be some other motive. Seeing that Merlin was still suspicious, Eldo gritted his teeth and choked out, "We won't hide this anymore from you 2. It's precisely because the vortex hole is so dangerous that we've decided to follow you. If anything unexpected happens to you 2, and the elemental crystal stones are destroyed, it would be a great loss to the entire spellcaster faction. After all, both of you are now members of the spellcaster faction. So, it's because of the elemental crystal stones." A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth. He even guessed that someone must have suggested that they directly detained Merlin and Luce in Spellcast City, only it was vetoed by Eldo. Thus, Eldo had only brought along 2 others who were prepared to leave with Merlin. Those 2 behind Eldo must be 9th-level Mind Power Masters who had supported Eldo. Merlin gave Eldo a deep and searching look before nodding. "Very well, since the 3 of you wish to follow us to the vortex hole, we'll start off immediately." Regardless of what agreement Eldo and the rest had reached, Merlin dismissed it from his thoughts. As long as he could go through the vortex hole, everything in the slothful beast world would be of no concern to him. If he failed in his attempt, he could still easily suppress all the Mind Power Masters of the spellcaster faction with his current abilities. He did not need to worry about any underhanded tricks. Moreover, the awakening of the Black Cat Didymos had provided Merlin with deep assurance. Soon enough, Merlin's group of 5 quickly left Spellcast City with Eldo leading the way, flying toward the territory of the powerful giant tribe. Chapter 574, Giant Tribe. Chapter 574, Giant Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Regarding the giant tribe, Merlin and Luce did not need Eldo's introduction on them. They knew about the giant tribe very well. After all, the giant tribe was not considered a weak civilization. They were a relatively strong civilization that even the spellcaster civilization needed to treat with caution. That was because in the giant tribe, there was a terrible titan giant, the strongest being in the giant tribe. It could even be comparable to an ultimate arcane wizard. Powerful beings on the level of an arcane wizard could be considered the top being in countless civilizations in the millions of dimensions in the void zone. Thus, once a being the level of an arcane wizard was born, that civilization would be called a powerful civilization. They would no longer be a weak civilization, and bullied by other civilizations. Although the giant tribe only had 1 titan giant, it was enough to rank them as a powerful civilization in the void zone. The giant tribe was divided into lesser giants, medium giants, and greater giants. Obviously, the strength of a giant could be easily seen at a glance, which was the giant's height. The strongest greater giants were equivalent to top-notch great wizards, and were generally below 1,000 meters tall. Giant kings above greater giants were also separated into lower, middle, and upper ranks, corresponding to the spellcaster's ordinary legends, honored legends, and great lords respectively. The strongest of these giant kings were also not more than 10,000 meters tall. However, Titan giants were terrifying. They could reach hundreds of meters or even millions of meters tall. Currently, the Titan giant in the Giant clan had already reached a fearsome 600,000 meters tall. A general dimension would not be able to hold it. Only some extremely huge dimensions would be able to hold a Titan giant. Merlin was still very terrified of the giant tribe, especially the greater giants. As long as they grew above 900 meters, they could rival the best great wizards. Even if Merlin used Darkness Eye, it was only equivalent to a peak great wizard. It was difficult to say if he could deal with a top-notch great wizard. However, now that the Black Cat Didymos was awake, that was no longer a problem. Soon, Eldo's speed gradually slowed down, and his expression became solemn, and said, "Be careful, ahead is the territory of the giant tribe, the Giant Mountain. The vortex hole is also inside." Although the giant tribe was very powerful, and controlled the vortex hole, the truth was that the giant tribe was very small, with only just over 5,000 giants. Therefore, they all lived around the vast giant mountain. Eldo hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "I know a relatively hidden route that should avoid most of the giants in the giant mountain, directly to the vortex hole. However, it is rumored that all greater giants live near the vortex hole, and try to leave the slothful beast world through the vortex hole." Greater giants were equivalent to great wizards. It was not surprising that Eldo was hesitating so much. If they had encountered a greater giant, the 5 of them might face the danger of destruction. "If there's a hidden route, please lead the way." Merlin also did not want to fight without even seeing the vortex hole. He at least wanted to see what the vortex hole was. Eldo reminded them at this point only to find out that Merlin still remained indifferent, and insisted on entering the vortex hole. Therefore, Eldo could only helplessly say, "The secret route is very easy to remember, but not all of us can go in. 3 of us will wait outside for you 2 wizards. If anything happens, we can act as a backup." Merlin knew that this was Eldo not willing to continue to take risks. It was already Eldo's limit to bring Merlin and the others here. After all, it was likely they would have to face greater giants at the vortex hole. That was just too dangerous. "All right, you 3 just wait here. Wizard Luce and I will go in." Merlin did not say anything more after that, and flew directly into the hidden route Eldo pointed out along with Luce. Seeing Merlin's figure leaving, the 2 mind power masters behind Eldo said with some worry, "Elder Eldo, are we just going to let those 2 go like that? What else can we do? It's good enough that this place isn't far from the vortex hole. If we really were discovered by greater giants, with Merlin and Wizard Luce's careless attitudes, they won't be reliable at all. Perhaps it might even be a great chance for them to escape. When the time comes, we'll meet them here, and return to Spellcast City along with Merlin and Wizard Luce." Wizard Eldo murmured in a low voice. Elder Eldo, if Merlin and Luce are both seriously injured, then we..." Eldo did not speak. His eyes locked onto Merlin and Luce's backs, his gaze somewhat profound. Boom! 2 giants a few hundred meters tall stood against each other in the giant mountain. Their immense bodies caused terrifying damage and noise, and even a small hill was almost completely leveled. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures quietly appeared near the 2 giants, but the 2 giants did not seem to notice the 2 wizards. They're 500 meters tall medium giants. How powerful! A medium giant's body really is formidable and terrifying. It's not surprising that the greater giants, even in simple defense, can hold their own against great legends. The 2 wizards were Luce and Merlin. They had gone deep into the giant mountain, following the hidden route provided by Eldo. This giant mountain was also worthy of being the foundation of the giant tribe. Merlin and Luce saw many giants along the way, but they were all medium giants below 700 meters tall, which posed no threat to Merlin and Luce. Fortunately, the giants did not seem to have very keen senses, and they had not discovered Merlin and Luce. "The vortex hole is in front, but I felt a powerful danger in there. Maybe a 900-meter greater giant is deep inside the giant mountain where the vortex hole is located. Merlin's expression also became grave. When a giant grew to 700 meters, they could be called greater giants. However, once a giant grew to 900 meters, then they were the most terrifying greater giants, comparable to top-notch great wizards. Even Merlin felt that it was dangerous, which showed that there must be extremely powerful giants deep inside the giant mountain. Ha ha, then are we supposed to back off here? Wizard Merlin, we need to go to the vortex hole. I certainly don't want to stay in the slothful beast world for eternity. Wizard Luce looked at the black cat Didymos on Merlin's shoulder. As long as Didymos was there, they would not be afraid even if they met greater giants. Didymos was why the two dared to go deep into the giant mountain in the first place. Rustle. Merlin and Luce shuffled through the woods, causing various noises. Phew! The two wizards finally emerged through thick layers of trees, and their eyes instantly widened as they looked at the sky. There was indeed an extremely large grey vortex that seemed to darken the entire sky. The vortex hole. That's the vortex hole. Merlin and Luce both looked at the vortex hole with fiery eyes. They even tried to extend their mind power into the vortex hole, but as soon as their mind power entered the vortex hole, it was instantly crushed by a terrifying force. Merlin paled. What a terrible strangling force. I'm afraid even legends won't be able to withstand it. Merlin had met many great legends, so he naturally knew how strong a regular legend's maxim was. The strangulation force of the vortex hole seemed to be even stronger than a great legend's maxim. Anything that went inside would be crushed instantly. Merlin now believed that even the leader of the giant tribe, who could resist a bombardment from great legends, could not pass through the vortex hole. Let's take a closer look. Merlin could not help but continuously approach the vortex hole. Boom! Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken. A feeling of extreme danger rooted in Merlin's heart. When he looked up, he saw that it was not the sky getting dark, but a gigantic palm that was covering the sky. A giant. It was a greater giant over 900 meters. Have we been discovered? Darkness Eye, summon demon spirit. Merlin also did not expect that the giant would act directly. That giant lay in a surging river, and even Merlin had not noticed it. He also did not know when that giant had detected him. The giant did not get up and simply slapped his hand down as if swatting at mosquitoes. Hum. Darkness Eye in Merlin's palm glowed a crimson light, which was accompanied by a dark curtain that rose to the sky. From the darkness, an equally large demon spirit was formed. Boom! Two giant hands hit each other, and the entire giant mountain trembled. The darkness demon spirit's large hand was directly crushed by the powerful force. Even the demon spirit's body could not handle it anymore, and was completely shattered. It was just one attack, but the darkness demon spirit could not even resist it. A greater giant. It must be a greater giant over 900 meters tall. Merlin's heart trembled. He had always wanted to compete with a top-notch great wizard to see if the sixth form of Darkness Eye was comparable to them. However, compared to the pure power of that 900 meters tall greater giant, the darkness demon spirit was smashed into pieces. Although it had also diffused that giant's attack, it could not be denied that there was still some distance between the sixth form of Merlin's Darkness Eye and peak great wizards, demonic wizards, and top-notch great wizards. Splash! From the surging river, an enormous giant stood up just like a mountain, making people feel terrifying and suffocating pressure. Spellcasters? You really are spellcasters. Looks like you've just arrived from the outer world into the slothful beast world. The spellcaster civilization is powerful, but our giant civilization is no less impressive. You shouldn't provoke the giants out of your own initiative, nor should you approach the vortex hole. That's because it belongs to the giant tribe. The giant's voice roared like thunder, causing Merlin and Luce's ears to buzz. Chapter 575, Swallowed. Chapter 575, Swallowed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The giant's roar reverberated in the air. Merlin and Luce's faces waned slightly. They took a quick glance at this giant, and estimated his height to be at least 920 meters, which already exceeded 900 meters. This was certainly terrifying. As long as it was not the Giant King, it was impossible to exceed 1 kilometer. Nevertheless, giants who had achieved more than 900 meters were considered to be powerful expert giants. Back then, the giant commander who had been able to resist the Great Legend's attack was 990 meters, and was infinitely close to a great legend himself. He was one of the influential leaders among the giants, with great potential to boot. This giant in front of them was not yet 990 meters, but was almost there. Certainly, his power would be comparable to an ultimate great wizard. Merlin and Luce rapidly stretched out the distance between themselves and the giant. Standing mid-air in front of the giant, they seemed like tiny insects. Following the huge sound made by the giant, several other giants who were also over 900 meters awoke. There were also some giants over 800 meters who were further away from the vortex hole. The entire giant tribe in the giant mountain seemed to be arranged closer or further from the vortex hole based on their abilities. The most powerful giant was this 920-meter giant, who was closest to the vortex hole. Once these giants awoke, the entire giant mountain shook. After all, this was the heart of the giant tribe, so most of the giants were congregated here. This is bad, Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce have been discovered. Such a fearsome aura. Do you see those giants? They are at least 900 meters. It has been so many years, but the abilities of the giant tribe hasn't declined, and in fact, even strengthened. The giants over 900 meters are the most powerful civilization in the slothful beast world. Wizard Eldo and the others who stayed outside the vicinity of Giant Mountain could see the changes in Giant Mountain from far away. Countless giants were rushing toward the vortex hole. In a distance, they could see the half-bodies of a few giants, whose aura sparked fear in Eldo and the others, despite the distance. Just a single giant over 900 meters would pose a huge threat to Spellcast City. If the runic magic circle outside Spellcast City was destroyed, the entire Spellcaster civilization would not be a worthy opponent to a giant over 900 meters. Let's wait a little longer. Hopefully, Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce will somehow be lucky enough to escape. Eldo pursed his lips tightly. He could only hope that Merlin and Luce would be wise enough to retreat immediately, and had powerful techniques to escape from the giant mountain. However, seeing the few giants over 900 meters, Eldo knew that the possibility was extremely small. It was such a pity that the elemental crystal stones were with Merlin and Luce. Giants over 900 meters. Didymos, quickly, swallow as many as you can. Merlin took a deep breath. Giants over 900 meters were utterly beyond his capabilities. Moreover, the black cat Didymos had been looking forward to this moment. Ha ha, so many powerful foreign tribes, even stronger than those captured by that old man. I didn't expect that there would be such a treat inside the slothful beast world. The black cat Didymos leaped from Merlin's shoulder into the air. Compared to the 900-meter giant, the black cat Didymos was nothing more than a negligible, little black dot. Meow. The black cat Didymos emitted a squeak, and opened his mouth. Then, his mouth began to expand continuously. A few moments later, his mouth had expanded countless times, covering the sun and the sky. The entire sky seemed to be filled with his colossal mouth. Suck! The big mouth of Didymos was like a bottomless pit. There was a strong burst of suction, and the giants who were underneath the big mouth revealed a look of horror. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen giants had been swallowed into Didymos' big mouth. Although these were only giants under 500 meters, it still caused a huge uproar among the giant tribe. What exactly is this creature? Slothful beast, is it a slothful beast? Such a formidable aura, just feeling it makes me shudder. This existence is comparable to the Giant King. Many of the giants were terrified. They growled, roared, and exerted all their strength to attempt to resist Didymos' swallowing, but to no avail. At best, only the giants over 900 meters were somewhat able to keep themselves from being swallowed. However, as time passed, even the giants over 900 meters would not last much longer. Behind the black cat Didymos, watching these giants being helplessly swallowed in front of their eyes reminded both Merlin and Luce about the slothful beast that had swallowed them. Wizard Merlin, Sir Didymos is truly quite similar to the slothful beast. In the future, do you think Sir Didymos would become as formidable as the slothful beast? Although Wizard Loose had witnessed the black cat Didymos multiple times, he was still awestruck by the scene unfolding before them. This was highly similar to the slothful beast back then. No matter what it was, everything was swallowed up. The members of the giant tribe all possessed immeasurable strength. Combined, they were truly a force to be reckoned with. Nevertheless, right now, they had been turned into nothing but a delicacy by Didymos, who was swallowing them one after another. Slothful beast? Perhaps, one day, Didymos will really turn into an existence comparable to the slothful beast. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's lips. Only a few wizards such as him and the Blackfire Lord knew the true potential of the black cat Didymos, which was practically endless. The black cat Didymos was a living being which had reversed the natural order, hence his potential was endless. Even the arcane wizards were unable to predict the extent to which Didymos could grow to become. In addition, Didymos' ability to swallow would grow more powerful in tandem with his strength. So, the more powerful the existences he swallowed, the more nourishment and powers his body would receive. If such a continuous feedback loop continued for tens of thousands of years or longer, who could imagine how much more terrifying would Didymos become? This was the benefit of reversing the natural order. Merlin's heart was even more eager to perfect the mind power system. According to the Blackfire Lord's deduction and Titus theory, in order to perfect the mind power system, mind power must be converted from intangible into tangible power. In other words, it would be a completely unimaginable power that reversed the natural order. The black cat Didymos increased the suction power, but the few giants over 900 meters remained unyielding, still barely able to resist the swallowing of the black cat Didymos. Great being, we the giant tribe are willing to relinquish Vortex Hole and leave Giant Mountain. Please, great being, stop swallowing. The 920-meter giant who was the leader of the giants finally spoke. Countless giants had already been swallowed by the black cat Didymos. Even for those giants over 900 meters, he did not know how much longer they would be able to hold on. These giants would not have expected that inside the slothful beast world, there was such a terrifying entity which rivaled the Giant King. Therefore, regardless of their pride, they could only beg for mercy. Due to the massive pride of the giant tribe, begging for mercy was extremely difficult. They were naturally an aggressive tribe, more willing to die fighting than to retreat and beg for mercy. However, faced with an undefeatable opponent, even the proud and stubborn giants would bow. Spare you? The black cat Didymos suddenly stopped swallowing. Then, his body shrank and resumed his original size. He jumped onto Merlin's shoulder with a satiated look. Merlin, I've already swallowed quite a bit, 300 over giants in total. I feel really comfortable. I will need a long time to digest this. As for how to deal with the giants, it's up to you. Subsequently, the black cat Didymos fell asleep on Merlin's shoulder. Didymos? Merlin kept calling Didymos, but unfortunately, Didymos did not respond at all. Merlin felt a little helpless. The black cat Didymos would fall into a deep slumber after swallowing, and then upon waking, wanting to swallow again. In the past, Merlin did not think too much about it, but right now, Merlin began to feel that the black cat Didymos was getting more and more similar to the slothful beast. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. In addition, they both possessed a terrifying ability to swallow. Seeing that the black cat Didymos was no longer responsive, Merlin shifted his gaze back to the few giants over 900 meters and hesitated for a moment. Then, in a deep voice, he said, the giant tribe must leave the giant mountain. These giants naturally saw the black cat Didymos leaping onto Merlin's shoulder, so they knew that his relationship with Didymos was not insignificant. They no longer dared to treat Merlin and Loose flippantly. With a tone of relief, the giant replied, Wizards, please be rest assured. We the giant tribe abide by our oath. Since the great being has spared us, we the giant tribe promise that we'll not take a single step into Giant Mountain hereon-forth. The giants' leaders' words echoed around the giant mountain. Below them, many of the giants each growled loudly to express their oath. As for the oath made by the giant tribe, Merlin and Loose were reassured. This was because among the numerous powerful civilizations in the Void Zone, the giant tribe's oath was like the contract signed by the spellcasters. None of the giants would betray their oath. Right, as the winners, these two wizards have the right to know everything about the Vortex Hole. We the giant tribe have guarded the vortex hole for many years, and also know of some of its secrets. Secrets? Merlin's eyes glinted. The giant tribe had guarded the vortex hole for so many years, perhaps there were some valuable clues. Yes, secrets. The vortex hole is the link to the outside world beyond the slothful beast world. This is beyond doubt. However, passing through the vortex hole is simply too arduous. It's only possible if a powerful external force ripped apart the vortex hole from the outside, then it might be possible to leave the slothful beast world through the vortex hole. Unfortunately, we have never been able to contact the outside world. When the giant had finished speaking, he stood up and roared. In an instant, all the giants inside Giant Mountain began to run out of the mountain. Hundreds and thousands of giants sprinted across the landscape, forming an unbelievable scene. Once the giants left, Luce and Merlin turned their gaze toward the vortex hole. Although what the giants said might be true, we still have to give it a try. Merlin looked at the vortex hole with steel determination blazing in his eyes. Chapter 576, Ceto and the Blackfire Lord. Chapter 576, Ceto and the Blackfire Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a huge commotion from the giant mountain. Countless giants began to walk out of the giant mountain. Led by an over 900-meter giant, they left the giant mountain. Such a large flurry was of course seen by Eldo and the others as well. It was only when almost all the giants had left that they finally recovered from their stupor. The giants had left. What actually happened? It could swallow even the giants, how terrifying. It's exactly like when we've encountered the slothful beast. Eldo and the other two were completely shell-shocked. The giant tribe was extremely hardy yet appeared to be completely defenseless towards the black hole-like mouth. Therefore, the three of them knew that there must have been a game-changer in the giant mountain. Elder Eldo, do you think these changes are linked to wizards Merlin and Luce? One of the 9th-level Mind Power Masters asked carefully. However, all three of them had already guessed the answer in their hearts, because only Merlin and Luce had entered the giant mountain. Nonetheless, it was so staggering that they simply could not believe it. Regardless of whether it was caused by wizards Merlin and Luce or not, the fact is the giant mountain is now deserted. We can finally enter the vortex hole and see what happened to wizards Merlin and Luce. Eldo paused, and took another look at the giant mountain. After observing it carefully for a moment, and discovering that there were truly no giants left, he and the other two swiftly flew toward the vortex hole. Upon flying close to the vortex hole, they spotted Merlin and Luce. Just as they were about to call out to them, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Boom! The originally clear sky turned dark in an instant. A gentle breeze blew at Merlin's black wizard robes, causing them to flap around. Merlin raised his hand up, and there was a demonic-looking blood-red eye which was blinking continuously. At the same time, pangs of howls were released amid the darkness. An immeasurably huge demon spirit, almost comparable to those giants, coalesced from within the darkness. This was the 6th form of Darkness Eye, the Darkness Demon Spirit. Sensing the deadly aura emanated by the Darkness Demon Spirit, which was no less than an intimidating expert giant, Eldo and the two other 9th-level Mind Power Masters finally realized the true capabilities of Merlin and Luce. Moreover, they realized that Merlin was the more formidable of the two, so it was not surprising that Wizard Luce appeared to value Merlin's opinions highly. Darkness Eye. This is the great legend of darkness, Wizard Ofla's special Pandora demon ability, the legendary Darkness Eye. Eldo almost exclaimed aloud. He also originated from the spellcaster civilization, and landed in the slothful beast world by accident, so he knew of the legendary Darkness Eye. With a single glance, he knew that this was the 6th form of Darkness Eye, which was comparable to a peak great wizard. Upon this revelation, Eldo was secretly glad that he did not listen to the suggestions made by some elders of Spellcast City to attack Merlin and Luce. Otherwise, Spellcast City might have been completely conquered by now. Of course, from Eldo's viewpoint, he would not know about the curse of Darkness Eye. All he knew was that the 6th form of Darkness Eye was extremely fearsome. Just Merlin's Darkness Eye was enough to reduce Spellcast City to ashes. This was the reason why Merlin and Luce had entered Spellcast City with such a carefree attitude. They had nothing to fear. Whoosh! The darkness demon spirit snarled into the air, and charged resolutely at the huge vortex hole. Crack! It came as no surprise. The moment the darkness demon spirit entered the vortex hole, it was instantly strangled, and torn into pieces. The clear sky was restored once again. Sure enough, the darkness demon spirit is unable to pass through the vortex hole. Otherwise, those over 900-meter giants would have passed through it already. Merlin mumbled under his breath. He was merely testing the vortex hole to see its strangulation powers. Now, it seemed like his darkness demon spirit could not measure up. It was important to note that those over 900-meter giants were much stronger compared to the darkness demon spirit. Despite controlling the vortex hole for such a long time, they were unable to leave the vortex hole, which proved how difficult it was to leave via the vortex hole. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Loose. After witnessing the darkness demon spirit being strangled to death, Eldo and the others could not help but fly to the two wizards. Actually, Merlin had already discovered Eldo and the others. He nodded at them casually. Elders, the giant tribe has relinquished the giant mountain. You can inform all the spellcasters via Spellcast City that they can come to Giant Mountain. Here, the spellcasters will not be attacked. Eldo and the rest of them were overjoyed in their hearts, and even felt a little excited. Wizard Merlin, who got rid of the giant tribe? Wizard Loose stepped forward. In a low voice, he said, "It's Wizard Merlin's friend, Sir Didymos." Sir Didymos? Eldo had never seen Didymos before because whenever Didymos was perched on Merlin's shoulder, he was hidden from view. "Didymos, wake up!" Merlin began to wake up Didymos not because he wanted to show Eldo and the others, but because he was unsatisfied unless he could learn how strong the strangulation power of the vortex hole was. Would the power of a legend be powerful enough to affect the vortex hole? This would require Didymos' help to verify. Meow. Didymos responded lazily. "Merlin, this is the last time I'll help you. Don't bother me anymore, I need to sleep for a while." Thus, the black cat Didymos jumped up, opened his huge mouth, and began to madly swallow the vortex hole. Hoo. Didymos' swallowing ability was incomparably mighty that even space was shattered and vanished. Even the entire giant mountain seemed to be shaking. If Didymos had so willed, it would be child's play to swallow the entire giant mountain. However, it was not enough to affect the vortex hole. There was not even a trace of influence, and the vortex hole remained unchanged. There's no way, this vortex hole is undefeatable. The power of an ordinary legend is unable to move it. Merlin, you have to find a way yourself, I'm going to sleep. The black cat Didymos indeed seemed tired. Without caring about what Merlin had to say, he quickly sprawled on his shoulder and fell asleep. Merlin could only shake his head helplessly. As for the black cat Didymos, as long as he finished swallowing, he would need to sleep to digest it into energy. Hence, he was quite disgruntled at Merlin's call. "Wizard Merlin, this is Sir Didymos?" Wizard Eldo only finally recovered after a long time, with a stunned look still etched on his face, seemingly still reveling in shock. The aura emitted by the black cat Didymos earlier had almost caused Eldo and the others to suffocate. It was an incredibly mighty power that far exceeded a great wizard, equal to a great legend. This was a being comparable to a great legend. Ha, the spellcaster force can finally be saved. Eldo immediately remembered Titus, who was also comparable to a great legend. Finally, Titus conquered the various tribes across the slothful beast world and became the unchallengeable king. That was also the most glorious era for spellcasters in the slothful beast world. Right now, on the other hand, the spellcasters were at the lowest point in history. Due to the continuous attack by other tribes, raising mind power masters who could rival great wizards had almost become a far-fetched fantasy. This time, however, with the presence of the black cat Didymos as well as Merlin's sixth form of Darkness Eye, Eldo had understood that the spellcasters would once again achieve a glorious era in the slothful beast world. Be rest assured, Wizard Merlin, I'll immediately inform Spellcast City as well as the entire spellcaster civilization for them to move to the giant mountain. Eldo was ecstatic. He was ready to leave without delay. Merlin considered for a moment and said, "Let Wizard Loose go with you. Wizard Loose can wield spells, and has some casting tools, so he should be of help to you." Loose nodded. Coming into the slothful beast world, it was pitiful to see the once powerful spellcaster civilization so weak here. Therefore, he was happy to contribute to the spellcaster force right now. Looks like I'll be staying in this slothful beast world for a long time. Merlin stared at the huge vortex hole with a look of despair. For now, there was no way for him to leave the slothful beast world through the vortex hole. All he could do now was to wait quietly. In the dark and icy void zone, there was a dazzling dimension that was moving slowly. Just a single glance would give anyone a feeling of awe. This was Arcane City, belonging to the spellcaster civilization, a dimension that was created by the arcane wizards, and could move around. In a secret space inside Arcane City, the Blackfire Lord was sitting quietly by the door, seemingly to be waiting for something. Swoosh! Suddenly, the Blackfire Lord stood up abruptly, and stared at the door. Blackfire, you have been waiting outside for 36 years. The door opened, and there was a ball of glowing light that could not be discerned. Great Arcane Wizard Ceto, my disciple Merlin has been swallowed by the slothful beast. Therefore, I would like to request Wizard Ceto to please rescue my disciple. The Blackfire Lord said respectfully. Although he was a highly admired Great Lord, before this ball of light, he had nothing to be proud of. This was because this was one of the 3 most powerful arcane wizards in the spellcaster civilization. It was attributed to these 3 great arcane wizards that the entire spellcaster civilization could flourish and prosper into one of the most powerful civilizations. The arcane wizards also represented the apex existences of the hundreds and thousands of dimensions in the void zone. Slothful beast? Your disciple had encountered the slothful beast, then there's nothing I can do. You should know the slothful beast quite well. I'm powerless against it. Upon hearing the request, Arcane Wizard Ceto kept silent for a moment, and replied slowly. The Blackfire Lord hesitated for a second, and then steeled his expression. In a deep voice, he said, Merlin is my most valued disciple. He might have the possibility of perfecting the mind power system. Before he could finish, Wizard Ceto interrupted him. Blackfire, do you still think that someone can reverse the natural order and perfect the mind power system? It's impossible. The 2 other arcane wizards and I have done the calculations together. It's completely impossible for anyone to perfect the mind power system. The natural order exists as an indication of our limitations. So, in order to go against the natural order, one must first transcend the limitations. How could there be anyone without any limitation? Even we the arcane wizards are still subject to the natural order. Though there are innumerable civilizations throughout the hundreds and thousands of dimensions in the void zone, who among them could transcend the limitations and reverse the natural order? There was no doubt that Wizard Ceto's voice was steadfast. The Blackfire Lord took a deep breath, appearing to have made a major decision. In a grave tone, he said, Wizard Ceto, I'm willing to use the previous promise you made to me. Promise? Blackfire, you're my junior disciple. Back then, before our teacher, I made you a promise. The hope was that at a most critical time, I'll be able to help you. Right now, however, you're going to use up this remarkably precious promise for a disciple? Wizard Ceto's tone reflected some degree of sternness. Nevertheless, the information revealed via this exchange was enough to completely overwhelm countless people. The ultimate arcane wizard Ceto was actually the senior disciple alongside the Blackfire Lord, and were taught by the same teacher. It was rumored that the Blackfire Lord was one of the most ancient great lords, but it was unexpected that he had such a special and close relationship with arcane wizard Ceto. Chapter 577, Illusion? Reality? Chapter 577, Illusion? Reality? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Blackfire Lord just lowered his head, and did not speak for a long time. The dilemma on his face was clearly visible. After a moment, Wizard Ceto shook his head helplessly and sighed. Very well, this is your own choice. However, my real body is in the Seelie dimension. The Rock Tribe seems poised for another attack, so I have to hold the fort here. I'll send a spatial avatar to go with you, but I can't guarantee that it'll be able to successfully rescue your disciple. Upon hearing that Wizard Ceto finally agreed to mobilize a spatial avatar, the Blackfire Lord was ecstatically happy. After all, he was quite familiar with arcane Wizard Ceto. Arcane wizards had many avatars as their understanding of the elements and the maxims have achieved the optimum, and could be created at will. Therefore, the avatars were constructed with every type of element as their foundation. Then, with tremendous effort, they were consolidated into avatars that were comparable to the most skillful lord. In fact, as it was Arcane Wizard's avatar, it would also comprise some of the Arcane Wizard's techniques and abilities, which were endless. Being able to dispatch an avatar was considered the best possible outcome. Wizard Ceto, please don't worry. If we fail to rescue him, then it shall be Merlin's fate. The Blackfire Lord was acutely aware that it was impossible to kill the slothful beast. Back then, the three great arcane wizards had joined forces but were unable to catch the slothful beast, not to mention kill it. All they could do was to allow Wizard Ceto as avatar to see if he could find any breakthrough points to rescue Merlin. Alright, the happenings in the Seelie dimension are truly complicated, and the Rock Tribe is poised for another attack. My real body cannot leave this place, but if there's a glimmer of hope to rescue your disciple, I can transfer some of my real powers through the avatar. The commitment shown by Wizard Ceto was simply because the Blackfire Lord was his one and only junior disciple. After their teacher had disappeared, he had activated the power of the arcane wizards, but still could not find their teacher. Therefore, Wizard Ceto would give his best for his one and only junior disciple. The Blackfire Lord's lips quivered like there were some words he was wanted to say. After a long pause, the Blackfire Lord seemed to make up his mind. In a deep voice, he said, "Thank you, senior disciple." 1. Ever since teacher disappeared, this is the first time you're calling me brother. It appears that this disciple truly occupies a special place in your heart. Now, I'm curious to see this disciple whom you're willing to sacrifice so much for. Swoosh! This dazzling ball of light wrapped around the Blackfire Lord, and then, in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. Days turned into months, and months turned into years. By this time, Merlin had been inside the slothful beast world for over 30 years. In these 30 years, the giant mountain had completely flourished into a place controlled by the spellcasters. Spellcast City was now located in the giant mountain. Right now, there was no longer any protection from the runic magic circle. Any spellcaster could enter and exit freely. It was the most developed place among the spellcaster civilization. In the past 30 over years, due to Merlin's presence, coupled with the migration of the giants as well as the spreading of news, the spellcaster civilization had once again become the most powerful civilization in the slothful beast world. Generally, none of the tribes dared to attack them any longer. Of course, in reality, the spellcaster civilization was only strong on the outside, and hollow on the inside. It was entirely dependent on Merlin. Even after some 30 years, they have not been able to produce a single mind power master who could rival a great wizard. However, the number of 9th level mind power masters had increased slightly. With more time, perhaps it would have been possible to produce a mind power master who could rival a great wizard. Nevertheless, just because the other tribes did not initiate any attacks, it did not mean that Merlin was twiddling his thumbs. The black cat Didymos would wake up once every few years, and the first thing he would do was swallow. 2. Therefore, the black cat Didymos would stir up upheaval in the slothful beast world every couple of years. The entire slothful beast world was like a paradise for the black cat Didymos because he could swallow as much as he liked. At the same time, Didymos' abilities were improving rapidly. Finally, a few years ago, the black cat Didymos' power leveled up to be equivalent to a legend with 2 maxims. Such speedy progress surprised even Merlin. Once again, he witnessed the unlimited potential brought about by reversing the natural order. In any case, while the black cat Didymos was improving, Merlin was not left completely empty-handed either. In the slothful beast world, Merlin made use of the elemental crystal stones in his collection to acquire casting tools on a large scale. The prices were extremely low, so just a few hundred elemental crystal stones were enough to acquire a good casting tool. Previously, Merlin merely wanted to give it a try, and did not hold any hopes whatsoever. He disseminated a message among the spellcaster civilization, saying that he would like to acquire the components of the legendary god-binding disc belonging to Wizard Bell of the Malta Empire. The spellcasters who entered the slothful beast world were very close to the era of the Malta Empire, so they were not unfamiliar with the god-binding disc. Nevertheless, even Merlin could not have anticipated that a blessing would appear so unexpectedly. A spellcaster brought with him 2 components of the God-binding disc. Judging from the vibration emitted by the 7 components of the God-binding disc in Merlin's collection, they were the final 2 components of the genuine God-binding disc. In the end, Merlin only spent 200 elemental crystal stones to acquire the final 2 components of the God-binding disc. Subsequently, an ecstatic Merlin restored the God-binding disc. This was a powerful casting tool which used to be able to suppress the gods. However, it seemed that Merlin's luck had run out. He tried using the complete God-binding disc to fight some of the foreign tribes who were comparable to the most skillful great wizard, but found that it was ineffective and could not suppress them. It was supposed to be a casting tool that could suppress the gods, yet it failed to suppress even the most skillful great wizard. This caused Merlin to wonder if a large portion of the God-binding disc had been destroyed over a long time, and no longer had its suppressing abilities. However, after careful studying, Merlin was faintly able to draw an inference. The God-binding disc was specifically transfigured by Wizard Bel to fight the gods, so perhaps its suppression power was only effective on the gods. This was purely Merlin's conjecture. If he wanted to verify his inference, he would have to test it on a real god. Unfortunately, there was no real god in the slothful beast world. Besides the God-binding disc, Merlin's spell fusion had also achieved a breakthrough. His fire-type, thunder-type, wind-type and ice-type spells had finally achieved perfect fusion. The fusion of 4 elemental spells boosted his powers tremendously. Originally, he was only infinitely close to a great wizard, but now, he had grown to become comparable to a great wizard. This was Merlin's most powerful ability besides Darkness Eye. With this successful 4 elemental spell fusion, Merlin had also laid down a solid foundation for his spell model fusion when he became a 9th level spell caster in the future. As for the remaining Earth-type and Darkness-type spell fusion, it would have to depend on his luck and plenty of practice. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. Merlin only put some of his energy into spell fusion. Once he managed to achieve Ice-type spell fusion, Merlin could no longer spare any energy. He devoted his entire attention to perfecting the mind power system. In particular, Merlin was now in the first step of hallucinating spells, which required more refining. Thus, in this period, he had spent almost all his time underneath the illusion monument, accumulating understanding about the essence of hallucinating spells. Hallucinating spells were also divided into a few steps. Currently, Merlin was only at the most basic first step. His mind power also did not improve by much. If he could gain a more advanced understanding of hallucinating spells, perhaps it would help improve his mind power. However, understanding hallucinating spells also required large amounts of energy. It was not a result that would manifest overnight. Merlin had integrated the previous method of darkness-type spell illusion with the mind power hallucinating spell, and also combined the illusion from the Blackfire Lord. Gradually, Merlin's understanding of hallucinating spells began to deepen. In the past, Merlin could only entrap spellcasters like Wizard Luce who did not have strong mind power. Trying to entrap a mind power master who had consolidated a mind heart was almost impossible. Right now, however, with the steady improvement in Merlin's hallucinating spells, and his enormous mind power which far exceeded the mind hearts of the average mind power masters, his hallucinating spells began to improve tremendously. Even a 9th level mind power master who had consolidated a mind heart, if he was not careful, might fall prey to Merlin's illusion. Nevertheless, this was still far from what Merlin had envisioned to achieve. Merlin's target was the second step of hallucinating spells, which could entrap great wizards. Back then, the Blackfire Lord's hallucinating spells were at this level. He was able to entrap some of the powerful mind power great wizards. However, despite staying underneath the illusion monument for such a long time, there was no way for him to proceed further. There were also other 7th and 8th level mind power masters under the illusion monument who were frowning hard, and could not progress. Understanding hallucinating spells was simply too difficult and challenging. Even equipped with theory, and the fact that Titus had undergone this path, it was difficult for anyone to follow in his footsteps. What more is needed? Merlin was frowning tautly. This time, he had set his gaze on the huge illusion monument. It was unknown what material this illusion monument was made of. Even Merlin could not tell. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange force field around the illusion monument. Anyone who entered this place would be affected by it, which was quite extraordinary. Merlin extended his mind power to the illusion monument but could not find anything out of the ordinary. Did Titus leave behind this illusion monument merely for such a simple purpose, just to let people learn some theories about his mind power system? Somehow, Merlin felt that there was more than meets the eye with this illusion monument. However, he was unable to decipher its secret. Slowly, Merlin shut his eyes, and extended his mind power, shrouding everyone who was inside the illusion monument. Naturally, he began to wield his hallucinating spells. Underneath the illusion monument, there was a strange force field. It required large amounts of mind power in order to wield hallucinating spells in this force field. This was also the first time Merlin was wielding hallucinating spells within the vicinity of the illusion monument. Moreover, the mind power masters who were learning underneath the illusion monument were all somewhat accomplished in hallucinating spells, so they would not be entrapped by ordinary hallucinating spells. This time, Merlin had put in maximum effort, and a strange, peculiar mind power fluctuation began to ooze into the vicinity of the illusion monument. Merlin saw that almost everyone had been entrapped in some form of illusion. A smile appeared on his face. Although he had yet to achieve the second stage of hallucinating spells, he was able to entrap some spellcasters who had already consolidated a mind-heart, including some 9th-level spellcasters. All trapped in an illusion. Perhaps they are unable to tell whether it was underneath the illusion monument or somewhere else, that they fell into an illusion. They cannot differentiate reality and illusion. Merlin mumbled under his breath. Seeing these spellcasters entrapped in an illusion, he violently raised his head to stare at the humongous illusion monument. Earlier, when he had used the hallucinating spells to entrap these mind power masters, he suddenly realized that the illusion monument also became unreal. It was as if the illusion monument did not exist at all. Illusion? Reality? Looking at the close-up, lifelike illusion monument, a storm began to crash down on Merlin's heart. Chapter 578, Illusory World I. Chapter 578, Illusory World I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The humongous illusion monument shrouded inside Merlin's mind power, becoming like a dream. This feeling was too familiar to Merlin. Back then, the Blackfire Lord's hallucinating spell also had such a feeling. Illusion. Merlin was dumbfounded when he had realized it. Apparently, he was already in an illusion, and he was not the only one. Everyone who could see the illusion monument and thought that it existed had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. Such a hallucinating spell was simply unheard of. Merlin took a deep breath and calmed his raging emotions. The illusion monument was still there. Merlin might have noticed the clues, but he could not see through the illusion. Thus, he slowly closed his eyes with unprecedented peace of mind. At this moment, his mind inadvertently drifted toward the kingdom of Black Moon. He thought of his father, Old Wilson, his wives Avril and Cherise, and his children. He also thought of Blackwater City, Wilson Castle, Fatty Gut, Carice, and many more. Perhaps influenced by the invisible force field around the illusion monument, suddenly, a pang of loneliness and solitude began to fill Merlin's heart. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the Void Zone for a few decades. In spellcaster terms, this was only a very short period. Even the Black Cat Didymos would sleep for a few years at a time. A few decades were nothing more than a few nights of deep slumber for the Black Cat Didymos. However, to the Normies, a few decades constituted more than half of their entire lifetime. Even if Old Wilson was still alive, he would be old and frail. His two wives might no longer have their youthful beauty but had grown into ordinary old ladies that even Merlin might not recognize. As for his son and daughter, they seemed a little fuzzy in Merlin's memory. In Merlin's heart, there was an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loneliness. A spellcaster's life was destined to be lonely. They had a long lifespan, so their life goals were not what ordinary people could imagine. It appears that there's still no peace in my heart. Merlin smiled bitterly, and opened his eyes. He knew that the reason he was remembering these things was because of this non-existent illusion monument. It was the strange force field that stirred up the feelings of loneliness and solitude in Merlin's heart. Throughout the spellcasters' long lives, relatives were mere passers-by who could accompany them only for a few decades. Spellcasters aren't born emotionless, but with the departure of our relatives, and being slowly replaced by strangers, how can we not feel lonely? Merlin muttered softly. Right now, a sense of peace blossomed in his heart, and the feeling of loneliness no longer festered but gradually faded away. Illusion Monument. Thank you for making me feel lonely, but I'll not be lulled by the loneliness. Instead, I'll enjoy this loneliness. Merlin raised his head fiercely. Suddenly, without warning, his mind power began to grow rapidly, just like when he was in the mine tower. All of Merlin's understanding and mind power multiplied wildly. At Merlin's level, the only way to increase mind power quickly was to gain an understanding of it. Merlin looked up at the illusion monument. Before his eyes, the illusion monument slowly disappeared. There was naught but a casting tool which contained mind power in the middle of the square. It was this mind power that was broadcasted across the entire spellcast city. Almost everyone was trapped in this mind power's hallucinating spell. Most of all, this was only a single strand of mind power. Such a terrifying mind power, and what an impressive broadcast! For the first time, Merlin felt the greatness of Titus, which far surpassed Eldo's introduction. Just by leaving behind a strand of mind power, Titus had entrapped people in an illusion for so many years. They truly believed that there was an illusion monument left behind by Titus, and so many people even studied underneath the illusion monument, which was both funny and shocking. Merlin looked around. The mind power masters were still deeply entranced by the illusion of the illusion monument, thinking that they were gaining some insights. Across the illusion monument was Spellcast City, where there were countless people looking wistfully from afar. The entire Spellcast City had been enchanted by this mind power's hallucinating spell. Titus. Merlin whispered the name. Then, he slowly stood up, and came to the illusion monument. He reached out his hand and gently touched the illusion monument. Although he had come to realize that it was merely a hallucinating spell, that sense of solidness as well as strange familiarization feeling made it easy to convince anyone that this was a real, magical illusion monument. A mind power broadcast that didn't disappear after so many years. Titus, I want to know your purpose. Merlin appeared to be talking to himself, but he slowly extended his hand as if he could not see the illusion monument. Subsequently, he directly extended it into the illusion monument, and held it gently. Boom! Everyone in the entire Spellcast City seemed to endure a huge shock in their hearts. They were momentarily stunned, uncertain where the feeling had come from. Whoosh! The mind power masters underneath the illusion monument suddenly jolted awake. They were astonished to discover that the illusion monument had disappeared. All that was left was an endless square. What happened? How did the illusion monument disappear? Earlier, my heart seemed to have endured a massive hit. What's going on? Only Merlin alone knew what was going on. At this moment, there was a white pearl-like bead in his hand. Inside, there was a strand of mind power. It was this strand of mind power that had been broadcasting throughout Spellcast City, causing everyone who entered Spellcast City to be unknowingly trapped within its illusion. This bead was left behind by Titus, for what reason? What was the motivation for creating this illusion? Currently, the white bead in Merlin's hand was no longer glowing. On the contrary, it looked quite plain. Merlin frowned. He had noticed that there was a strand of mind power inside the bead, so it should have been left behind by Titus. It was quite incomprehensible to think that this bead was able to trap everyone in Spellcast City in an illusion. Swoosh! Merlin mobilized his mind power, and encapsulated this bead. As Merlin expected, his mind power was swiftly absorbed by the bead. Merlin found himself inside a foreign world. Amid the azure sky, the sun was scorching like fire. Merlin looked up, and surprisingly spotted 3 suns. He was dumbfounded. Was he still in Spellcast City? Then, when Merlin looked downward, there was a large city floating languidly in the air. There were many mind power masters coming in and going out, including some mind power masters who were comparable to great wizards. This city was almost the same as Spellcast City, and its surrounding was wrapped with layers of runic magic circle. The only difference was the missing humongous illusion monument. Despite the large number of people, Merlin did not know any of them. What's happening? Merlin used his mind power to sweep below him, but he could feel any life force. These people were all real, and some of the mind power masters were even glaring daggers at Merlin. His act of using mind power to investigate them was considered an extremely provocative behavior. Fortunately, the mind power currently demonstrated by Merlin was very powerful, in addition to the fact that he had just undergone a breakthrough. Hence, these mind power masters did not dare pick a fight with Merlin but simply left in a hurry. Swish! Merlin left Spellcast City, and began flying toward other places. He immediately flew to the giant mountain. There, the giants still remained. Some of them had even launched attacks on Merlin, but he did not care, and left at once. This place was exactly similar to Spellcast City and the slothful beast world. There were even life forces, so it did not seem like an illusory world. So which world was the real one? At this moment, Merlin's heart was burdened with a sense of confusion. Soon, his confusion cleared up, and his heart became resolute. Looking up at the sky, he intoned, "Titus, come out, I know this is your illusion." Merlin could not detect that this was an illusion, but he knew that his mind power must have been trapped inside the white bead. Merlin was beginning to gain an understanding of Titus' mind-boggling and unimaginable hallucinating spells, so he knew that they cannot be gauged by common sense. Finally, someone is able to see through the illusion and obtain the illusion bead. A faint voice echoed in all directions. Merlin looked around but did not see any silhouette. "You don't have to look, I'm everywhere." Just as the words subsided, more than a dozen young spellcaster wearing long white wizard robes materialized out of thin air around Merlin. These wizards all looked exactly the same, down to the deep glint in their eyes. Titus! Merlin was immediately able to guess the identity of this white-robed wizard. Other than Titus, who had left the bead behind, there could be no one else. "Yes, I'm Titus." Titus' figures began to overlap, and a dozen people quickly disappeared. All that was left was a single figure, who slowly made his way toward Merlin. He assessed Merlin, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, finally someone achieved the second step of hallucinating spells, and entered my world." "Your world?" Merlin was shocked. All of this was beyond Merlin's comprehension. This world was almost like a dimension. Was this all created by Titus? Does that mean that he was equivalent to an ultimate arcane wizard? That was simply impossible. "Yes, my world. This is the illusory world that I've created." There was a hint of pride on Titus' face. Then, he continued. "You must have collected the inheritance that I've left behind in Spellcast City? The three main realms: hallucinating spells, illusory heart, and illusory world. The outside world all know that I have only achieved the illusory heart, but who knew that I have been trying to create my own illusory world?" "Illusory world? You've succeeded?" There was a look of astonishment in Merlin's eyes. Naturally, he knew of Titus' theory, so he was aware of how formidable one would be upon consolidating the illusory world. The illusory heart was already comparable to a legend. The illusory world was something that no one had been able to achieve. However, according to Titus' deduction, if someone had managed to consolidate the illusory world, he would never be harmed by a legend ever again. Invincible legend. This was the formidable power of consolidating the illusory world. Succeeded? If I had succeeded, then I wouldn't have left this strand of mind power here. Titus' voice was full of despair and bitterness. Chapter 579, Illusory World 2. Chapter 579, Illusory World 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Unsuccessful? Merlin carefully looked at this illusory world. The life force on every living being was so realistic that Merlin could not discern the difference. Every piece of land, tree, and insect here were completely lifelike. How could that be termed unsuccessful? Using mind power to create such a complete illusory world was no less difficult than creating a real world. In fact, Merlin could not imagine how Titus had managed to create this world. Titus' expression was extremely convoluted. He gazed at the land and the sky, then looked at the scary giants at the giant mountain as well as the mind power masters going in and out of Spellcast City. Here, deaths occurred, and new lives were being born every day. It was an incomparably real world. Back then, in order to perfect the theory, I continued to pursue the mind-power system. I thought that once I was able to create my own illusory world, my theory would be successful because that's the last of the three main realms of hallucinating spells. You won't be able to imagine that when this illusory world was created, it was modeled after the time when I was still alive. I basically moved the entire slothful beast world into this place. At that time, Spellcast City was still situated at the Vortex Hole, but thereafter, the giants conquered the Vortex Hole, and drove away the Spellcaster civilization. The illusory world that I've created was changing almost every day. I thought that it was a perfect world since it could operate on its own, like a real world. After thousands or 10,000 years, I don't know the extent to which this world would develop. However, thereafter, I gradually realized that my mind power had not improved at all. It didn't undergo any transformation. I realized that this world was imperfect. Otherwise, I would have possessed an illusory world, and my mind power would have undergone a substantive transformation. I madly tore down this world, and used all sorts of methods to perfect it, but until the day I died, I could not do it. Sometimes, I get confused and even doubt whether my theory is flawed. In this world, can the mind power system be perfected? Perhaps, reversing the natural order isn't something humans can achieve. After listening to Titus' story, and seeing his discouraged, sorrowful expression, Merlin's heart was deeply touched. Among all the wizards he had met, Titus was someone who had traveled the furthest on the mind power path. His accomplishments had far exceeded other mind power masters, not just by a single step but by several steps. Among the three main realms of hallucinating spells, Titus had reached the critical point of the third realm, illusory world. He was a hair's breadth away from successfully creating the illusory world. However, he failed in the end. Such a complete world that could evolve and develop on its own was completely indistinguishable from a real world. Every living being in this world was vividly alive. Each had their own story and ideas. How was it different from the real world? However, still, Titus had failed. This was not a complete world. Since you're dead, what's this mind power about? Moreover, what about this illusion bead? Merlin knew that Titus had died in the end. After all, he was in the slothful beast world. Without a substantive transformation of mind power, he could not sustain his physical body. In the absence of elemental crystal stones, Titus had died. Nevertheless, he left behind this illusion bead, and even used a single strand of mind power to broadcast across Spellcast City. Titus stretched out his finger. In an instant, their environment changed drastically. A long table appeared in a quiet house, and the two of them sat facing one another. In this illusory world, Titus was almost omnipotent. Even feats that defied logic were considered a child's play to him. Sit down. Let's talk leisurely, and I'll tell you everything. Titus smiled and continued. I'm indeed dead, but I'm not willing to die just like that. I'm peeved that the theory I created couldn't be fulfilled. Even if I die, I want to witness with my own eyes that my theory being fulfilled one day. Therefore, I transfigured the illusion bead, and put the imperfect illusory world in it. I also integrated my mind power into the illusory world. As long as the illusory world doesn't disappear, in theory, I will not die. Merlin understood Titus' meaning. The current Titus was nothing more than a strand of mind power or a mind power that carried all of Titus' memories. It could not be cultivated, so it would disappear completely once it left the illusion bead. Won't die? Then if I'm to destroy the illusion bead, what would happen to you? Merlin suddenly raised his head, looking at Titus with a bemused expression. Titus' expression remained unchanged. He articulated clearly, if the illusion bead was destroyed, the entire illusory world would collapse. Then, my mind power would vanish as well. Merlin smiled. He had guessed correctly. There was no such thing as would not die. For example, even though honored legends could attach themselves to a maxim, they would still die if a powerful force destroyed the maxim. In fact, even the ultimate arcane wizards could die if they encountered a more powerful force. No one could live forever. This illusion bead was very fragile. Merlin could easily crush it, and the entire illusory world would collapse. Tell me, what's the purpose of you leaving behind the illusion bead? Merlin gently picked up the tea on the table. It tasted slightly bitter but smelled wonderful. Despite knowing that it was an illusion, Merlin could not differentiate between reality and illusion in this illusory world. Purpose? Of course, there's a purpose. I left behind the illusion bead because I was waiting for someone to step into the second step of hallucinating spells. Sadly, after so many years, only precious few managed to enter the first step of hallucinating spells, what more the second step? You're the only mind power master who had finally entered the second step of hallucinating spells. Although you're still far from the third step, I can only choose you. Titus sighed softly, and looked at Merlin with a complicated expression. Huh? Choose me? Did you deliberately let me see through the illusion monument? Merlin's heart ticked as he deciphered the implications of Titus' words. Ha ha, of course, it was deliberate. According to my original intention, only someone who has entered the second stage of illusory heart would be qualified to obtain the illusion bead. That would be my most ideal candidate. However, as you can see, Spellcast City is in the doldrums. If I have to wait for someone to achieve the illusory heart stage, I might have to wait forever. Therefore, I don't want to wait endlessly anymore. Once you've reached the second step of hallucinating spells, I deliberately allowed you to discover the secret that the illusion monument is a hallucinating spell, and subsequently, let you obtain the illusion bead. Merlin did not feel that there was anything wrong with the explanation, which corresponded to his own speculations. He knew very well that he was not a mind power genius. At best, he was slightly more talented and had better luck, hence he was able to walk in front of many mind power masters. Compared to Titus, however, the difference was too pronounced. My purpose is very simple, to pass the illusion bead to you with the hope that one day, after you've achieved the realm of illusory heart, you'll work hard to create the illusory world, and perfect my theory. This is so that my illusory world can be completed. I'm dissatisfied as I don't believe that my theory is flawed. This theory is absolutely right. If you're willing to promise me this, then you can refine this bead. Don't look down on this illusion bead. Once you've refined it, you'll be able to control the illusory world in it. Although it's imperfect, it's still possible to entrap an ordinary legend in the illusion. You can regard it as a casting tool that can rival a great legend. Merlin's heart skipped. Control this illusory world? If he could really control it, then Merlin did not doubt Titus' words that it could entrap a great legend in its illusion. He had experienced this illusion personally. Even the life forces appeared to be real, so it was no longer comparable to ordinary illusions. This was far more powerful than the Blackfire Lord's illusion in the past. Anyone would be tempted to own a casting tool that could trap a legend, and Merlin was no exception. However, Merlin frowned. He still had some doubts. If I can control the illusory world, what benefit is it to you? Don't tell me it's just to witness your system being perfected. I don't believe such nonsense. Merlin was still somewhat wary of Titus. After all, his bizarreness surpassed even the Blackfire Lord. Not only did he create a mind power system that no one had ever created before, but it reached such an incredibly advanced level of mind-blowing proportions. Of course, it won't be enough for me just to be able to witness someone else perfect my system. Since you've inherited my mind power system, you should know what comes after the three main realms, after the illusory world. From illusion to reality, reverse the natural order. Merlin answered coldly. That's right, from illusion to reality, reverse the natural order. This is the last step of the mind power system. Before reaching this final step, you can never claim to perfect the mind power system. Based on my conceptualization, if you've managed to convert illusion into reality, and reverse the natural order, then what do you think will happen to my illusory world? It would become real. Everything would be converted from illusion into reality. In other words, if one day you've managed to turn illusion into reality, I would be resurrected. Illusion into reality? Resurrection? Stormy waves began to crash down on Merlin's heart. He felt that Titus was overly crazy. Even if he had completely inherited Titus' mind power system, he had never thought that turning illusion into reality would bring about such an inconceivable, unbelievable effect. This was like creating something out of nothing, and was a million times harder than creating a completely real dimension. This was akin to a fool's daydream. Don't look at me like that. The world of mind power must involve bold imagination. You must dare to imagine, and dare to make it happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to create such a great mind power system. Although I know that it would be very difficult, some hope is better than none. Moreover, once you've refined the illusion bead, you'll find out whether what I said is true. You can easily cause this mind power of mine to disappear. After a long moment, Merlin raised his head. The mind power transformed into a gentle breeze, and disappeared from the illusory world. All that was left was a soft murmur, "I'll prove it." Swoosh. Chapter 580, Controlling the Illusion Bead. Chapter 580, Controlling the Illusion Bead. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin, what happened to you? Beside Merlin's ear, Wizard Luce's voice rang. The latter was looking at Merlin with a concerned expression. Oh, nothing, what just happened? Merlin suddenly woke up and realized that a crowd had gathered. The illusion monument had disappeared. I don't know what happened either. Wizard Luce shrugged, indicating that he did not know the details. He had never been overly concerned with the illusion monument, so its sudden disappearance did not affect him. However, the rest of the wizards in Spellcast City would not think the same way. Merlin scanned his gaze across the crowd, and subtly shook his head. He grasped the illusion bead tightly in his hand, and returned to the vortex hole with Luce. Here, there was a castle. It was Merlin and Luce's residence, so no one from Spellcast City would disturb them. Upon returning to the castle, Merlin stretched out his palm, and revealed the white illusion bead resting in it. It was all because of this illusion bead that the entire Spellcast City had been trapped in an illusion for so many years. Merlin carefully studied the white illusion bead and did not discover any peculiarity. At most, it was a casting tool transfigured from ordinary materials. However, Merlin needed to make some preparations. He woke up the black cat Didymos. Although Didymos was sleeping, if there was an emergency, he could still be woken up. Didymos, in a while, I'm going to take control of this white bead. If you sense something wrong, don't hesitate and destroy the bead immediately. The black cat Didymos nodded and said, Don't worry, it's just an ordinary casting tool. Why are you so nervous? Merlin smiled, and did not say anything. He consolidated his mind imprint, and fiercely engraved it into the illusion bead. Hum hum hum. Taking control of a casting tool was very easy. All it required was engraving one's mind imprint. Right now, Merlin was engraving his mind imprint into the illusion bead. Even though Merlin was on his highest guard, taking control of the illusion bead was quite easy. His mind imprint was engraved into the illusion bead without a hitch. Moreover, Merlin had finally understood why Titus said that as long as Merlin controlled the illusion bead, everything would become clear to him. The moment Merlin took control of the illusion bead, he could distinctly feel everything inside the illusion bead, including Titus' mind power strand. If Merlin had so desired, he could immediately destroy Titus' mind power. This was because the entire illusory world was contained in the illusion bead. After all, Titus did not manage to perfect the illusory world. Otherwise, the illusory world would be situated in Titus' awareness, and not in this illusion bead. Nevertheless, Merlin did not destroy Titus' mind power. Up to this point, everything that Titus had told him was the truth. Titus did not hide anything, so allowing his mind power strand to remain in the illusory world would not pose any threat to Merlin. Therefore, allowing Titus' mind power to stay would be of great help to Merlin in perfecting the mind power system in the future. Phew! Merlin opened his eyes. The black cat Didymos jumped onto his shoulder happily. Merlin, you've controlled this casting tool, right? Yes, it's controlled now. However, Didymos, you can try out its power. Merlin's lips curved into a cryptic smile. Then, he manipulated the illusion bead and the illusory world to quickly shroud around the black cat Didymos. Boom! Merlin only managed to mobilize the illusory world for a split second, but he felt like his entire body had fallen into a deep swamp, and felt inexplicably exhausted. Mind power, why did it consume so much mind power? Merlin was dumbfounded. He had only tried to mobilize the illusory world for a short moment but discovered that it was incomparably difficult. Even for a split second, his mind power had almost been entirely diminished. This split second did not affect the black cat Didymos in any form. Instead, he was peering at Merlin quite curiously. Seeing that Merlin was unresponsive, Didymos could not be bothered to rack its brains, and resumed sleeping on Merlin's shoulder. Whoosh! Merlin's mind power projection swiftly entered the illusory world. Titus! Merlin was biting back anger as he hollered. Oh! Wizard Merlin, you've taken control of the illusion bead, so you must know that I've been telling the truth, right? Titus smiled jovially as he appeared in the sky. Merlin's face, on the other hand, was extremely dark. Coldly, he asked, Titus, what's happening? I only mobilized the illusory world for a split second, but my mind power is completely exhausted. Merlin remembered that Titus had mentioned once he had controlled the illusory world in the illusion bead. He might even be able to trap great legends in the illusion. Merlin had also personally experienced the illusory world, so he basically agreed with Titus' comment. Right now, however, he realized that he was completely unable to mobilize the illusory world. Titus shook his head helplessly, and said in an even tone, Wizard Merlin, you should know that the illusory world was consolidated by me. You haven't been fully integrated into the illusory world, so naturally, you are unable to easily mobilize the illusory world. You can only use the illusory bead to forcefully mobilize the illusory world, and this would require an immense amount of mind power as support. You mean that I can't mobilize the illusory world? Merlin's expression darkened even further. He was beginning to feel cheated by Titus. No, you can still mobilize the illusory world, but your mind power has to be even more powerful. Your mind power must grow by many folds, at least to the point of consolidating a 9th-level mind heart. Then, you may be somewhat able to mobilize the illusory world, though still unable to do as you please. Unless and until you can fully control the illusory world and integrate it with your mind power. This will, however, require your hallucinating spells to achieve the stage of the illusory heart. If I integrate it with my mind power upon achieving the illusory heart, then I won't have a choice whether or not to perfect the illusory world. I'll be forced to help you perfect this illusory world? Merlin immediately realized the implications. Of course. Wizard Merlin, once the illusory world is integrated into your mind power, this world would be yours. It would no longer be related to me. I'll be just a strand of mind power in it. Besides, this would help you build a strong foundation in consolidating the illusory world because you won't have to spend endless time and effort to construct a world from scratch. All you need to do is add your understanding into this illusory world and gradually perfect it. Merlin knew that this was Titus' true intention. He wanted to bind Merlin to the illusory world, so that if Merlin was able to perfect the illusory world one day and turn illusion into reality, reversing the natural order, Titus would be resurrected. HMPH. Merlin did not speak. He gave a cold snort, and his mind power exited the illusory world. Merlin knew that he must have been silently played by Titus. Nevertheless, even knowing this cunning manipulation, Merlin could not give up on the illusory world. He kept the illusory world. Merlin's heart was thumping strongly. After careful organization, he discovered that he had derived innumerable benefit in the slothful beast world. Not only did he manage to complete the God-binding disc, but he had also fused 4 elemental spells. Additionally, he also received a complete theory of the mind power system, which gave him a clear direction forward without wandering aimlessly. Moreover, he had reached the 2nd stage of hallucinating spells, and was now able to entrap some of the ordinary great wizards. Subsequently, he would have to gain an understanding of the 3rd stage of hallucinating spells. However, the biggest trove was still the illusory world. This was consolidated from Titus' life work. Regardless of now or in the future, the illusory world would be invaluable to Merlin's work in the mind power system. Although he could not use it right now, once he had strengthened his mind power, he would be able to forcefully mobilize limited powers of the illusory world. Unfortunately, there's still no way to open up the vortex hole. I don't know when I can leave vortex hole, or perhaps I won't be able to leave forever. Merlin stared at the large vortex hole in the sky with a look of helplessness. Whether it was Didymos or Titus from the illusory world, none of them could help Merlin leave the vortex hole. Merlin would only stay below the vortex hole. While he was exchanging knowledge of hallucinating spells with Titus in the illusory world, he was quietly observing the changes in the vortex hole, hoping to find a way out of the slothful beast world. In the icy void zone, a dazzling ball of light appeared like it was skipping. Every skip was a leap across vast distances. In the void zone without any space, this was quite unbelievable. I can sense it. The slothful beast isn't far in front. The ball of light consisted of 3 wizards, or more accurately, 2 avatars and the real Blackfire Lord. The 3 of them were the ultimate arcane wizard Sito's spatial avatar, the Blackfire Lord, and the Maxim avatar consolidated by Legend Zardo. Relying on Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar, the 3 of them traveled an endless journey, and finally approached the slothful beast. Zardo, has there been any change in the slothful beast? The Blackfire Lord asked quietly. Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar shook his head and said, the slothful beast hasn't changed. It has been moving aimlessly. Since the last time, it swallowed again once, this time consuming 3 empty dimensions. Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar initially had a calm expression, but suddenly, his expression changed drastically. In a deep voice, he said, this is bad, the slothful beast has stopped. It looks like it'll go to sleep again. Stopped? The Blackfire Lord and arcane wizard Sito's faces paled slightly. They of course knew what it meant for the slothful beast to stop. It meant that the slothful beast might probably fall asleep. If the slothful beast fell asleep, it would be even more difficult to save Merlin. Come, let's speed up. We mustn't allow the slothful beast to fall asleep. Arcane wizard Sito's spatial avatar shrouded Zardo's Maxim avatar, and the Blackfire Lord with the dazzling bright light once again, and started skipping gently. The next moment, they had traversed across a vast distance. We've arrived. The white ball of light had stopped. In the pitch-black void before them, there was an unimaginably huge beast floating calmly. Its behemoth body fluttered slightly, seeming to adjust its sleeping position. Soon, this slothful beast would fall into a deep slumber, and no one would be able to wake it up. Chapter 581, Tear Apart, Backdoor. Chapter 581, Tear Apart, Backdoor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Blackfire Lord, Wizard Sito. Behind the slothful beast, a tiny wizard as insignificant as a speck of dust quickly came before the Blackfire Lord and Wizard Sito. Although Legend Zardo already knew Wizard Sito's identity via his Maxim avatar, he was still a little excited to see an ultimate arcane wizard in person. Previously, when the Blackfire Lord had mentioned that he was going to invite an arcane wizard, in his heart, Legend Zardo did not really believe him. Legend Zardo had been in Arcane City for such a long time but had never seen an arcane wizard. In fact, even some of the honored legends had never met the 3 great arcane wizards. Right now, however, arcane wizard Sito had appeared before him. Despite Legend Zardo's excitement, he did not forget the matter at hand. He calmed his emotions, and said solemnly, Blackfire Lord, Wizard Sito, the situation isn't ideal. The slothful beast has fallen asleep too sudden. It had already chosen a place, and I'm afraid it's falling into a deep slumber as we speak. I'll go and take a look. Wizard Sito only glanced at Legend Zardo, and flew directly in front of the slothful beast. Before the huge slothful beast, anyone would seem incomparably tiny. The Blackfire Lord and Zardo exchanged a look and flew over as well. They saw Wizard Sito staring at the slothful beast's mouth with an increasingly grave expression. This is troublesome. The slothful beast is already asleep and will not swallow anything in a while. Before this, I was planning to use some techniques to pass some messages into its body when it opened its mouth to swallow, but now, this plan will not work. Wizard Sito was feeling troubled. Using brute force to pry open the slothful beast's mouth was completely impossible. The fact that he was a mere spatial avatar was irrelevant. Even if his real body was present together with the 2 other arcane wizards, it would still be impossible. Looking at this huge slothful beast, even Wizard Sito appeared quite powerless. The slothful beast was considered one of the greatest existences in the Void Zone, the darling of the natural order. Even arcane wizards were powerless against it. Fortunately, the number of these slothful beasts was extremely few, probably only up to 100 or so creatures. 100 slothful beasts might sound disheartening, but they were scattered all across the void zone, so it was considered very rare. Even after hundreds and thousands of years, none of the slothful beasts would meet one another. Wizard Ceto, is there no other way? The Blackfire Lord asked a little impatiently. More than 30 years had passed, who knew what Merlin would become in the belly of the slothful beast? Be patient. There are other ways. We just need to try it out. Wizard Ceto flew one circle around the huge beast. Even with his speed, it took him a few months to complete. That was how immensely huge the slothful beast was. The slothful beast has a few weaker points that can potentially lead into its body. The first is the mouth. However, since it's asleep, the mouth is shut and cannot be entered. Next would be the ear. However, the slothful beast's ear seems to contain a layer of membrane. I'm not sure if I'm able to force my way through that. Lastly, there's one remaining option, which also poses the greatest chance. The Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo's eyes both lit up. They were completely helpless against this slothful beast. Besides, their understanding would not be able to rival Wizard Ceto, considering that the three great arcane wizards had attempted to capture a slothful beast before. Even though the attempt was a failure, surely, the three great arcane wizards had studied the slothful beast carefully and knew it very well. Wizard Ceto, what's the slothful beast's last weak point? The Blackfire Lord asked softly. Wizard Ceto's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. He led the Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo half a circle to the back of the slothful beast and pointed toward an enormous hole. Here. Wizard Ceto, are you really going to put your head in there? Upon seeing the enormous hole, the Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo each exchanged looks of disbelief. Wizard Ceto's face, on the other hand, was slightly disgruntled. After all, he was a respectable ultimate arcane wizard but now had to probe the slothful beast's back door, and attempt to tear this hole open to form a communication channel with the inside world. HMPH, Blackfire, if it's not because of your insistence to rescue your disciple, do you think I would do this? Anyway, I'm going to try using the spatial maxim, dissecting slit, to slit open the protection of the slothful beast, and establish a communication channel. Oh yes, it's best if someone can enter. However, not a real person, or else you might not be able to exit. Wizard Ceto and the Blackfire Lord naturally turned to look at Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar. Legend Zardo could only offer weakly. Wizard Ceto, please use my Maxim avatar to try it out. All right. Get ready, I'm starting. Wizard Ceto did not want to delay any longer. After all, using such a method to enter the slothful beast's body was truly appalling. If they were seen by any top powers of other civilizations, the entire spellcaster civilization would probably be subject to ridicule. Blackfire, you're on guard duty. After making proper arrangements, Wizard Ceto took Legend Zardo and flew toward the enormous hole behind the slothful beast. This enormous hole looked like a massive black hole. Inside, there appeared to be a vortex layer. Legend Zardo was also a great legend, so naturally, he could sense the terrifying strangling power contained in this vortex. Even if he was protected by a maxim, he might be strangled by it, what more to tear open a passage. Zardo, I'll do my best to tear open a passage. Then, your maxim avatar must enter immediately and find Merlin as quickly as possible. The number of people coming out must be as few as possible, not more than 5. Once time runs out, you might have to remain inside forever. The slothful beast has an incredible ability, that is, any injured weak point would automatically be strengthened. Therefore, I cannot guarantee that I can tear it open a second time. Legend Zardo understood completely. There was only one chance for him to enter. He must bring Merlin out. Otherwise, his Maxim avatar would have to remain inside forever. Taking a deep breath, Legend Zardo said to Wizard Ceto in a deep voice, Wizard Ceto, please be rest assured, I'll find Merlin as fast as possible and bring him out. Okay, then I'll start tearing this vortex open. Strands of spatial maxim began to appear around Wizard Ceto. These spatial maxim strands contained an amazing power that was unique to the arcane wizards, becoming even more powerful. As soon as the maxim appeared, a threatening power ensued. Although Zardo knew that it was not directed at him, there was still a feeling of trepidation. Cut! Wizard Sito growled softly, and the surrounding void zone seemed to vibrate. It was important to keep in mind that there were no time and space in the void zone. Open up! Wizard Sito roared. His spatial maxim evolved into an extremely sharp piercing force, and violently speared toward the vortex inside the enormous hole. SKRR! The huge slothful beast shuddered like it felt the intrusion. Amid its deep sleep, the slothful beast tremored a little but soon calmed down. Such a small movement was not enough to affect the slothful beast. All right, it's torn. Zardo, go on in. Wizard Sito had viciously torn it apart with his hands, and the vortex inside the enormous hole actually began to split open. The terrifying strangling power had subsided. Wizard Zardo's Maxim avatar nodded, and swiftly transformed into a light ray, then squeezed through the narrow cracks. In the illusory world, Merlin was sitting opposite Titus. Every day, he would visit the illusory world and talk to Titus, as well as seek some knowledge about hallucinating spells. Titus was undeniably the foremost pioneer in hallucinating spells and the mind power system. After talking to him for several months, Merlin felt that he had gained a lot of benefits, and derived a more profound understanding of hallucinating spells. In addition, he had also fortified the second step of hallucinating spells. However, in order to reach the third step, Merlin would have to depend on his own understanding. According to Titus, upon reaching the first stage of hallucinating spells, no one could help Merlin. He could only rely on his own understanding. After all, hallucinating spells were not static. Every person's hallucinating spells would vary based on their own experiences, etc. For example, Titus' hallucinating spells were filled with peace, so people would unconsciously fall trap to his hallucinating spells. This was because Titus had stayed in the slothful beast world for a long time. Once his hallucinating spells had matured, his life became very peaceful, so his hallucinating spells also became more and more soothing. Merlin, on the other hand, was different. He had traveled from the kingdom of Black Moon to the Void Zone and many dimensions. He had experienced a series of violence and bloodshed, so all his hallucinating spells were filled with magnificence. What else do I need to achieve the third step of the first stage hallucinating spells? What about the illusory heart? After talking to Titus for a moment, Merlin opened his mouth and asked evenly. Titus smiled, but it was a slightly helpless smile. He replied softly, Wizard Merlin, you've now reached the second step of hallucinating spells. You should know by now how difficult hallucinating spells can be. Only you alone can grasp an understanding. I can only offer you my own experience. If I was to start all over again, even I'm not sure whether I can reach this point smoothly. As for the illusory heart, forgive my bluntness, Wizard Merlin, but it's too difficult for you to achieve it at this juncture. Although I hope more than anyone for you to achieve an understanding of the illusory heart, so that you can perfect the illusory world for me to be resurrected. Honestly, even I cannot tell whether or not you'll successfully achieve the illusory heart. Merlin stared at Titus. After a long moment, he nodded without any expression. In reality, Merlin was most well informed about how difficult it was to accomplish the mind power system that Titus had created. Not only the illusory heart, but even the third step of the first stage hallucinating spells, Merlin did not know if he could achieve it. For example, for the past few months, through his exchange with Titus in the illusory world, he had gained a lot of knowledge and benefited greatly. However, most of it was merely theoretical knowledge, and did not substantially increase his mind power. Up to now, his mind power had only undergone a massive improvement when he had achieved an understanding of the second step of hallucinating spells. At other times, there was not a single trace of improvement, and he did not gain any other understanding of hallucinating spells. Merlin knew that this process could not be rushed, so he continued to say, in that case, Titus, tell me about the illusory heart. Titus nodded and said, the illusory heart is actually very simple. Boom! Suddenly, the entire illusory world seemed to tremor slightly. Merlin's mind power connection was instantly broken. What happened? Titus stared at Merlin's broken mind power with surprise. Prior to this, he was able to see the outside situation via the illusion bead, but now that it was controlled by Merlin, unless Merlin was willing, Titus was unable to see anything happening on the outside. At this moment, outside the illusory world, Merlin was jolted awake. He opened his eyes, and immediately looked up toward the sky at the previously unchanged vortex hole. Chapter 582, Didymos leaves. Chapter 582, Didymos leaves. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The vortex hole trembled as if there was a terrifying power stirring the vortex as well as the entire slothful beast word. Below the vortex hole, Spellcast City felt the tremors more intensely. What's going on? Wizard Luce quickly arrived where Merlin was. Even the black cat Didymos had awakened, and was watching the huge vortex hole in the air vigilantly. Merlin shook his head. He also did not know what was happening. He only felt that there seemed to be a fearsome force stirring the vortex hole. TSS. Suddenly, an illusory finger appeared from the vortex hole. A finger? Merlin and Wizard Luce cast a glance at each other, rejoice showing on their faces. Someone was tearing the vortex hole from the outside. There had long been rumors in the slothful beast world. If there was a powerful force that tore a vortex from the outside, then it would be possible to leave the slothful beast world. However, that was just an ancient rumor. After all, even lords might not be able to tear open the vortex hole. However, now, looking at the finger, Merlin knew that this was an external force tearing open the vortex hole. Boom! The huge illusory finger appeared from the vortex hole, followed by another, 2, 3. 10 fingers, followed by 2 huge palms, firmly gripped each side of the vortex hole and opened a gigantic hole. Whoosh! A figure that was accompanied by a terrifying pressure quickly flew down from the vortex hole. Meow, that's Zardo's life force. Merlin, Zardo came to save you. The black cat Didymos was the first to feel the familiar life force, and said excitedly. Teacher Zardo? Merlin lifted his head, and looked at the figure. He was similar to the legend Zardo he knew in his memories, but the life force was a little different. However, the black cat Didymos had been by Zardo's side for far longer, so it very quickly felt legend Zardo's life force. Swoosh! That figure's speed was extremely swift, and landed beside Merlin. It was indeed legend Zardo. Ha ha, Merlin, it really is you. Quick, come with me. Wizard Ceto had forcefully opened the slothful beast's passage. We'll be able to leave the slothful beast world through this passage. Legend Zardo also did not expect that he would meet Merlin so soon, and could not help but laughed out loud. Wizard Ceto? There was a trace of doubt in Merlin's eyes. Opening up the slothful beast's passage was not something an ordinary spellcaster could do. It's a long story. The Blackfire Lord spent more than 30 years trying to get Arcane Wizard Ceto to use an avatar. Quick, I'll tell you more after we leave. Legend Zardo looked at the vortex passage in the sky, and urged. He also knew that it was very difficult for Arcane Wizard Ceto to maintain this passage. Luce, let's go. We can leave the slothful beast world. Merlin glanced at Spellcast City. He wanted to bring the wizards of Spellcast City along with him, but that was impossible. Thus, he could only instantly transform into a streak of light with Legend Zardo, as well as loosen the black cat Didymos, and throw themselves into the passage at the mouth of the vortex. The Blackfire Lord looked nervously at Wizard Ceto, who was struggling to support the passage. It seemed that he would not be able to support it any longer. Wizard Ceto, how is it? How much longer can you hold on for? The Blackfire Lord asked quietly. Wizard Ceto's expression was solemn. I never thought that the slothful beast would have such powerful self-regulation. The pressure on me has just doubled, and I won't be able to hold on to this passage for much longer. If Zardo still doesn't come out, the passage will be sealed, and he'll never be able to leave. Even the Blackfire Lord could feel that the sleeping slothful beast was slightly swaying. A strange fluctuation was repairing the passage torn by Wizard Ceto. Under such a situation, even if it was Wizard Ceto, he would not be able to hold on for long. Ha ha, Wizard Ceto, Blackfire Lord, I've lived up to your expectations and brought Merlin back. A burst of loud laughter sounded from the passage in the vortex, and at the same time, several figures swiftly flew out from the passage. Boom! The colossal slothful beast's body shook again, and Wizard Ceto was no longer able to hold on. As soon as he let go, the passage on the slothful beast's vortex hole had disappeared immediately, apparently repaired by the slothful beast. Moreover, Wizard Sito was no longer needed to forcefully open the vortex hole again. "Teacher!" Merlin greeted the Blackfire Lord respectfully. If not for the Blackfire Lord's perseverance, Luce and he might have been trapped in the slothful beast world forever. "Oh. Merlin, we seem to have come out from the slothful beast's back door," the black cat Didymos said in an exaggerated tone which even contained a trace of irritation. Merlin also turned around to look and found that the vortex hole was indeed the slothful beast's back door. Thinking about this, Merlin's expression also became unnatural. "Blackfire, this is your disciple, Merlin?" Suddenly, Wizard Sito's sharp gaze fell on Merlin, giving Merlin a feeling that he had been completely exposed. Wizard Sito's eyes were endlessly deep. Merlin's body shivered, and he thought about Legend Zardo's explanation. This unfamiliar spellcaster was no doubt arcane Wizard Sito's avatar that the Blackfire Lord had spent more than 30 years trying to call. Even if he was only an avatar, he was worthy of the name. This was the one of the 3 great arcane wizards of spellcaster civilization, Arcane Wizard Sito. Merlin had never met an arcane wizard before, but he could sense an unfathomable life force on Wizard Sito's body. It was completely different from the feeling that Merlin got from the Blackfire Lord. The Blackfire Lord was strong, and even Merlin could feel a powerful sense of oppression. However, in the end, Merlin knew that the Blackfire Lord's strength was tangible and visible. However, Merlin could not fathom Wizard Sito at all. It was as if he was illusory, making Merlin unable to feel that he was real. "Merlin, this is Arcane Wizard Sito. This time, it was all Wizard Sito's hard work that rescued you safely from the slothful beast's body." The Blackfire Lord pointed at Wizard Sito, and introduced to Merlin. Merlin quickly bowed in respect. "Great Arcane Wizard, thank you for your help. You teacher used a precious promise in exchange for my help, so if you have to thank anyone, thank Blackfire instead." "Merlin, you have a good teacher. I've never seen Blackfire pay such a hefty price for a disciple. You're indeed quite good, a 6 elemental spell caster. You have a chance of becoming a great legend in the future." Wizard Sito narrowed his eyes and glanced over at the black cat Didymos. When he saw Didymos, his expression changed greatly. "Natural order? I can't see the brand of the natural order on your body. You've reversed the natural order?" Wizard Sito's voice trembled when he mentioned about reversing the natural order. Merlin looked at Legend Zardo, and Legend Zardo also said awkwardly, "Wizard Sito, Didymos only gradually changed into a living entity from a spirit of the runic magic circle by a twist of fate. It was also because of reversing the natural order that it was able to become a being comparable to great legends." Wizard Sito grew even more excited after hearing Legend Zardo's firm answer, and could not stop laughing. "Ha ha, 1600 years ago, the 3 great arcane wizards set out for the sake of a weak, ordinary life that had reversed the natural order that the giant tribe had obtained first. At that time, the life that reversed the natural order was only equivalent to a 4th-level spell caster, weak and pitiful. Even so, because of strong interference from other civilizations, we didn't manage to get it in the end, and it was taken by the Titan giant of the giant tribe. It's so regretful. Who would have thought that I'd encounter a living being that had reversed the natural order, and also comparable to great legends? Ha ha ha, it's worth it, it's really worth it. Merlin, Didymos is very important to us, the 3 great arcane wizards. There's no brand of the natural order on its body, so countless powerful others would go crazy over Didymos. It'll be too dangerous if it stays by your side. If a foreign tribe knows of this, they would compete for it at all costs. I'll take Didymos away for now. Didymos will be safe under our protection. In addition, it'll even grow faster." Wizard Sito's expression was completely agitated, and there was even some madness in that excitement. "Ah! Merlin, I don't want to go." The black cat Didymos looked at Wizard Sito, and felt fear from the bottom of its heart. It jumped onto Merlin's shoulder, but with a light grab from Wizard Sito, an invisible power had enveloped Didymos, and instantly imprisoned it. "Wizard Sito, the black cat Didymos has been with me for many years." Before Merlin even finished speaking, Wizard Sito waved his hand and said, "Merlin, you can't even begin to imagine the preciousness of a being who had reversed the natural order. In the vast void zone, among billions of dimensions, such an existence can be counted on one hand. Don't worry, we won't harm Didymos. After all, it's also a friend of ours, the spellcasters. At this time, the Blackfire Lord also interrupted. Merlin, Wizard Ceto won't do anything to Didymos. Don't worry. Merlin still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Didymos had been with him since the kingdom of Black Moon to the Void Zone. Furthermore, Merlin felt that with Didymos by his side, it was like having a great legend. Now that Wizard Ceto wanted to take Didymos away, Merlin would naturally find it hard to accept. However, if it really was like what Wizard Ceto had said that Didymos, a living being who had reversed the natural order, was so important, then keeping Didymos by his side was indeed too dangerous. They were lucky that strong beings from foreign tribes had not discovered them. Otherwise, if they took action, no one would be able to save Merlin and Didymos. Of course, the most important reason was that Merlin did not have the power to refuse Wizard Ceto at all. Thus, Merlin went to Didymos' side and said gently, "Didymos, go with Wizard Ceto to Arcane City. It's the safest there. I'll come back for you later. Don't forget, we need to return to the kingdom of Black Moon." The black cat Didymos no longer struggled, and nodded slightly. Then, it swished its long tail and jumped on Wizard Ceto's shoulder. Then, Wizard Ceto quickly and excitedly brought Didymos back to Arcane City. Chapter 583, Back to the Pavilion of Rarities. Chapter 583, Back to the Pavilion of Rarities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the black cat Didymos was taken away by Wizard Ceto, Merlin glanced at the Blackfire Lord. Although he did not know what relationship the Blackfire Lord and Wizard Ceto had, it was obvious that the Blackfire Lord must have paid a huge price to invite an ultimate arcane wizard. "Teacher!" Merlin was just about to speak when the Blackfire Lord held out a hand to stop him. He said calmly, "You don't have to say anything. You're my disciple as well as my hope. I still wish that you'll be able to perfect the mind power system in the future. At that time, my disciple will become a powerful existence who opens up a system, ha ha." The Blackfire Lord said this, and laughed loudly. He did not remain there and flew away directly, only leaving behind one warning. "Merlin, the Void Zone is very dangerous. Not even great lords dare to say that they can wander around. You're on your own now. If you encounter something impossible, try to avoid them." The voice gradually disappeared, showing that the Blackfire Lord had already left. Legend Zardo patted Merlin's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Merlin, it's not as dangerous as the Blackfire Lord made it out to be. Ha ha, with me as well as the Blackfire Lord, you can go wherever you want in the Void Zone. However, there's some truth in the Blackfire Lord's words. I have to leave and start preparing to form an Earth Maxim, and become an honored legend with an Earth Maxim as the foundation." It seemed that Legend Zardo was also stimulated. Back when he was cornered by Legend Arnie, it made him feel that even if he was a great legend with 5 Maxims, there was still a gap compared to an honored legend. Legend Zardo was undoubtedly a true genius. Legends that could form 5 Maxims were few and far in between in the entire spellcaster civilization. They were also regarded as legends who were most likely to become great lords. Thus, now that Legend Zardo had made up his mind, it might be a long time before he appeared again. "Legend Zardo, thank you very much for this time. I even caused you to use up a Maxim to form a Maxim avatar." Merlin also knew that for a great legend, forming a Maxim avatar required decades or even centuries of recovery. The price was extremely high. "Ha ha, what's the big deal about a Maxim avatar? I have 5 Maxims, so just one Maxim avatar doesn't affect me. However, this incident has also taught me several lessons. There are indeed some dangers in the Void Zone, so just take this Maxim avatar along with you, although it can't help much in a battle. The 6th form of your Darkness Eye is no worse than this Maxim avatar. Therefore, its real function is to help you to contact me quickly. In the future, if you've encountered any difficulties that can't be solved, I'll know immediately through this Maxim avatar." Merlin knew that this Maxim avatar was a precious gift. In the vast Void Zone, having Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar would indeed make him much safer. In case he encountered any danger, he could inform Legend Zardo through this Maxim avatar. "Alright, I'll leave now. I hope the next time we meet, you've become a great wizard, ha ha. Legend Zardo was very outspoken, completely unlike the Blackfire Lord. Merlin was also quite favorable toward Legend Zardo. When he was swallowed into the slothful beast's belly, no matter if it was the Blackfire Lord or Legend Zardo, they both had paid hefty prices. Wizard Merlin, where do we go now? Wizard Luce only spoke after the Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo had left. Merlin turned around and felt some lingering fear after looking at the colossal slothful beast, and said, "We should get out of here as soon as possible and go to the Shkadu dimension." Thus, the two wizards sat on the casting tool and flew toward the Shkadu dimension. Phew! Finally, they had reached the Shkadu dimension. The dimension had suffered a catastrophe. Although it had been several decades since, it still had not recovered. However, as a prosperous trading dimension, the Shkadu dimension was still very busy. The damage should be able to be completely recovered within 100 years. Wizard Merlin, do you have any plans? Wizard Luce asked hesitatingly. Wizard Luce, we can be considered to have experienced life and death. After such an adventure, I think I should take my leave. I won't stay at the Shkadu dimension for long. I'll probably leave soon. Merlin had a plan from the start to find the Saitu dimension. He had the coordinates to the Saitu dimension, so if it was a masterless dimension, Merlin could seize the opportunity to control a dimension. If he brought Wizard Luce along, although they had a close relationship, it would be very difficult to make a decision if benefits were involved. Therefore, it would be better to just go their separate ways in the Shkadu dimension. Wizard Luce also nodded. After such an adventure, I've also gained a lot. So I plan to just settle down in the Shkadu dimension, and start fusing spell models to become a great wizard. Wizard Merlin, come look for me when you come back to the Shkadu dimension. We'll go on another adventure again. I will, at that time, you'll be a powerful great wizard. The two wizards laughed, and chatted for a long while before finally saying goodbye, and separating in the Shkadu dimension, flying in different directions. Honorable Wizard, the Pavilion of Rarities. Before finishing her words, the beautiful female wizard raised her head to look at the young wizard's countenance and froze. However, she quickly reacted, and hurriedly said, Honorable Wizard Merlin, please wait a moment. I'll ask the Deputy Pavilion Master to receive you. The beautiful female wizard obviously recognized Merlin. The cause of the large battle which shook the entire Shkadu dimension was Merlin. Legend Zardo and the Great Blackfire Lord were both Merlin's teachers. How would the Pavilion of Rarities dare to neglect a wizard with such an identity? Thus, when Merlin appeared, the Pavilion of Rarities could only get their Deputy Pavilion Master to welcome him. Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, welcome to the Pavilion of Rarities. Before long, the Deputy Pavilion Master, the Great Wizard Leto, came to Merlin with a smile. Wizard Leto, we meet again. Merlin also smiled. Back then, it was Great Wizard Leto who had sent someone to Arcane City to inform Legend Zardo. It was a great help to Merlin. Wizard Merlin, what treasures are you looking for this time in the Pavilion of Rarities? The Great Wizard Leto was naturally very cordial toward Merlin. It's simple. I want the Dispelling Water. The Dispelling Water? Does Wizard Merlin wish to recultivate a Pandora demon ability? How many do you want? Of course, I want 6 portions of Dispelling Water. Besides that, you should also have some top-level Fusion Pandora demon abilities here, right? After using the Dispelling Water, I naturally need to cultivate Fusion Pandora demon abilities. You can prepare all these. Great Wizard Leto's eyes brightened after Merlin finished speaking. His heart was also excited. 6 portions of Dispelling Water plus another 6 top-level Fusion Pandora demon abilities, and some rare items for cultivating Fusion Pandora demon abilities. When everything was prepared, it would be an unimaginably large deal. It might be the biggest business transaction since the founding of the Pavilion of Rarities. Wizard Merlin, let's go inside to talk about the details. These things aren't that easy to prepare. Merlin also knew that this involved too much. Thus, he nodded his head, and followed Great Wizard Leto into a quiet room. After the two had sat down, only the Great Wizard Leto and Merlin were left in the room. Great Wizard Leto smiled slightly before hesitating and carefully saying, Wizard Merlin, 6 portions of Dispelling Water plus 6 Fusion Pandora Demon abilities, and the rare items isn't a small sum. Seeing Wizard Leto's tentative inquiry, Merlin also knew what he meant, so he calmly nodded and said, "Say it. How many elemental crystal stones are needed?" "Teacher Blackfire told me before that the Pavilion of Rarities is trustworthy." The great Wizard Leto also knew that Merlin brought up the Blackfire Lord to make himself appear bigger. How would a great lord know about an insignificant Pavilion of Rarities? However, the great Wizard Leto also knew that Merlin was trying to suppress others using force, so this offer could not be too outrageous. After thinking for a moment, the great Wizard Leto gritted his teeth and finally said, 6 portions of Dispelling Water originally cost 10 million elemental crystal stones each, but for Wizard Merlin, we'll make it 7.5 million elemental crystal stones each. The total is 45 million elemental crystal stones. Merlin did not react. He knew that the Pavilion of Rarities usually only gave a discount of up to 2 million elemental crystal stones, but now it was increased by another 500,000 elemental crystal stones, which should be the limit. Thus, he nodded and motioned for the great Wizard Leto to continue. The great Wizard Leto softly sighed in relief. Doing business with wizards with strong backgrounds was not easy, and required a lot of pressure. Therefore, he also continued. As for the 6 top-level Fusion Pandora Demon abilities along with their rare items, the Pavilion of Rarities will offer a low price of 15 million elemental crystal stones. Seeing the great Wizard Leto gritted his teeth like that, Merlin knew that he must have made a great concession because he did not dare to offend the great lord behind Merlin. 45 million elemental crystal stones, plus 15 million elemental crystal stones for a total of at least 60 million elemental crystal stones. This was a large number, and it would be difficult even for General Legends to be able to fork out. Last time, Merlin dug out around 10 million elemental crystal stones at the Satsuma dimension. It was a lot less than 60 million elemental crystal stones. Great Wizard Leto, the price of 60 million elemental crystal stones is very reasonable, and I'm also very satisfied. However, I don't have that many elemental crystal stones. Ah. Not enough elemental crystal stones? The great Wizard Leto's expression changed slightly and his mouth could not help but start twitching. Then, he said in a trembling voice, "Wizard Merlin, it's okay. Just take these as a gift from the Pavilion of Rarities to Wizard Merlin and the Blackfire Lord." Wizard Leto obviously saw Merlin as a wizard who wanted to obtain the Dispelling Water by force, but he did not dare to deny him either. Perhaps an honored legend would still be slightly fearful toward the Pavilion of Rarities. After all, it was a huge force in the Shikedu dimension, and faced the 9 honored legends of the Shikedu dimension. However, this was a great lord. Never mind just taking some items, even if he was to forcefully destroy the Pavilion of Rarities, the 9 honored legends would absolutely not dare to stick out for the Pavilion of Rarities. However, even if it was the Pavilion of Rarities, 60 million elemental crystal stones worth of treasures was a big blow. Merlin smiled. Although he wanted these things very much, he would not use those kinds of methods to obtain them. Thus, he said slowly, "Great Wizard Leto, I think you're mistaken. I don't have elemental crystal stones, but I can exchange some casting tools for them." Casting tools? Although the great Wizard Leto was surprised, he did not refuse. What could 1 or 2 casting tools do? It was just for the sake of looking good in this exploitative deal. Merlin naturally saw the great Wizard Leto's insincerity but did not explain himself either. Instead, he took a pile of casting tools from his spatial ring and dumped them on the ground. "Great Wizard Leto, what do you think of these casting tools?" The great Wizard Leto's eyes widened as he stared dumbfounded at the pile of casting tools on the ground. His expression was also stunned. 1, 2, 5, 10. 32. The great Wizard Leto seemed slightly numb. Perhaps even if he gathered all the casting tools in the Pavilion of Rarities, there would not be as many casting tools. He could see that each of these casting tools was painstakingly made, and was meticulously refined by legendary great alchemists. Is it enough? If it isn't, then there's more. Merlin pointed at the 32 casting tools on the ground, and said indifferently. Chapter 584, Setting Out. Chapter 584, Setting Out. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was no one outside the quiet room, which was protected by a runic magic circle. Right outside the room was the extremely powerful pavilion of rarities. In the end, Merlin used 28 casting tools in exchange for nearly 60 million worth of elemental crystal stones, thus obtaining the Dispelling Water and Fusion Pandora demon abilities he wanted. For Merlin, there were many casting tools. It might be hard for Great Wizard Leto to imagine, but for a good casting tool, that required almost 2 million elemental crystal stones to obtain, Merlin could obtain with just 100 elemental crystal stones in the Slothful Beast world. Thus, Merlin did not lack casting tools at all. In the Slothful Beast world, no one knew how many spellcasters had been devoured over such a long time. They occasionally carried 1 or 2 casting tools, so the amount accumulated over such a period was quite frightening. After obtaining the Dispelling Water, Merlin asked the Great Wizard Leto to arrange a quiet room. The Great Wizard Leto might have also known that Merlin was going to use the Dispelling Water and recultivate his Fusion Pandora demon abilities, so he specifically told others not to approach this room. The Dispelling Water. Let's see just how amazing it is. Merlin flipped his hand, and a droplet of water that looked full of purity, limpid, and sparkling, appeared. He gently opened his mouth and sucked the liquid, directly consuming 1 Dispelling Water into his body. After Merlin swallowed the Dispelling Water, it immediately began to have a reaction. Cool strands of life force appeared in Merlin's body, and he clearly felt the Fire-type Pandora demon ability in his body. Fiery Collapse seemed to melt into the Dispelling Water. It started to gradually be defeated until it finally disappeared. This process only took a few hours, and Fiery Collapse had disappeared. At least, that was according to Merlin's senses. Fire! Merlin held out his hand, and a flame gradually flashed in his hands. Although the flame emitted a terrifying temperature, its might was much lower than before. Fiery Collapse really was dispelled. Merlin stared at the flame, and did not see any trace of the Fusion Pandora demon ability. It showed that the Dispelling Water really could eliminate cultivated Fusion Pandora demon abilities. Thus, Merlin quickly took the remaining 5 portions of Dispelling Water, and all the Fusion Pandora demon abilities in his body were soon eliminated. Only the 2 special Pandora demon abilities, Darkness Eye and Glacier Country, could not be eliminated. Darkness Eye and Glacier Country were special Pandora demon abilities, and did not belong to the category of Fusion Pandora demon abilities. Therefore, the Dispelling Water had no effect on them. What's more, Merlin could now rely on the 6th form of Darkness Eye. As for Glacial Country, although it was also a special Pandora demon ability, Merlin had never been able to improve it. Perhaps it was because he did not have any talent in Ice-type spells, so Glacial Country was currently not very useful for Merlin. After all, special Pandora demon abilities were different than Fusion Pandora demon abilities, and could not be cultivated just by using some rare items. The requirements for quality was very high, and Merlin had always shown good qualities for darkness types. It was because of this reason that he could raise Darkness Eye to its 5th form, and forcefully improved it to its 6th form with the help of the Blackfire Lord. After eliminating all the Fusion Pandora demon abilities, Merlin looked at the 6 Fusion Pandora demon abilities in his hands. All 6 of these could be considered top Fusion Pandora demon abilities, and all of them had 3 stages. Now that Merlin was a 7th level spellcaster, as long as he had enough rare items, he would definitely be able to greatly succeed in the cultivation. Merlin's own strength would also be significantly improved as long as all these Fusion Pandora demon abilities were successfully cultivated. Therefore, Merlin stayed in the house for the next few days, and focused on cultivating the Fusion Pandora demon abilities. TSS. A white flame that was almost transparent twined around Merlin's fingertip. Almost half a year had passed. It took longer than Merlin had imagined cultivating the Fusion Pandora demon abilities. After all, they were all top Fusion Pandora demon abilities, so even with rare items, it would still require a long time to cultivate. Not bad. It's much stronger than Fiery Collapse. Merlin could feel that the flame on his fingertip was indeed stronger than Fiery Collapse. The Pandora demon ability which he had obtained in the Glorious Land could not be said to be weak. It might have been a first-class Pandora demon ability. However, the spellcaster civilization was developing continuously, and it had several periods of explosive development. The first stage was the birth of spellcasters. At that time, spellcasters started to actively construct spell models. Although the early stage was relatively difficult, it was truly an explosive period that quickly swept across the entire glorious land. The second stage was the establishment of the Malta Empire, a nation entirely established by spellcasters. The spellcaster civilization also started to control the Malta Empire, and fought against the natural gods in the glorious land. It was during this period that spellcasters rapidly developed, and finally exiled countless gods and completely controlled the glorious land. The third stage was by far the longest and fastest developing stage of the spellcaster civilization. It started 3,000 years ago when spellcasters walked into the Void Zone, and set foot in myriads of dimensions. Since then, the spellcaster civilization had entered an explosive phase where changes happened every day. The spellcasters' civilization also expanded rapidly. One by one, ordinary legends, honored legends, and great lords appeared. Whether it was alchemy, runology, or even constructing spell models, they all developed rapidly. Pandora demon abilities also developed orderly, and many new Pandora demon abilities could be created. Powerful Pandora demon abilities in the glorious land were nothing compared to the Void Zone after it had undergone development. According to Merlin's rough calculation, the power of just this top fire-type fusion Pandora demon ability was at least 30 to 50% stronger than that of Fiery Collapse. This was an extremely terrifying increase. Oh! It has succeeded? The flame on Merlin's hand was extinguished in an instant. Earlier, he felt that the final Thunder-type fusion Pandora demon ability had been cultivated successfully. It took more than half a year, but he had finally completed cultivating the 6 top fusion Pandora demon abilities. Haha, I finally succeeded. 60 million elemental crystal stones, let's try out your power. Merlin's expression became solemn, and flames immediately appeared on his body. The flames condensed into a fireball as it floated in the air, and a Thunder-type, Wind-type, and Ice-type spell fused into the fireball. The fireball in Merlin's hand had an extremely peculiar color. Although it was only the size of a fist, it contained frightening fluctuations. What's this power? Although Merlin knew that the power of the newly cultivated fusion Pandora demon abilities would be improved, after fusing it into spells, the power would increase even more. After all, it was a combination of a perfect grade spell and a top Pandora demon ability. Go! Merlin casually dropped the combined spell on the ground. Boom! The entire courtyard shook violently, and at the same time, a terrible shockwave spread in all the directions. Even the runic magic circle surrounding the courtyard was torn to pieces in an instant. Rip! The runic magic circle was destroyed, and the entire pavilion of rarities quaked. Great Wizard Leto rushed to the rear court immediately. Wizard Merlin, what's this? The chaos in the rear court looked like it was caused by a great battle. Perhaps only Peak Great Wizard could cause this level of destruction. Seeing Great Wizard Leto's shocked expression, Merlin shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's nothing. I was just testing out a spell's power but didn't control it properly, which caused some damage to the Pavilion of Rarities. I'll definitely compensate you." Great Wizard Leto looked at Merlin with disbelief and incredulity. Previously, he only feared the Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo behind Merlin, and never cared much about Merlin himself. However, now it seemed that Legend Zardo and the Blackfire Lord's brilliance were simply too radiant, and covered up Merlin. To be able to become a disciple of a great lord, who was also a potential wizard in Arcane City, Merlin's own potential and qualification was terrifying. Wizard Merlin is joking. It's just a courtyard. I'll ask someone to clean it up immediately. Wizard Leto naturally would not ask Merlin for compensation. The Pavilion of Rarities already made quite a profit from the casting tools from before. Merlin also nodded, and turned to another room. Through the test earlier, Merlin became aware that the explosive power of 4 perfect grade 7th level spells coupled with top fusion Pandora demon abilities was comparable to a peak great wizard, similar to Darkness Eye. There was still a very large difference between peak great wizards and top great wizards. Top great wizards were infinitesimally close to great legends, and each had their own incredible tricks. A regular spellcaster would only be able to reach the level of a peak great wizard. Therefore, whether it was Merlin's combined spells or Darkness Eye, it could only temporarily reach the level of a peak Great Wizard. Perhaps if Merlin had constructed an 8th level spell and combined it with a 5 elemental spell, it would be able to reach the level of a top Great Wizard. Phew! Merlin let out a long breath and muttered, I can only get this far for now. Next up, the Psi-2 dimension. However, before leaving, Merlin took out the illusion bead, and released its restrictions. He could see the situation in the Psi-2 dimension by using the illusion bead. Whoosh! Merlin's mind projection entered the illusory world, and materialized before Titus. Titus, go look outside. After such a long time, I'm afraid you don't know any of the changes happening outside. Merlin calmly said. Outside? Titus gently closed his eyes, and extended his mind power to the illusion bead. This is outside the slothful beast world. Titus abruptly stood up. Although it was just a remnant of mind power, he could not hide his shock as he could feel the elements through the illusion bead. The long-lost elemental power showed that they were now outside the slothful beast world. Merlin quietly looked at Titus as he knew that the shock was too great. Titus had been in the slothful beast world for so long that even after he formed the illusory world, he had no guarantee of leaving the slothful beast world. Now, he had lost all hope. He had died, and only a trace of mind power was left, but he had finally left the slothful beast world. After a long moment, Titus' mood slowly calmed down. Wizard Merlin, although I don't know what method you've used to leave the slothful beast world, you really did it. I have a request I hope you'll agree to. Request? Merlin frowned. Yes, I've left my hometown for far too long. I thought I'd never leave the slothful beast world. However, it seems like I've returned to the spellcaster civilization now. I implore Wizard Merlin to go to my hometown in the future so that I may gaze upon my hometown again. It was a very simple request. Merlin nodded. He did not have any reason to refuse Titus. All right, after I go to the Psi-2 dimension, I'll go to your hometown to have a look when I have time. Merlin also breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everything was ready, he should leave for the Psi-2 dimension. Let's go! Merlin said farewell to the great wizard Leto, and directly flew into the vast void zone. In the long journey in the void zone, Merlin was also more cautious now that Didymos was not around. After all, there were dangers everywhere in the void zone. Chapter 585, Preparations before entering. Chapter 585, Preparations before entering. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the vast void zone, it seemed that there was no end to it. Whoosh! A huge flying ship gradually appeared in the void zone. According to the dimension map, there's a dimension not far away. Merlin carefully looked at the dimension map in the flying ship. He left the Shkadu dimension, and had flown for several years, but he was still drifting in the void zone, which showed how vast the void zone was. Moreover, all the places he had passed were within the sphere of influence of the spellcaster civilization. He had not set foot in any foreign civilizations or vast open areas. Even so, he had flown for several years, and still had not reached the Psi-2 dimension. The dimension in front is an open dimension. I can go there and rest. Merlin understood from the dimension map that the next dimension was an open dimension. That meant that the dimension's master did not reject other spellcasters from entering, and even exchange some items in the dimension, much like the Shkadu dimension. There were some dimension masters who did not wish to be disturbed, or because the living creatures in the dimension were not strong enough, so they did not open up the dimension. Others would not be able to enter the dimension without the master's permission. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a provocation to a great legend. In general, great legends who had signed the Legends Accord would not force themselves into a dimension that was not open. In the Aurora ship, Merlin soon saw an unusually beautiful dimension in front emitting multicolored lights. This dimension was different from all the other dimensions Merlin had seen before. Not only was this dimension large, but it also emitted a variety of lights like colored ribbons, enveloping the entire dimension. However, upon closer look, he was shocked to find that it was a gigantic runic magic circle that shrouded the entire dimension. Runology had grown by leaps and bounds after spellcasters stepped into the void zone, But it really was quite outrageous that it grew to the point of being able to shroud an entire dimension with a runic magic circle. Even the great wizard Fidel, who had very high attainments in runology, did not have such an ability. However, if the great wizard Fidel could become a great legend after entering the void zone, perhaps his attainments in runology would be even higher. Merlin urged the Aurora ship toward the dimension, and the runic heartprint between his eyebrows also flickered, wanting to thoroughly understand this gigantic runic magic circle. However, as Merlin expected, even the runic heartprint was unable to see through this runic magic circle. Whoosh! Merlin slowly flew into the dimension. This dimension had a pleasant and appropriate name called the Rainbow Dimension, meaning that it was like a rainbow. Merlin urged the Aurora ship, and had just flown into the Rainbow Dimension when three great wizards immediately appeared before him. Merlin's heart jolted, and he immediately put on his guard, ready to cast Darkness Eye at a moment's notice. These recent years, Merlin encountered a few dimensions where he was immediately attacked after entering the dimension. Merlin later learned that some spellcasters had prepared to ambush when unfamiliar spellcasters appeared, where they would initiate a flood of attacks. Spellcasters like these were not much different from plunderers. However, they did not have the ability of plunderers, and could not plunder the dimension's elemental origin, so they specialized in plundering other spellcasters instead. Merlin had experienced this several times, but he killed them instead. Therefore, seeing this situation now, he immediately became alarmed. Please calm down. In the Rainbow Dimension, no one dares to do anything so brazenly. One of the great wizards hurriedly waved his hand. Oh. Then what are you doing? Merlin did not ease his vigilance. His eyes constantly scanned the three great wizards. I believe you don't know about the Rainbow Dimension. The Rainbow Dimension is the last dimension in the dimension map that the spellcaster civilization can influence. After leaving the Rainbow Dimension, you'll enter a much bigger void zone. There, you'll encounter foreign civilizations or maybe even discover new barren dimensions or encounter various types of wondrous things. In short, this place is a paradise for adventurers. As long as you have ambition and courage, you can choose to enter it to experience it yourself. Merlin nodded thoughtfully. It was not like he was completely clueless about the Rainbow Dimension. He knew that the Rainbow Dimension was seemingly the last dimension marked by the spellcaster civilization on the dimension map. Of course, that did not mean that the spellcaster civilization only had the Rainbow Dimension. Perhaps in the open territory, there were also many spellcasters who had controlled several dimensions. However, due to some special reasons such as competition between foreign civilizations, these dimensions would be full of uncertainty. It was a more chaotic and dangerous area. Therefore, in such a situation, no one could count just how many foreign civilizations were there. The spellcaster civilization was just one of those many civilizations. Although not many civilizations had a clear-cut stand during confrontations, there were endless fights and battles over dimensions. Merlin knew that he might face some troubles after determining the coordinates of the Saitu dimension. That was because the Saitu dimension was located in the open territory, and was not protected by the spellcaster civilization. In other words, if there were foreign plunderers in the open territory, the spellcaster civilization would not bother them as it would be too easy to cause fierce confrontations between civilizations. It would do more harm than good. Back then, it was Wizard Saitu who had plundered a barren dimension here by chance. It's just that after so many years, it's hard to say whether Wizard Saitu is still in the dangerous open territory. Merlin's heart sank slightly. He had to be careful in such a dangerous place. Hearing the explanation from the three great wizards in front of him, Merlin nodded. In other words, the three of you are trying to make me join you on the foray? Join us? That's not wrong. We already have three great wizards. If you're interested, we can immediately sign an agreement. Even if we find a barren dimension, we can take turns to comprehend the elemental origin, and split the resources and treasures found in it equally. The most fundamental reason these great wizards took risks was because of elemental origins. Of course, they did not have the power to directly plunder elemental origins and form maxims. However, if they could comprehend the elemental origin, condensing maxims would become much easier. If one could obtain a dimension for 1,000 years, then a peak great wizard's chances of forming a maxim would increase by at least 20%. Although it was only 20%, it was already quite terrifying. If a peak Great Wizard wanted to form a Maxim, it would already be considered good if their success rate was 10%. Most did not even have a 10% chance. By controlling a dimension, they could increase the success rate to 20%. It was not surprising that these Great Wizards were so crazy. Those aren't bad conditions. However, I'm not a Great Wizard. Merlin kept the Aurora ship, and emitted the life force on his body. His 7th level spellcaster life force was very obvious, and the 3 Great Wizards' expressions instantly darkened slightly. Sigh, what a shame. With such a good casting tool, we thought that it would belong to a powerful Great Wizard. Who would have thought? The 3 Great Wizards shook their heads and left. They would not waste their time on a 7th level spellcaster who was of no use to them. In the open territory, there were many powerful foreign tribes. Even Great Wizards had to gather a few dozen before entering, much less a 7th level spellcaster. They're so practical. Merlin looked at the 3 Great Wizards in ridicule and shook his head. If one was not a Great Wizard, it was indeed easy to be ignored in a place like this. Merlin then continued downward, and soon found a place to land. He spent some elemental crystal stones to live in a quiet room. Then, Merlin began to freely wander the streets that were full of powerful Great Wizards. There were very few 9th level spellcasters, so 7th level spellcasters like himself really stood out. Besides spellcasters, Merlin also saw a few strange foreign tribes. They even openly walked in a spellcaster civilization's dimension. Upon closer understanding, Merlin found out that these foreign tribes were foreign civilizations that had better relations with the spellcaster civilization. After all, in the Void Zone, there were many foreign civilizations. There were enemies such as the Rock Tribe that were hostile to the spellcaster civilization. However, some foreign civilizations were friendly or neutral, where they did not have any concerns. For example, the Giant civilization was too far away from the spellcaster civilization, but both sides were relatively friendly. The Rainbow Dimension was on the edge of chaotic open territory, so there would naturally be many foreign tribes. Perhaps it would be difficult to encounter a foreign tribe in other places, but it was quite a common sight here. Looks like it's quite dangerous to enter the open territory to find the Saitu dimension. I need to make sufficient preparations. First, I'll need a more detailed dimension map for the open territory. Merlin knew that dimension maps were very important. They could help one avoid dangerous areas such as places occupied by powerful foreign tribes. If they approached accidentally, those foreign tribes would not ask for a reason and directly act. Therefore, a detailed dimension map was extremely important. Merlin strolled for a long while before finally arriving at a store that was more luxurious and decorated. In it was all sorts of things that Merlin did not recognize, and most were items from foreign tribes. After these foreign tribes were killed, spellcasters would drag their corpses to the Rainbow Dimension and start selling them openly. Do you have a dimension map here? Merlin looked at the dazzling items but none of them caught his interest, so he asked directly. Honored Wizard, you need a dimension map for the open territory? A grey-robed wizard asked respectfully. Yes, after coming here, I naturally need to buy a dimension map for the open territory. Merlin had a dimension map, but there were very few maps of the open territory. Furthermore, the prices were quite costly, and could only be bought in the Rainbow Dimension since they were generally not circulated. Several spellcasters even especially entered the open territory in order to draw precise dimension maps, and then earn large amounts of elemental crystal stones from them. The grey-robed wizard looked at Merlin and smiled. We have an extremely accurate dimension map. It was planned by 10 great wizards 3 days ago, but only 7 had returned. It's definitely the most accurate dimension map. The grey-robed wizard did his best to praise the dimension map, and Merlin said impatiently, you don't have to explain so much. How many elemental crystal stones does it cost? If you really need it, then the most detailed dimension map only costs 500,000 elemental crystal stones. The grey-robed wizard pondered before reporting an amount. What? 500,000 elemental crystal stones? A sharp light flashed in Merlin's eyes. He almost thought this grey-robed wizard was committing daylight robbery. In general, dimension maps cost a few tens of thousands of elemental crystal stones at most, but this person wanted 500,000 elemental crystal stones. Even if Merlin had a lot of elemental crystal stones, he did not want to be regarded as an idiot. Honored wizard, this is the newest dimension map that 3 great wizards sacrificed their lives for. This is already a low price. Of course, if you don't want to use the newest map, we have other maps drawn a while ago. They might not be very detailed, but they're also quite good. One costs only 100,000 elemental crystal stones. There are even cheaper alternatives if you want them, which costs only 20,000 elemental crystal stones, but they were drawn 100 years ago. After the grey-robed wizard had finished speaking, he quietly waited for Merlin's decision. Merlin gritted his teeth. A dimension map had to be the most detailed, otherwise, there was no use for it, as one could even be misled. Furthermore, he wanted to enter the open territory to find the Saitu dimension, so he naturally needed the most detailed map to find a safer route. Otherwise, it was extremely dangerous to enter in a muddle-headed way. I'll buy it. Give me the latest and most detailed map. Merlin said lowly, and took out 500,000 elemental crystal stones. Very quickly, the grey-robed wizard carefully took out a perfectly mounted dimension map. Merlin gave it a cursory glance and saw that it was indeed very detailed. However, he still had to take it back to study it. 3 great wizards had lost their lives just to draw this map. Merlin had to be extremely careful and be fully prepared if he wanted to enter the open territory to find the Saitu dimension. Seeing Merlin's departing back, the smile on the grey-robed wizard's face gradually fell. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Another one who bought the latest map and preparing to enter the open territory. The open territory isn't peaceful recently. I heard that another wizard discovered a barren dimension. TSK, there's only a slim chance of survival if he goes in now. The grey-robed wizard simply sighed. After so many years in the rainbow dimension, he had lost count of the number of brilliant and ambitious spellcasters who entered the open territory, and never came back. Chapter 586, Barren Dimension? Chapter 586, Barren Dimension? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the quiet room, Merlin gently took out the precious dimension map which he had just obtained. This map cost 500,000 elemental crystal stones. Although with Merlin's financial resources, 500,000 elemental crystal stones were not much, it still slightly hurt. Looking at the areas marked on the dimension map, Merlin also felt his eye brightened. These territories were all clearly marked, and the common map he bought before this had no such thing. According to the coordinates of the dimension, Merlin found a blank area in the bottom left corner of the dimension map. Obviously, the great wizards who drew this dimension map had not entered that place before, but there was no doubt that the Saitu dimension was in it. This place is a little dangerous. Merlin frowned, and studied the map carefully. He found that this path really was quite dangerous. There were a few dimensions occupied by foreign tribes. If he was not careful and went too near, it might cause violent reactions from the other side. It was very difficult to find a relatively safe passage from this area to the area where the Saitu dimension was located. The open territory really is too large. Perhaps even great legends won't have any ways of knowing just how large it is. If one finds a barren dimension in it, and secretly controls it without anyone knowing, they could rely on the elemental origin of the dimension to comprehend the matrix. Merlin also slowly understood why the open territory attracted so many spellcasters. Not only great legends but even great wizards and some 9th-level spellcasters would come to try their luck. The fundamental reason was that the open territory was too vast. If wizards found a barren dimension, they might go for a few hundreds or thousands of years without being discovered. They would not have to worry about those great legends at all. Of course, if they were found, it would be extremely dangerous. It would be as good as encountering some terrifying plunderers. Merlin raised his head, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. From what he saw on the map, there were several dimensions that were controlled by foreign tribes comparable to great legends. It would be very disastrous for Merlin to approach them with his current strength. If only Didymos was here. Merlin was also helpless. Didymos was taken away by Wizard Ceto, making Merlin feel uneasy. Merlin's strongest power now was Darkness Eye and the 4 elemental combined spell. He had also reached the second step of his hallucinating spell that could plunge most great wizards into an illusion. Such power was already quite commendable. However, in the open territory, there were no guarantees. Even great legends would be besieged and killed by some foreign tribes, much less Merlin. I need to be fully prepared before I go. Merlin gritted his teeth, and quickly projected his mind power into the illusion bead. Titus! Merlin went to Titus, and said with a grave expression, Titus, can I mobilize the illusory world in the illusion bead? Titus raised his head in surprise. Wizard Merlin, as explained previously, with your current mind power, it's impossible to mobilize the illusory world. You'll only be able to barely mobilize the illusory world if you form a 9th level mind heart or reach the illusory heart, and fully fuse with the illusory world. Merlin waved his hand to interrupt Titus before he had finished speaking. He looked at Titus with intense eyes and smiled coldly. What if you're included? Me? Wizard Merlin, I'm just a trace of mind power. Titus' expression did not change as he said calmly. Merlin continued to sneer while staring at Titus. If he had strength comparable to a peak great wizard, and went into the open territory, it would already be considered lucky if he did not encounter any troubles. If he really did, then it might be extremely dangerous. Hence, he had to be prepared. However, the illusory world could confuse legends. If Merlin could use such great power, he would have some confidence to wander the open territory. As the creator of the illusory world, Merlin did not believe that Titus could not do anything about the illusory world even if he just had a trace of mind power left. Seeing Merlin's eyes grow colder and colder, after a long moment, Titus finally let out a long sigh, and shrugged helplessly. All right, I can grasp a little of the illusory world, but what I can do to help is very limited. With my present mind power, I can only mobilize the illusory world for a short time at best. Moreover, as the owner of the illusion bead, your help is needed to unleash the power of the illusory world. The corners of Merlin's mouth revealed a smile. He felt long ago that it was impossible that the mind power Titus had left behind was unable to mobilize the illusory world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to affect Spellcast City for so long. Good. What I'm going to do will be very dangerous, but with your help, the success rate will increase greatly. However, I still need to confirm something. With your mind power, what will happen if you persist for too long? I'll be annihilated. Completely annihilated. This part of my mind power will disintegrate and disappear. For you, there won't be much loss as the illusory world will still exist. However, without me, it would be much more difficult for your mind power to fuse into the illusory world in the future. At this point, Titus could only tell the truth. Merlin was the one who had refined the illusion bead, and fundamentally suppressed him. Titus had no way to resist. Merlin nodded, and took a deep breath. Don't worry. Unless there's no other alternative, I won't make you mobilize the illusory world. Swoosh! Merlin's mind projection instantly withdrew from the illusory world. In the room, Merlin slowly opened his eyes, his hand holding a white illusion bead. Merlin was very satisfied with Titus' answer. However, just as Merlin told Titus, he would not mobilize the illusory world unless absolutely necessary. After all, he did not intend to let Titus disappear completely. This was just preparation. The preparations are almost ready. It's time to set out. Merlin stood up, and put the dimension map away. He took out the Aurora ship, and instantly turned into a streak of light, flying away from the beautiful rainbow dimension. In the icy cold void zone, a flying ship quietly flew forward. Oh. It's a casting tool. He's alone. There's actually someone who dares to enter the open territory alone. In the vast void zone, a group of 4 great wizards also discovered the flying ship behind them, and warily looked at the flying ship. Thankfully, the elemental fluctuations emitted by the flying ship was obviously from a spellcaster. Although there was no distinction between civilizations and tribes in the open territory where everyone killed anyone else, it was still very chaotic. However, if a spellcaster encountered another spellcaster, as long as there was no reason to, they would not do anything. When the two sides encountered each other like now, they had to release their life force in advance. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that the two sides would not act. Although it was strange that a wizard would dare to enter the open territory alone, the group of great wizards did not come forward to ask. In the open territory, they could remain friendly and not take action, but they would not approach willingly. That was a very provocative and dangerous act. Whoosh! The flying ship swooped past the group, and its speed even quickened. Huh? He flew in that direction. Is he trying to compete for that newly discovered dimension? He, who knows how many strong and weak great wizards and foreign tribes have rushed over because of that newly discovered dimension. It'll end up in a terrible fight. Let's go somewhere else to try our luck. We might be able to find a barren dimension. It's true that even great legends will hear about that new dimension. It's not something we can get our hands on. It's better to try our luck somewhere else. The group of great wizards cast a pitiful look at the flying ship getting farther away, and flew away in another direction. In the flying ship, Merlin spread out his mind power in vigilance. Although this was very taxing on his mind power, Merlin still had to do it. Over the past few days, after he had entered the open territory, Merlin had already encountered several spellcaster groups. Although there were no conflicts because of his spellcaster life force, he was still very alert. This next section won't be as smooth. Many foreign tribes have already appeared in this area. My identity as a spellcaster might become a hindrance instead. Merlin opened the dimension map. He had just entered the open territory. As the distance from the rainbow dimension was relatively near, those that he met on the previous sections were mostly spellcasters. As they were all spellcasters, there were no fights. However, that might not be the case from now onward. The ones he met might not be spellcasters but instead various strong members from foreign tribes. A spellcaster's identity could no longer provide Merlin with benefits. He might even have to keep his life force. Thus, Merlin used the runic heartprint and sealed the Aurora ship using a runic magic circle to ensure that no life force was leaked out. However, if an encounter was at close range, anyone would see at a glance that this was a spellcaster's casting tool. Until then, absolute vigilance had to be maintained. The open territory was too vast and boundless. Judging by the dimension map, it seemed as if the area of the Saitu dimension was not far, but it was only after Merlin flew this far that he had realized that it would take several years to fly to the coordinates of the Saitu dimension. It can't be helped. I'll just have to fly slowly. Merlin was also quite helpless. This was the prerequisite of casting tools. It was not surprising that even great legends needed to use casting tools. Otherwise, just by relying on a spellcaster's flying speed, no one knew how long one would need to fly to get from one dimension to another. Merlin also felt very tired. Not only did he need to maintain the speed of the Aurora ship, but he also had to release his mind power to be alert of the surroundings. Every once in a while, Merlin repaired and recovered his mind power, replenished his magic power, and continued his flight. Although this area was said to be chaotic and very dangerous, Merlin's luck was quite good as he never encountered a single foreign tribe. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After flying for 3 full years, Merlin looked at the mark on the dimension map and finally revealed a smile. He was about to reach the area where the Saitu dimension was located. The open territory isn't as dangerous as it's rumored to be. In such a large place, it's very difficult to encounter another foreign tribe. In another 2 months at most, I should be able to enter the area where the Saitu dimension is located. Hopefully, I'll find the Saitu dimension smoothly. Merlin did not encounter any foreign tribes in these 3 whole years, so he had some doubts about the rumor. After all, the open territory was too large. No matter how many foreign tribes there were, it would not be easy to coincidentally encounter them. Whoosh! Suddenly, Merlin's eyes lit up. He saw a huge white light enveloping an area in the void zone not far ahead. A dimension? There's a dimension, but nothing is marked on the dimension map. Could my luck really be so good as to encounter a barren dimension? Merlin's eyes widened, and he could not help but get excited at the thought of a barren dimension. In the open territory, there was never a lack of legends of occasionally finding a barren dimension. A barren dimension. However, I'll still have to be careful. Let's take a look. Merlin continued spreading his mind power, and carefully urged the Aurora ship toward the dimension in front. Chapter 587, The Inceptive Dimension. Chapter 587, The Inceptive Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the tranquil dimension, there was a thick and sturdy tree over 100 meters tall. However, the strange thing was, this tree had not taken root in the soil but was floating in the air. The twisting and crisscrossing root system formed a web which fiercely gripped the air, silently extended throughout the empty space. The tremendous tangle of roots spread out eagerly, spearing through the earth, the rivers, and the air. It was a puzzling sight. Rumble. The branches of the tree suddenly swayed fiercely, following which a giant face appeared on the trunk, wearing a grave expression as it mumbled to itself, discovered so quickly. It's only been a mere 10 years' time. D*MN it, someone is flying toward the dimension. I must not let him leave or the position of this dimension won't be a secret anymore. This tree was equipped with consciousness. From the looks of it, it must be from the Tree Tribe civilization, one of the many civilizations in the Void Zone. They were known as the Tree Folk. The Tree Tribe consisted of one mother tree. Nearly all the Tree Folks had split from this mother tree. The entire Tree Tribe had in fact, gradually evolved from this one mother tree. The mother tree was equivalent to the arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization. This mother tree's special ability was its incredible defensive powers. Even 2 arcane wizards might not necessarily be able to injure the mother tree. Therefore, among the many foreign civilizations, the Tree Tribe could be considered a relatively powerful one, similar to the Giant Tribe. This gigantic tree was one such Tree Folk, having taken root in this dimension and harnessing the dimension's origin power. The spellcaster civilization named a dimension's origin power as its elemental origin, but in fact, there was a common term for it, the dimension core. This referred to the core of the dimension, which was extremely important to any tribe or civilization. This was also the fundamental cause of conflict over dimensions between the various tribes and civilizations who were fighting over the dimension core. The Tree Folk shivered all over. 9 Tree Folks immediately appeared in mid-air. They were lush green all over, and verdant branches sprouted from their heads. Creating 9 tree saplings was the limit of this Tree Folk. Moreover, each of these saplings possessed relatively formidable strength, able to compare to rather powerful great wizards. My children, go forth and help me kill that foreign intruder. The colossal tree spoke in a deep voice. The 9 tree saplings nodded respectfully, after which they quickly flew toward the exterior of the dimension, ready to stop the intruder in his path. The Aurora ship was very fast. As Merlin cautiously approached the dimension, he did not sense any imprint on it. I'll go in for a look. If it really is a deserted dimension, I'll still have to be careful of the gods. Although Merlin was very tempted, he still appeared careful. In the open territory, if he was not careful, he would not last long. Swish! Merlin entered in a single step, and flew into the dimension. Phew! Merlin exhaled deeply as his mind power began to silently inspect this dimension. I can't believe this. There are no traces of a god's force. What pure elements! This is definitely an inceptive dimension. An incredulous look crossed Merlin's face and his heart immediately leaped with joy. An inceptive dimension, as the name suggested, referred to a dimension that was born not long ago. A dimension like this usually had not even given birth to intelligent life, and thus was naturally unable to produce any gods. However, it was not a dead and lifeless dimension. Conversely, it was bursting with life, and its elemental origin was abundant too. An inceptive dimension like this could only be encountered through sheer luck. Countless spellcasters and foreign tribes had dreamed of finding a dimension like this because an inceptive dimension typically meant that its elemental origin could be easily mastered, and one did not even have to deal with any gods. I picked up a dimension. This thought now flashed across Merlin's mind. Finding an inceptive dimension was equivalent to acquiring an entire dimension without having to spend any effort. A brand new inceptive dimension, I can take control of its elemental origin then. Just as Merlin was planning how to control this inceptive dimension, 9 green sparks appeared in the distance, racing through the sky. Swish swish swish. The 9 sparks directly stopped at a distance not too far from Merlin, and revealed themselves. They turned out to be from a tribe that was green all over, appearing very bizarre. A foreign tribe? Merlin received a nasty surprise. At first, he thought this was a masterless dimension, but now it looked like another tribe had come before him. Based on their appearance, it was the tree tribe which was a troublesome opponent. When Merlin was in the rainbow dimension, he had made sufficient preparations. He had specifically researched a few of the stronger foreign civilizations, one of which was the tree tribe civilization. Therefore, when he saw these 9 figures, he immediately recognized them as the tree tribe. Inescapable net. The 9 members of the tree tribe gave Merlin no chance to even speak, and instantly formed into a huge circle, enclosing Merlin in the middle. Thereafter, the legs of these 9 tree folks instantly transformed into a complicated tangle of roots that grew like a tightly woven net, as it was cast at Merlin. It practically sealed off the entire area. The specialty of the tree tribe was their defense and binding. Once the mother tree of the tree tribe revealed its true form, turning into a massive skyscraping tree of unparalleled size, not even 2 arcane wizards would be able to overcome it. This mystical ability of the mother tree was naturally inherited by the tree tribe. These 9 tree folks were at best ordinary tree tribe members comparable to great wizards. Once they had joined forces and tried to seal and bind Merlin, they could become on par with a peak great wizard in an instant. This was the terrifying thing about the tree tribe. Darkness Eye, summon Darkness Demon Spirit. Without the slightest hesitation, Merlin's hand flickered with beams of crimson light. Darkness descended, and a furious bellow pierced the air. The Darkness Demon Spirit, with its imposing body, stepped out from the darkness, its body gleaming with a blood-red glow. Its hands gripped the system of roots which was woven like a net and tore it apart viciously. Rip! Countless roots were ripped to pieces as if a huge hole was forcibly torn in the giant net. Nonetheless, before Merlin could even rejoice, countless roots stretched out once more, mending the gap created by the Darkness Demon Spirit. The Darkness Demon Spirit roared in rage once more, its giant hands madly grasping and tearing at the roots. However, the roots seemed to be endless, growing incessantly. They were able to easily patch up any hole. In the end, these roots had even gradually wound around the Darkness Demon Spirit. The Strength-type Darkness Demon Spirit was not effective at all against these tree folk, and was even restrained by them. Humph! Fire! Ferocious flames abruptly exploded around Merlin. These were no mere flames, but flames fused with Wind-type, Thunder-type, and Ice-type spells. Boom! The spell fusion exploded in an instant. The endless flames, in particular, spread along the roots and began to burn the tree folks. These 9 tree folks who had the upper hand were now cast into chaos. Incapable of maintaining their binding, they fell apart in all directions. These tree folks were trying to escape. Since Merlin had gained the upper hand, of course, he would not let them flee. He had prepared to wipe out all of these tree folks in a blow, then take over this dimension. Even if he was incapable of creating a maxim for now, mastering a dimension and its elemental origin would bring unimaginable benefits to Merlin's understanding of the element's essence, his spell fusion, the growth of his mind power, and so on. Thus, Merlin immediately gave chase. Whoosh! Just as Merlin was speeding after them, he saw that the 9 tree folks had quickly flown into a gigantic tree which was floating in mid-air, vanishing without a trace. Merlin's expression gradually turned somber. He perceived an extraordinary force from this gigantic tree. Spellcaster, you shouldn't have come here. This dimension belongs to me, the great tree folk, Alcra. Following that, this colossal tree that had taken root in thin air began to tremble and sway violently as if space itself was quaking. Thereafter, the great tree glimmered with a green light, and turned into a well-built man with emerald skin. There was a trace of apprehension in the haughty gaze the tree folk Alcra cast at Merlin. Previously, he had split apart 9 saplings which were a match for peak great wizards, but they were unable to defeat the spellcaster before him now. This spellcaster's strength must at least be on par with a peak great wizard or even stronger. However, Alcra was confident that he could defeat Merlin. He had been in this inceptive dimension for 10 years, and had grown by leaps and bounds. His level of power was essentially that of a preeminent great wizard. The 9 tree folks earlier were all your saplings? Merlin's face shifted slightly. He knew generally about the unique abilities of the tree folk. They were able to grow out saplings. 9 saplings meant a 9th level spell caster. His opponent was a tree folk that was equivalent to a 9th level spellcaster, but his saplings were able to match against peak great wizards. He must be like Merlin, a being who was quite a freak. Of course, I'm a 2nd generation tree folk directly produced by the Great Mother Tree with boundless potential. I'm something that the average tree folks cannot compare to. I wish no more than to be an upper rank tree folk. With this inceptive dimension, I'll be able to slowly absorb the dimension's origin in 100 years. Then I'll have a high chance of becoming an upper rank tree folk of the 2nd generation. The tree folk Alcra spoke, his eyes shining with pride. Merlin could not help but feel somewhat bitter. Initially, he had thought he was lucky but did not expect to bump into a 2nd generation tree folk. Merlin had some understanding of the tree tribe. The tree tribe was able to split into more tree folks as a way of reproducing, but the more removed a generation was from the mother tree, the more inferior their strength and potential would be. If a tree folk was directly born from the mother tree, their potential would be enormous, and it was possible they could become a new mother tree. It was just like the Dora demon tribe from the Bloodshed universe. Dora demons who possessed the royal demon blood obviously had greater strength than the rest. Alcra belonged to the 2nd generation tree folk. In terms of bloodline, he possessed pure and direct blood, along with endless potential. It was not surprising that even before becoming an upper rank tree folk, he could erupt with the might of the most preeminent great wizard. Whiz! Without warning, Merlin had boarded the Aurora ship as soon as he can, frantically retreating. He had come here to locate the Saitu dimension, and had no wish to cause extraneous trouble by becoming locked in a battle to the death with a tree folk who excelled at defense, comparable to a preeminent great wizard. Therefore, he chose to leave, and would not fight with this tree folk over the inceptive dimension. However, this was merely Merlin's own wishful thinking. The tree folk Alcra would not allow Merlin to leave. His great hand sprawled into countless thick roots that rapidly sealed off an area of 100 miles. The space was practically turned into an enormous cage, and Merlin was trapped within. Spellcaster, you're trying to escape and summon companions who are even stronger? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. The tree folk Alcra spoke in a pitying tone as if the spellcaster before him had already become nutrients for his roots. Chapter 588, The Tree Folk Alcra. Chapter 588, The Tree Folk Alcra. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As a 2nd generation member of the tree tribe, Alcra's talents were rather terrifying. His room system was like tentacles that pierced the air. He was able to employ the origin power of this dimension to trap Merlin. With Merlin's abilities, he knew that it would be challenging for him to break Alcra's binding in a short time. Fire! Merlin waved his hand and the 4-elemental spell fusion exploded instantly. Raging flames and thunder rippled out in all directions. However, Alcra was different from the previous 9 saplings. The net of roots that Alcra had woven was not completely incinerated by the exploding flames. Instead, it glowed with an emerald light, and held on. Spell fusion? You spellcasters really have some incredible techniques. However, you can't possibly break away from my binding, so die. The green glow of the tree folk Alcra grew even brighter. One by one, robust roots of immense vigor uncoiled toward Merlin like tentacles. If Merlin was caught by these roots, he knew he would likely be done for. He's on the level of a preeminent great wizard. I'm afraid even darkness I would be useless here. Merlin's face sank slightly. The power displayed by this tree folk was on the level of a preeminent great wizard. When push came to shove, Merlin was no match for him. Must I use my trump card so soon? Merlin furrowed his brows. His trump card was using Titus' help to mobilize the illusory world of the illusion bead. Even a great legend would be caught in the illusion, let alone the tree folk before him. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the tree folk's defense against hallucinating spells was not that strong, far from mind power masters who had consolidated mind hearts. That's right, I still have hallucinating spells. Merlin's heart leaped. Besides being a spellcaster, he was a peculiar, mysterious mind power master. In the beginning stages, a mind power master's greatest asset was their hallucinating spells. In addition, mind power masters were rare among spellcasters. It was a completely new system, one that was born from the spellcaster system. To foreign tribes, it was something unfamiliar, and they had not even experienced a hallucinating spell attack. Thus, Merlin's current abilities of second-stage hallucinating spells was enough to mystify most great wizards. Although the tree folk before him now possessed the strength of a preeminent great wizard, his defense against hallucinating spells was not even comparable to an average great wizard. At this point, Merlin's tremendous mind power rapidly shrouded the tree folk Alcra without making any sound. After all, Alcra was a being on par with a preeminent great wizard. Even if he was unable to sense mind power, he could still feel that something was odd, and instantly became on his guard. Nonetheless, mind power had no sound nor shape, and could not be defended against. Although Alcra felt a sense of uneasiness, he was powerless, immediately falling into an illusion. Seeing that the tree folk Alcra had lost consciousness, Merlin was gleeful. This meant that his hallucinating spell was effective. Darkness Demon Spirit. Merlin instantly unleashed Darkness Eye. A dark veil descended, and the fearsome Darkness Demon Spirit stepped out of the darkness once more. Its hands were like hefty hammers that frantically destroyed the dense root system. Bang! After it had torn apart the thick roots, the Darkness Demon Spirit crashed its heavy fist into the tree folk Alcra. Alcra recovered his senses all at once, but that massive blow only caused him to take a few steps back. What a frightening illusion! You're actually able to create illusions? The tree folk Alcra cried out in astonishment. The tree folk seemed to be undamaged after receiving a blow from the Darkness Demon Spirit. Merlin was stunned as well. He had just experienced the tree folk's binding methods, but did not expect that the scariest thing about the tree folk was not his binding methods, but his defense. As a second-generation tree folk, Alcra's defensive powers were outrageous. The tree folk Alcra gradually grew somber. Merlin had launched an unpredictable attack earlier, which caused him to fall into an illusion. He did not wish for more mishaps to happen. Therefore, the verdant glow around Alcra grew in intensity, following which his body seemed to explode. Buzz! A skyscraping tree materialized in mid-air. Its heavy branches and lush leaves, and its terrifying roots especially, numbered more than millions. They snaked through the air extensively, further solidifying the existing cage. Alcra had revealed his true form. His defense increased many times over. He had strengthened his resolve, he would keep Merlin in this inceptive dimension at any cost. Seeing that Alcra had revealed his true body, Merlin sucked in a deep breath, and did not hold back any more. His massive mind power began to create illusions one after another. Even though the tree folk Alcra was being vigilant by forcefully focusing his willpower in defense, he was still susceptible and sank into another illusion. This was when Merlin wielded Darkness Demon Spirit, and his spell fusion in a frenzied attack. Based on Merlin's Darkness Eye and his spell fusion, his attack was completely on par with a peak great wizard. Even if it could not compare to the power of Alcra that was like a preeminent great wizard, it should still injure Alcra somewhat. However, the truth was, no matter how Merlin attacked, Alcra was practically unharmed. That thick body of his contained incredible defensive powers, and the Darkness Demon Spirit was unable to cause him any fatal injuries. Merlin could not possibly escape as well because Alcra's roots had formed into an all-pervading net that tightly sealed off the air, leaving behind not a single crack. Merlin could forget about escaping. Thus, both of them were caught in a deadlock. Merlin attacked incessantly using hallucinating spells to disturb Alcra so that Alcra could only suffer his attacks passively, but Alcra's terrifying defenses had left Merlin at his wit's end. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time flew by 1 day at a time. In the blink of an eye, both of them were deadlocked for half a month, but neither was able to do anything about the other. Merlin had to use elemental crystal stones to replenish his magic power a few times. At first, Alcra thought about draining Merlin's magic power, exhausting him to his death. However, when Merlin casually took out a few 100,000 elemental crystal stones, and even revealed that he had more, Alcra completely gave up on this plan. Even if Alcra was displeased, he had to admit that the spellcaster before him had all sorts of weird tricks, and they were equally matched. Both were unable to deal with the other. Finally, Alcra no longer wished to be locked in a stalemate, and made the decision to tell Merlin, "Oh powerful spellcaster, you've overwhelmed me with your powers. Thus, I'll let you go, but you must swear on the ultimate order to not tell anyone about the situation in this dimension. Let me go? Strangely enough, Merlin was now smiling coldly. In the beginning, he was indeed planning to leave and look for the Psi-2 dimension right away, but having battled against Alcra for so long, he gradually learned that Alcra could do nothing to him. Equipped with his hallucinating spell and his other techniques, Merlin could sustain this impasse with Alcra for a long time. Consequently, Merlin would not give up this inceptive dimension so easily. However, I don't wish to leave. This is an inceptive dimension. You can stay here, so I can stay as well. The origin power here is very docile, and even I can control it. I'll obtain great benefits from staying here. Merlin and Alcra thus continued their deadlock. After 3 more days, Alcra could no longer stand the endless impasse because he had wasted too much time over this. He was unable to absorb the dimension core, which was doing nothing to further his goal of becoming an upper-rank tree folk. At last, the tree folk Alcra finally nodded. Powerful spellcaster, you've obtained my respect. This dimension is large enough, and its dimension core is rich enough. You and I can both control half of the dimension core, but you must make an oath of the ultimate order to never dispute with me on this. Each of us gets half? After a moment of consideration, Merlin felt that this was not a bad deal. If he could command half of the elemental origin, that was enough for him. Very well, I make an oath of the ultimate order. Merlin agreed with Alcra's suggestion. Between spellcasters, one could sign a contract, but some foreign tribes were unable to sign a contract, lacking even mind power. Thus, foreign tribes would typically make an oath of the ultimate order between themselves. The natural order was omnipresent, existing even in the vast void zone that contained no space nor time. As such, swearing on the ultimate order was the safest and most common procedure. Rustle. Alcra retrieved an oath stone, and both of them began to swear on the ultimate order. Instantly, part of Merlin's mind power was forcibly drawn into the oath stone, and a beam of green light from Alcra's body also flew into the oath stone. When making an oath of the ultimate order, the oath stone would absorb the most precious aspect of a foreign tribe, no matter what civilization it was. This was mind power for a spellcaster, whereas the tree folks had something else. Nevertheless, after swearing on the ultimate order, no one had to worry about anyone breaking the oath because those who did would suffer punishment from the ultimate order. Even the ultimate arcane wizards would pay an unbearable price if they had violated an oath of the ultimate order. Seeing that the oath stone had turned red, it meant that their oath had worked, and they could lay down their arms. Who? A breeze passed by. The thick roots that crowded the sky had already vanished, and even the gigantic tree had transformed back into a green figure. Merlin withdrew Darkness Eye 2, and the enormous darkness demon spirit quickly dissipated in the air. The tree folk Alcra flew toward Merlin, fixing his gaze on Merlin before finally forcing a smile. Powerful wizard, what do I call you? Merlin. Both of them had been deadlocked for so long, and Merlin knew that the tree folk was named Alcra, but Alcra did not know Merlin's name. So, it's Wizard Merlin. On this note, I've crossed path with spellcasters in the open territory quite frequently. Your spellcaster civilization is impressive indeed. I've heard that you've only entered the void zone for a mere 3,000 years or so, and developed into such a formidable civilization today. TSK, having met Wizard Merlin, I finally know the impressive abilities of the spellcaster civilization. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth. Compared to other foreign civilizations, the spellcaster civilization was far too young. The tree folk civilization, for instance, had been in the void zone for more than 100,000 years, whereas the giant civilization was even older, having been here for over 1,000,000 years. Faced with so many ancient civilizations, the spellcaster civilization arrived later but had overtaken them. After stepping into the void zone for merely 3,000 years, they already had 3 ultimate arcane wizards. Although they could not be considered a preeminent civilization, they were one of the stronger ones. This was inconceivable to other civilizations. You're not too bad yourself. The defenses of the tree folk tribe are powerful indeed. My strength is already that of a peak great wizard, but I could do nothing against you. If it weren't for your weakness against hallucinating spells, I wouldn't have been a match for you no matter what. Merlin expressed his sincere admiration too. Each civilization or tribe had its own aptitudes and specialties. The tree tribe excelled in their defense. One could attack them as one liked, but they would not be harmed. As for the giant tribe, they had boundless strength. Among the same level, when push came to shove, the giant tribe would be at an advantage. On the other hand, the spellcaster civilization was known for their variety of strange tricks. In short, every powerful civilization had its own greatest advantage. Merlin and Alcra could set aside their vigilance after swearing upon the ultimate order. Conversely, they became more agreeable as they conversed, and spoke for a few days in a row. "Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, if we go on like this, we'll be wasting the natural blessings of this environment. According to the oath, we'll each control half of the dimension core. Before this, I've been controlling all of it. I'll hand over half of it now." The tree folk Alcra then began to relinquish control of half of the dimension core, and Merlin could immediately sense the fluctuations of the elemental origin. Merlin drew in a deep breath, and tried commanding the elemental origin. This was his first time. Even when he was in the Mogan dimension, he had not touched the elemental origin. After all, this was the root of a dimension. Other than the dimension's master, no one would touch the dimension's origin. Merlin promptly mobilized his mind power. After sensing the fluctuations of the elemental origin, his invisible mind power stretched toward the origin like a giant hand. This was the most direct way for a spellcaster to control the elemental origin. Chapter 589, The Dimension's Memory. Chapter 589, The Dimension's Memory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elemental Origin. Merlin silently shut his eyes. The elemental origin of the inceptive dimension was still very pure, and thus easily controlled. When Merlin's mind power had taken full command of the elemental origin, Merlin could even see the essence of elements directly. The elemental origin contained the essence of elements. Otherwise, there would not be so many great wizards searching for dimensions in order to obtain the elemental origin. This was because when one could observe the essence of elements within the elemental origin, one's chances of creating a maxim were increased. Alright, Wizard Merlin had gained control of half of the dimension core. Let's not disturb each other, and use the time well to boost our own abilities. The tree folk Alcra was rather impatient. He had already wasted plenty of time because of Merlin. Merlin nodded in assent, following which Alcra immediately transformed into a skyscraping giant tree that extended through the air, starting to absorb the elemental origin bit by bit. Phew! Merlin exhaled in admiration. Compared to Alcra, Merlin could only spy on the essence of elements silently in his attempt to understand the marvels of the elemental origin. He could not directly swallow the elemental origin like Alcra. Of course, there were great advantages to swallowing. For instance, as plunderers immediately plundered the elemental origin, their pace of consolidating a maxim was evidently much faster than those spellcasters who had signed the Legend's Accord. However, only a great legend could plunder in that manner. Those below the level of legend were incapable of doing so. Alcra could directly absorb the elemental origin because he was a second-generation tree folk, and possessed inconceivable natural abilities. Merlin seized this time to use this extremely rare opportunity, understanding the elemental origin with all his might. First of all was the flame origin. Among all of Merlin's spells, he had the deepest understanding of darkness-type and fire-type spells. If he were to form a maxim and become a legend in the future, he would first consolidate darkness element or fire element. Merlin fused his consciousness into the flame origin and perceived the mysteries of fire from the perspective of a wisp of flame. Of course, with Merlin's present condition, he was still a long way from creating a maxim. All he was doing now was laying a solid foundation for when he would make a maxim in the future. After merging his consciousness into the flame origin, Merlin noticed the fluid nature of flames. In general, flames were ferocious, but in truth, they were not just that but could also be calm. Flames brought with them not only destruction but also life. Many civilizations had developed from a single spark, and this spark was known as the spark of civilization. Even the spellcaster civilization was no exception. From primitive times to when they first used fire, this was a huge step for civilization. It was the spark of civilization, signifying the vital force of life. Merlin could even sense all the flames in this entire dimension through the flame origin. The fire had begun when the thunder came from the sky to the ground, inciting the incinerating flames. Therefore, fire and thunder were always closely linked and they were inseparable. From its birth to its descent, Merlin was completely immersed in the flame origin. He hungrily absorbed the secrets of fire or its essence. Not even Merlin had noticed that his mind power had started to grow little by little, for it did so in an unnoticeable manner. Having fused his consciousness completely into the elemental origin, Merlin had experienced terrifying catastrophes one after another. This was everything the element had gone through in its long history. Everything was recorded in the elemental origin. Merlin had essentially transformed into the various elements, living through a succession of lengthy and mystical adventures. The thunder blustered in the sky, and metamorphosed into massive bolts of thunder, causing the entire dimension to shudder. The stubborn ice stopped an entire river in its tracks. The frost stretched as far as the eye could see, and became a frozen spectacle that lasted 1,000 years, 10,000 years. The earth itself trembled violently and split the original, singular continent into multiple fragments. The wind wailed and whistled, enclosing the entire dimension in the havoc of the tempestuous storm. There was also the descent of darkness as a myriad of creatures fell silent. This was when the dimension was at its most quiet. Flames, thunder, earth, wind, ice, and darkness. Merlin fused his consciousness into all types of the elemental origin. Even if he had not constructed the other elements like water and light, he stretched his consciousness into them as well, carefully perceiving everything. Time unfurled lazily, and it was only after 3 years that Merlin stirred awake. Phew! Merlin was finally awake. He glanced at the azure sky. At this point, he felt like everything was from a different lifetime. By tracing the memory of the elemental origin, Merlin had basically accompanied this dimension through its tens of thousands of years. Perhaps only I would be so stupid. After controlling the elemental origin, I didn't carefully investigate the essence of elements, and instead spend so much time looking through the dimension's memory left behind in the elemental origin. Merlin chuckled bitterly. He glanced at the tree folk Alcra who was not far away. The skyscraping tree that Alcra had turned into was now abundant in foliage, and his force had gotten stronger. There were also the 9 saplings that Alcra had produced. When these saplings had grown to a certain level, he could merge with them and finally become an upper-rank tree folk, equivalent to a great wizard. With his fearsome talents, once Alcra became an upper-rank tree folk, he would possess the strength to contend against a tree king or in other words, against a great legend. This was rather terrifying. 9th-level spellcasters who could fight great wizards were common, but it was rare for a great wizard to be a match for a great legend. Merlin had been in Arcane City for so long but had not heard of anyone who could contend against a great legend while they were a great wizard. Once someone like this appeared, they would be the foremost genius in the entire civilization. Their potential would be limitless. If Merlin could achieve this in the future, the 3 great arcane wizards would surely take note. This was far more astounding than the legend Zardo's consolidation of 5 maxims. Between legends and those below legends, it was like a step in evolution. There was an insurmountable gulf between them. According to common reasoning, no matter what, those below legends would have no way of comparing to a great legend simply by relying upon their own strength. However, in the millions of dimensions, there were even life forms who went against the natural order, so why not someone who had a legend's strength, despite being below that level? It was just that this was too rare. The tree folk Alcra, according to Merlin's estimation, was likely to be one such powerful being. Nonetheless, because the tree folk Alcra's power was too great, it was very challenging for him to merge with the 9 saplings in order to become an upper-rank tree folk, comparable to a formidable tree king. Even with the support of the dimension core of this inceptive dimension, the chances of success were rather low. Still, in these 3 years, Alcra's abilities had been gradually fortified. He could absorb the dimension core, whereas Merlin had not only neglected to research the elemental origin, he was also distracted by the memory of the elemental origin. He had traced this memory and squandered away 3 years. From one perspective, the elemental origin represented a dimension's will. In other words, it was a dimension's memory. When one had mastered the elemental origin, one would control the dimension, replacing the dimension's will with one's own. Countless spellcasters who were mostly great wizards or great legends would prepare to create their first maxim to become a legend, or to create their second maxim. Almost no one would waste their time in going through the memory of the elemental origin. They would try to substitute the elemental origins will as soon as possible and start on consolidating their own maxim. However, Merlin was different. He was not a great legend and not even a great wizard. He did not even fulfill the most basic requirements for creating a maxim. As a result, he was involuntarily mesmerized by the elemental origins memory and spent 3 years wandering in that tremendous memory. I've achieved nothing in 3 years. Looks like it's time to get down to it. Merlin chortled humorlessly. He must not fall behind Alcra too much. However, when he began to mobilize his mind power, his face was instantly caught in blank shock. Chapter 590, The Rock Tribe Intrudes. Chapter 590, The Rock Tribe Intrudes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The peak of the 8th level. Merlin sensed that the mind heart was bursting abundantly, and he felt incredulous. He remembered clearly that when he came to the inceptive dimension, his mind power was merely at the 8th level, and only at the beginning stage. From the 8th level to the peak of the 8th level, it would take a few dozen years if he followed the usual method of cultivation. At Merlin's level, potions, meditation techniques, and so on, were of no use to him. He could only rely upon understanding to expand his mind power, but how could it possibly be that simple? This relied upon chance, just like how great wizards needed to depend on chance to consolidate their maxim. On one level, the depth of understanding required for a mind power master to boost their mind power was no easier to achieve than consolidating a maxim. Merlin had only fused his consciousness into the elemental origin, which meant that he had experienced the memory of the dimension. This turned out to help his mind power grow at such an incredible pace. What a good thing to come out of misfortune! I thought I'd wasted so much time, and the disparity between Alcra and me had grown bigger. Unexpectedly, my mind power had advanced to the peak of the 8th level. With such a strong mind heart, my mind power is sufficient to construct all of the 8th level spells. After Merlin's mind heart had grown more powerful, the amount of mind power Merlin possessed had increased too. Initially, one's mind power would need to be higher than the spells by a level to construct every spell. Nevertheless, Merlin only had to reach the peak of the 8th level now to be assured of constructing all 8th level spells, becoming an 8th level wizard. It was just that he could construct spells at any time, but expanding his mind power was immensely difficult. Moreover, there was now a desire burning in Merlin's heart, which was to upgrade his mind power to the 9th level as soon as he could. Only when his mind power had broken through to the 9th level could he mobilize the power of the illusory world by force, thus advancing his abilities. At that point, he would truly be equipped with the strength to contend against great legends. Although he might not measure up to a true legend, he would not be completely defenseless when faced with one. At first, Merlin held not much hope regarding increasing his mind power rapidly. He knew that for his mind power to reach the 9th level, it would be very challenging, taking up at least dozens of years before he could even attempt to mobilize the illusory world. However, unexpectedly, now he had the chance. The memory of a dimension could elevate my mind power so significantly. No matter what, I must give it another shot. Merlin's heart was now burning with unprecedented fervor. All at once, he was confident of condensing a 9th level mind heart. Thus, having only woken up for about half a day, Merlin merged back once more into the elemental origin, soaking in that immense and endless dimension memory. In the pitch-black sweep of the void zone, 5 strangers whose bodies were like rocks drifted in the void zone. They looked around their surroundings from time to time as if in search of something. We've been in this area for nearly half a year, yet we still haven't discovered that fabled inceptive dimension. Should we search in another region? From one look, anyone could tell that these strangers were the Rock Tribe. The Rock Tribe was easy to recognize. One look at their rock-like skin would indicate their identity. These 5 rock creatures had powerful forces. Each of them was on par with a peak great wizard, and the one in the lead, whose frame was even larger, must surely be a match for a preeminent great wizard. Only such a powerful group could wander around freely, searching in the open territory. With their combined strength, they would be able to at least put up a battle, no matter what they ran into. This was a common strategy wizards or foreign tribes used when wandering around in the open territory, which was traveling in a group. Of course, there were those who relied solely upon their own capability when traveling through the open territory. Wizards or foreign tribes like these had the utmost confidence in their abilities. The tree folk Alcra was one of them. There's only a small part left in this area. We'll take a look. If it's not there, we'll switch to another region to continue our search. The rock tribe group's leader spoke icily. In the past few years, a rumor had come out of the open territory. According to this rumor, in one of the regions, there was an inceptive dimension. No one knew when this rumor started, but news like this would inevitably attract others here. Therefore, many foreign tribes began to focus their efforts on hunting in the open territory. In particular, the rumor had singled out a general area, so even more foreign tribes had gathered here. This group of the Rock tribe was no more than one of many teams. The Rock tribe was a destructive civilization. Any dimension that they had encountered, regardless of whether it was occupied, would be remolded by them thoroughly. Its dimension core would be destroyed, turning into a dimension only suitable for the Rock tribe. Thus, the Rock tribe was an unwelcome civilization among the many civilizations of the Void Zone. If it were not for the 3 rock ancestors of the Rock tribe civilization who were comparable to the 3 ultimate arcane wizards, the Rock tribe would have been wiped out by some other civilizations long ago. The Spellcaster civilization, for instance, had a tense relationship with the Rock tribe. Some predicted that a war between these 2 civilizations was inevitable. This is the last part of this area, so everyone, look carefully. The Rock tribe group's leader was systematic in his execution. This was the first region they were searching in. If they truly did not locate the rumored inceptive dimension, they would have to look for it in another area. The rock creatures rapidly split apart, each of them using their own methods to comb through the area. After a few hours, one of the rock creatures with a scarred face suddenly burst out in a gleeful expression, pointing to a direction ahead. What a massive force! Dimension, it must be a dimension. I think it must be that rumored inceptive dimension. After his elated shouts, the 4 other rock creatures all flew to him, and the leader growled, "Quick, go and take a look." After the 5 of them had determined the direction and flew forward for a while, they finally came across an enormous dimension that was glowing and sparkling with light, incomparably dazzling. It really is a dimension. Ha ha, we found it at last, only using more than half a year. That's pretty good luck. However, we have to be careful. If it has been seized by a powerful being, we'll run immediately, as far as we can. The Rock tribe group's leader said softly. In the open territory, some of the unknown dimensions were controlled by beings as powerful as great legends. Naturally, these legends would not want anyone to know about them. Thus, if they had encountered anyone who had learned about their dimension by accident, they would kill them immediately without hesitation. Therefore, if one encountered an unknown dimension in the open territory, one must first discern if it was controlled by a formidable being. With that, the 5 rock creatures carefully withdrew their forces, and sneakily approached this strange new dimension. Merlin was still lingering in the memory of the dimension. Merlin was practically intoxicated by the tremendous memory, unable to feel the passage of time. Merlin slowly started from the birth of the dimension all the way throughout its gradual development. The entire transformation of this dimension was experienced by Merlin from the beginning to the end. Just as Merlin was going through the enormity of the memory of the dimension, he immediately sensed that strangers had intruded in this dimension since he controlled half of the elemental origin. Swish! Merlin's eyes flew open. At the same time, a gigantic human face emerged on the skyscraping tree that was rooted in thin air. With eyes fixed on Merlin, the face said in a low voice, "Wizard Merlin, I believe you've sensed it too. Someone's intruding." "That's right, I felt it. 5 in total, 4 of whom are comparable to peak great wizards. As for the last one, he's on par with a preeminent great wizard." Merlin's voice was calm. As Merlin and Alcra each controlled half of the elemental origin, no one would be able to conceal their activity of entering the dimension from them. "Wizard Merlin, what do you plan to do?" Alcra questioned softly. "Plan? In the open territory, there's only one way to deal with strangers who've intruded the dimension." Merlin's voice was determined. Alcra's giant face broke out into a smile. I'll hold them in place. Wizard Merlin, the rest is up to you. Alcra was somewhat glad all of a sudden. Now that he and Merlin had become collaborators, he was under less pressure when facing these 5 intruders with Merlin's support. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to slay so many rock creatures by himself. If even one of them escaped, the secret of the dimension would be revealed. All right. As long as you can trap them here, I believe we'll find a way to deal with them. Merlin and Alcra exchanged a glance. With that, Alcra's real body vanished in thin air. Both of them, utilizing their powers as controllers of the dimension, tore space apart, instantly traveling toward the 5 rock creatures. What a vast dimension! There are no forces belonging to powerful beings. However, the dimension core is controlled by someone. Ha ha, no matter who's controlling it, if they're not a great being, what's there to be afraid of with the 5 of us? Once they had entered the dimension, the 5 rock creatures grinned in excitement. Naturally, they could sense that this dimension had no gods. It was an inceptive dimension, and one which was the lifelong dream of any creature below the level of a legend. Despicable rock tribe who intrude upon other beings' dimension without permission. You must pay a heavy price. Suddenly, a cold voice boomed in the air. Following that, a giant tree materialized in midair with heavy branches and thick foliage, full of endless vitality. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Of course, this massive tree was the tree folk Alcra. Faced with 5 powerful rock creatures, he dared not act slowly, and instantly revealed his true form. The thick twisting roots snaked through the air. Millions of roots constantly wove and twined throughout the air like tentacles. In the blink of an eye, a large net of roots was formed, enclosing the 5 rock creatures tightly. As the roots grew in the air, the rock tribe who did not even have the ability to shatter space could only watch helplessly as they were trapped by Alcra. Tree folk? Looking at the skyscraping tree in the air, these rock creatures did not panic in the slightest, and instead smiled. Oh, powerful tree folk, you're only the best at binding. We're formidable rock creatures. Although our strength can't compare to the giants, we have just about enough energy to resist you tree folk. I'll see how long you can keep us trapped. Kill! This was not the first time the rock tribe had encountered the tree folk. Naturally, they knew about the tree folk's strength and weaknesses. Even when faced with one who was comparable to a preeminent great wizard, the rock tribe was unconcerned. As soon as the leader gave the command, the rock creatures revealed their true, colossal rock form, exploding with incomparable offensive strength. They wildly attacked the web of roots that Alcra had woven. Chapter 591, Battling the Rock Tribe. Chapter 591, Battling the Rock Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. These rock creatures had revealed their true form. Each possessed boundless strength, solid as a rock. They had also manipulated countless rocks to frantically attack Alcra. In particular, the group's leader was comparable to a preeminent great wizard. Even if slightly inferior to Alcra, the disparity was not that great. In addition to the efforts of the other 4 rock creatures, Alcra suddenly felt like he could not hold on. Boom boom boom. Blow after blow, the enormous hands of the rock creatures were like massive hammers that swung viciously into Alcra's body. Although his defense was powerful, under such a frantic onslaught, not even Alcra could guarantee victory if this dragged on. Wizard Merlin, aren't you going to attack? Alcra initially planned to rely on his own strength to trap these rock creatures, then deal with them one by one. Nonetheless, from the looks of it, by himself, he was no match for these rock creatures. He might as well focus his efforts in trapping them, preventing them from fleeing. He has a backup? Hearing Alcra's yell, the 5 rock creatures felt a jolt of surprise, and immediately became on their guard. All at once, the attacks gradually faltered. Alcra, try your best to hold them in. It's not the first time I've crossed path with the rock tribe. Merlin's figure flashed and appeared beside Alcra. He glared coldly at the 5 rock creatures below, who were all trapped by Alcra, unable to break their way out at all. Merlin had personally experienced how incredible Alcra's binding was. Now, after years of absorbing the dimension core, although Alcra was still far from becoming an upper-rank tree folk, his powers had undergone a significant boost. Back when Merlin was in the Seelie dimension, and battled with the rock creature Gustia, he had been completely suppressed by Gustia. If it were not for the black cat Didymos, he would have been in trouble. At that time, Gustia's level was about the same as these rock creatures now, belonging to rank similar to a preeminent great wizard, second only to a great legend. However, things had changed greatly now for Merlin. Buzz buzz buzz. Merlin waved his hand lightly. His soundless and formless mind power slowly blanketed the 5 rock creatures, and the hallucinating spell took effect instantly. Merlin's hallucinating spell was enough to enrapture a peak great wizard. These rock creatures were like the tree folk, they did not focus on mind power at all. Therefore, Merlin's hallucinating spell started working soon enough. Other than the leading rock creature, the rest were all caught in the illusion, and stopped attacking. Spellcaster? D*MN it, and it's a mind power master at that. Wake up quickly! That rock creature on par with a preeminent great wizard seemed to understand mind power masters, being familiar with what was happening. Following that, he gave a mighty roar, and the other 4 rock creatures all recovered their senses, staring alertly at Merlin. As expected of someone on the level of a preeminent great wizard. Merlin grinned, and did not seem to mind. Just like Alcra, this rock creature could withstand some illusions. As long as one's abilities had reached a certain stage, there were some universal benefits. As an example, even if Merlin's current hallucinating spell had reached the 3rd stage, it would still be unable to entrap a great legend, even one who had pitiful and weak mind power. That was an essential disparity, a gulf that could not be bridged. No small tricks were able to surmount this chasm. If Merlin by himself was faced with these 5 rock creatures, he might even be in danger, but with the tree folk Alcra, when both of them joined forces, they could explode with a strength that peak great wizards or preeminent great wizards could not compare to. Alcra, isolate the strongest rock creature. Trap that one in another place. Merlin pointed at the mightiest rock creature, and growled. Alcra nodded, and immediately understood Merlin's meaning. Therefore, countless roots quickly separated the strongest rock creature and the other 4, so that neither side could see the other. Looking at this, a smirk flitted over Merlin's lips. Hallucinate. Merlin pointed at the 4 rock creatures. They were only comparable to peak great wizards. If they exchanged blows, Merlin might not be able to handle them. However, he was a mind power master, possessing the enigmatic hallucinating spell which had reached the 2nd stage. Therefore, dealing with these 4 rock creatures had become much simpler. After Merlin's mind power had shrouded these 4 rock creatures, without the reminder of the most powerful rock creature, the 4 immediately sank into Merlin's hallucinating spell. Darkness Demon Spirit, kill. Darkness plunged, and the darkness demon spirit emerged from the darkness. It snarled as it viciously attacked the 4 rock creatures. Although these rock creatures had formidable strength, and their defenses were not too shabby, they were not as fearsome as Alcra's defense. Therefore, under a heavy blow from the mighty darkness demon spirit, fine cracks began to grow over the surfaces of their bodies. A single attack was not enough to destroy the 4 rock creatures, so Merlin continued to direct the darkness demon spirit to wildly attack the 4 rock creatures. All they could hear now were bursts of a blood-curdling bang 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 sound. Kacha. At last, one of the rock creatures could not stand the frantic attacks anymore, and instantly shatter. They had no life force in the first place, being evolved from mystical rocks. Therefore, after a rock creature died, it would turn into pieces of broken rock, falling to the ground. No. D*Men tree folk and wicked spellcaster, I'll kill you both, kill you all, and avenge them. That strongest rock creature who was individually sealed off by Alcra seemed to still be connected to these rock creatures. Naturally, he immediately could feel that one of them had died. Knowing that things did not look good for his 4 companions, he involuntarily burst into agonizing cries. Boom! Suddenly, the massive tree body of Alcra's began to shake violently. That airtight net of roots was now blasted by some enormous force, creating a huge hole. Thereafter, the strongest rock creature instantly flew out as fast as he could. I'll come back, ha ha, if I can't get this dimension, you can forget about getting it too. The rock creature's voice reverberated in the empty air. Kacha. When Merlin's darkness demon spirit had killed off the last rock creature, his face wore a gloomy expression. With one escaped rock creature, it was useless no matter how many rock creatures he killed. Alcra, what happened? How could that rock creature escape? Merlin furrowed his brows, and looked at the Alcra who had turned into his green-skinned self, inquiring in a rather dissatisfied manner. Alcra sighed and said darkly, if one was on par with a foremost upper-rank tree folk, it's equivalent to your preeminent great wizard. That rock creature had a life-saving item. He must have used the strength of a great legend to break through my defenses all of a sudden, and fled. It looks like I'm still a long way from being a tree king. That rock creature might possibly have a similar trick like Merlin's illusory world, so he was able to shatter Alcra's defenses. Merlin knew how powerful Alcra's defenses were. Nonetheless, now that someone had escaped, this dimension was likely to be exposed, and was no longer safe. Wizard Merlin, what do you plan to do? Alcra now turned this question to Merlin. Merlin eyed this inceptive dimension. His mind power still had not broken through to the 9th level. To him, this dimension was of utmost importance. Even staying here for one more day could result in a significant transformation. Alcra, are you willing to let go of this dimension? Merlin did not reply immediately, and instead asked another question. Both of them exchanged a long and deep look before they broke into smiles. Ha ha, that's right, of course, I'm unwilling to let go of this dimension. According to my estimation, that rock creature must hold a grudge now. If he can't find any help, he would surely disseminate the specific coordinates of this dimension, attracting more people here. In particular, the rock creature's parting words were filled with a depthless hatred. In the open territory, forming deep-seated and fatal grudges were common enough. Merlin nodded too, agreeing with Alcra's reasoning. Indeed, if that rock creature can't find any help and have no hope of getting this dimension at all, he would not let us profit either. After all, we've killed 4 of his companions. However, even if he spread the news and someone finds this dimension, that would still take some time. If we can spend one more day here, we will. Even if someone finds this, with both of our abilities, we could try defending it. Unless a great legend arrives. Both of them fell silent. If a great legend were to really show up, they would have no way of contending. After a long moment, Alcra bobbed his head, saying in a low voice, if a being at the level of a great legend interferes, we can only give up. Merlin's shining eyes fixed upon Alcra. His friend had an exceptional defense, and must surely have some unknown techniques that even a legend might not be able to kill him. Thus, Alcra was willing to stay on in this dimension, even at the risk of encountering danger. Merlin smiled. This dimension was equally important to him. If a great legend arrived, he would flee immediately. If his opponent was bent on hunting him down and slaying him, he still had Titus and the illusory world, a trump card that could facilitate a successful escape. Both of them had their opinions, but neither was willing to give up on this dimension. Therefore, they agreed to stay on in this dimension as long as they could. They would not fear most people, and no matter how strong their opponent was, with their abilities combined, it was a perfect match. Both of their techniques complemented each other, and the power that they had exhibited together came infinitely close to a great legend. Other than a great legend, they feared no one else. With that, Alcra started to wildly absorb the dimension core once more. As long as he constantly did so and increased the strength of the 9 saplings, he would boost his power continuously. If the 9 saplings merged into one and he became an upper-rank tree folk, Alcra was very likely to become a true freak who could transcend his level to challenge a great legend. Tempted by this prospect, it was natural that Alcra would not let go of this dimension so easily. Merlin glanced at Alcra, who was madly advancing his own abilities, staking everything in this endeavor. Why should Merlin not do the same? I hope that before a foreign tribe finds this dimension, I can condense a 9th level mind heart. Merlin thought to himself silently. With a 9th level mind heart, he could just about mobilize the illusory world. At that point, he would still be unable to defeat a great legend, but at least he could put up a fight. With that, both of them harbored their own ambitions, and thought about nothing else. They were set on staying in this inceptive dimension, relying on the elemental origin to expand their strength. Chapter 592, A Tense Atmosphere. Chapter 592, A Tense Atmosphere. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the vast unending void zone, there was an influx of those who entered the open territory. Most of them were groups including the Rock Tribe, the Giant Tribe, the Spellcaster Civilization, the Feather Tribe, and so on. These foreign tribes were all comparable to great wizards. At first, it was difficult to find them in the open territory, but now it was easy to encounter foreign tribes who were heading in the same direction. However, these foreign tribes merely kept up their guard when bumping into each other, and did not rush into conflict. In unison, they flew toward a specific direction in the open territory. Many wizards and foreign tribes, upon seeing this situation, knew that something big must have happened in the open territory. Did you guys hear? The Rock Tribe had spread a message that within the open territory, there's an inceptive dimension. It's only occupied by a tree folk and a spellcaster. That's right. See how so many experts of the foreign tribes are heading toward that direction. It's because that message from the Rock Tribe is too authentic, even providing the specific dimension coordinates. It's not surprising to see that many foreign tribes are tempted. It's just a shame that although we wish to join, with so many foreign tribes going in, our abilities are lowly in comparison. Going in would be a suicide mission. The periphery of the open territory was still a relatively safe zone. All sort of foreign tribes entered the open territory one after another. It was because of a message spread by a rock creature about an inceptive dimension. There were even exact coordinates, which was enough to stir up a craze among any group. Nonetheless, between the large groups and teams, there was occasionally a member of a foreign tribe who entered the region alone. These solitary members, once they appear, roused great vigilance in the other groups. This was because those who could enter the open territory alone must be very fearsome, second only to a great legend. There were even some who had notorious reputations, having made an infamous name for themselves in the open territory. Boom! From a distance came gallops of a mighty giant. This giant was naked, save for a leather skirt, and he exuded a terrifying force. Moreover, his height had exceeded 980 meters at least. This giant had made his way here without stopping, crashing through everything. He gave no regard as to whether there were foreign tribes before him and pressed on directly. However, after seeing this giant's appearance, none of the teams dared to pick a fight with him. When they had spotted him from a distance, they dodged him immediately. Nestia, to think that he's made a move. 980 meters, that's already infinitely close to a giant king, almost reaching the limit of the giant tribe's upper-ranked giants. Nestia had wandered in the open territory for many years. Once, he had wiped out a group of 18 who were on par with peak great wizards all by himself. Among those, there were even 3 beings who were comparable to preeminent great wizards, all of whom were slain. Moreover, to be accurate, Nestia was 986 meters tall, close to 990. If he became a giant king, he would surely be a freakish and terrifying giant king. Therefore, once Nestia appeared, countless teams of foreign tribes would immediately give way, not daring to clash with him. Ha ha, Nestia, you're far too slow. In terms of speed, you're one step behind me. Suddenly, a rock of golden feathers came from behind. This rock strangely had a human face, but his body was one of a gigantic bird's. From wing to wing, he measured dozens of meters. Of course, compared to the giant Nestia, this rock appeared rather tiny. This rock gently flapped his wings. It was strange, for the void zone did not even have time or space, not even air currents, but when this rock flapped his wings, he quickly turned into a golden beam which easily overtook the giant Nestia. When Nestia saw the golden rock, he gave a furious snarl. Bordeaux, you'd better not let me catch you or I'll rip you apart. However, the golden rock Bordeaux paid no mind to the giant Nestia's threat, and instead burst out laughing. His speed increased even more as he sped ahead in a straight line. Bordeaux was a powerful member of the Feather Tribe, specializing in speed. Among the foreign tribes of the same level, he was the fastest. Even spellcasters who HADD used casting tools were not as fast as Bordeaux. Bordeaux was likewise a creature that was on par with a preeminent great wizard. With his speed, it was best not to provoke him out of all the foreign tribes, even compared to Nestia. If one had offended Nestia, one could run away. If one could not win the fight, one could still hide. However, if one had provoked Bordeaux, then even escape would be difficult, for his speed would be the despair to anyone who tried to escape. Following behind the giant Nestia and Bordeaux of the Feather Tribe was a double-decker ship. On the ship stood a spellcaster with handsome features, dressed in a spotless long white wizard robe. This double-decker ship was surrounded by dense rows of floating runes, and was even flickering with thunder. It contained vast power, and if one got too close, one would be struck by the ship's thunder. However, even with such a brazen attitude, no one dared to stop the ship because it was someone ruthless, a six-elemental great wizard named Kubail of the spellcaster civilization. Kubail was very fearsome. He was certainly a genius among geniuses, being a six-elemental spellcaster, which was rare even in Arcane City. In the case of most five-elemental spellcasters, if their Pandora demon abilities were not too inferior, and they had excellent grade spells, once they fused their spell models and became a great wizard, they would immediately become a preeminent one. Just like Wizard Midnight, a five-elemental spellcaster whom Merlin had met in the Bloodshed universe. In the end, he had successfully fused his spell models and became a preeminent great wizard instantly. Kubail was an even more powerful six-elemental spellcaster, and was naturally one of the foremost great wizards. However, Kubail did not have the warm disposition so common to spellcasters. He was cold by nature, often capturing foreign tribes for experiments. His methods were bloody and cruel, and he would achieve his goal at all cost. Therefore, in the open territory, Kubail's name was synonymous to bloodshed and slaughter. No one was willing to go near him, so when the teams of foreign tribes spotted his ship, they evaded him and dared not go near. Seeing that the preeminent beings of the spellcasters, the Giant Tribe, and the Feather Tribe had all shown up to go into the open territory, some of the groups of foreign tribes were hesitant and even turned around, giving up on entering the open territory. My goodness, all three of them, Nestia, Bordeaux, and Kubail have gone in. However, how come there are no contenders from the Rock Tribe? I recall that this news was spread from the Rock Tribe. The Rock Tribe? I've heard that Luca of the Rock Tribe had entered the open territory long ago. He would be the first one to locate the mysterious inceptive dimension. These preeminent beings are second only to great legends. If a great legend appears, they would be nothing. At the mention of great legends, no one said anything else. Beings such as great legends existed in the open territory, but they were rather rare, and most of them preferred dimensions that were unknown to anyone. Now that such a great fuss had been made, this dimension was known to everyone. There were a few great legends who would fight over it. After all, there was more than one great legend in the open territory. These great legends had the chance to go to other places and look for dimensions which were less dangerous. Why would they vie for a dimension in the open territory that was known to everyone? Therefore, this news had attracted so many contenders from foreign tribes, but none of them were legends. Perhaps a great legend might appear, but chances were low. After all, even if a great legend had occupied the dimension, its coordinates had been exposed. Who could say if this would rouse the desire of plunderers? There would be great danger then. This meant that only those who had not become legends would take the risk to compete and fight, hoping to use this inceptive dimension to get one step closer to becoming a great legend. An opportunity like this held a fatal appeal to those foreign tribes who had not become legends. Therefore, despite the risks, they would head into the open territory to fight for it. All at once, there were undercurrents of movement caused by countless foreign tribes in the open territory. Danger lurked in every corner, and the place was gripped by a tense atmosphere. Chapter 593, Fighting for the Dimension I. Chapter 593, Fighting for the Dimension I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 2 months later, Alcra and Merlin both had stopped meditating. They turned their gazes to look at the tightly packed, at least 10 odd foreign tribes outside the dimension. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Alcra's expression was calm, but there was an occasional flash of frustration in his eyes. In the past 2 months, he did not manage to achieve a miracle. He was unable to combine the 9 tree saplings into one, thus he could not become an upper-rank tree folk. Merlin, on the other hand, also failed to break through to the 9th level mind heart. This 2-month period was truly too short. Both Merlin and Alcra did not manage to achieve any substantial improvement. Such a big battle force. I haven't seen one for a very long time. Wizard Merlin, you must have arrived in the open territory not too long ago, right? Faced with such grim odds, Alcra still appeared to be calm and composed. Merlin nodded. I just came to the open territory not too long ago. It's also my first time seeing such a big battle force. Outside the dimension was almost jam-packed with foreign tribes, and each of them was exuding powerful auras that were comparable to a great wizard. Thus, it had a tense and dangerous atmosphere. Alcra squinted his eyes and continued. I've been here since a long time ago. This place is a mixture of risks and opportunities. When I first got here, I was only a lower-ranked tree folk. Even though I'm a second-generation tree folk with brimming talents, at that time, I was only comparable to a 9th-level spellcaster. Thereafter, I undertook a voyage into the open territory and my abilities began to improve. After more than 300 years, I'm now a middle-ranked tree folk, and my abilities are equivalent to a preeminent great wizard. Merlin's heart was startled. This Alcra was the most freakish and talented foreign tribe he had ever encountered. A middle-ranked tree folk was only supposed to be comparable to a 9th-level spellcaster. However, this tree folk had the ability of a preeminent great wizard. Like Merlin, he was extremely freakish. Wizard Merlin, I've always been very low-key. Only a small handful of people know that I'm a middle-ranked tree folk with the abilities of a preeminent great wizard. Nevertheless, after this great battle, I'm afraid that our reputation will become widespread in the open territory. Having said that, a frightening glint appeared in Alcra's eyes. Yes, we'll not surrender. Today, both our names will become a nightmare to many foreign tribes. Ha ha! Merlin cackled into the sky. Relying on the elemental origin, both of them lightly tore space apart and entered a spatial passage. Outside the dimension, the 10-odd foreign tribes were keenly eyeing the dazzling dimension in a distance, their eyes revealing their excitement and greed. This is the coordinates position. I can't believe there really is a dimension. It seems like the rumor was true. Since we found this dimension based on the coordinates, then according to the rumor, this is an inception dimension. As long as we kill the tree folk and the spellcaster who control this dimension, we can gain control of the dimension core. Rumor says that the tree folk here is Alcra and an unknown spellcaster. The unknown spellcaster isn't remarkable, only considered a peak great wizard. Alcra, on the other hand, is quite troublesome. I heard that he's comparable to a preeminent great wizard. Nevertheless, the tree folk is only able to bind. With so many of us here, especially the strong challengers, why should we fear Alcra's binding powers? These foreign tribes exchanged looks with one another. Their concern was not Alcra and Merlin but instead the other foreign tribes. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Once Alcra and Merlin were killed, these foreign tribes would most probably kill each other to vie for the controlling rights of the Dimension Core. This was the real reason why none of the foreign tribes wanted to advance first. Screw it. Kill that spellcaster first. His ability is the weakest, but he holds half of the Dimension's controlling rights. Once we kill him, we can get half of the Dimension's controlling rights. One of the foreign tribes gnashed their teeth and took the lead. Their target was set on Merlin. If a mere peak great wizard can control the dimension together with Alcra, then Alcra mustn't be that powerful. So, we should be able to break through his binding powers. Let's look for Alcra. Perhaps it's not as dangerous as it seems. These foreign tribes had almost no knowledge of Alcra and Merlin. Their knowledge of Alcra remained stagnant since many years ago. Back then, Alcra was already a powerful tree folk but considered negligible compared to so many tribes. Seeing a few foreign tribes rushing toward the dimension, the remaining tribes were also unwilling to reveal any weaknesses, so they all flew hastily toward the dimension. Who? When they had entered the dimension, their hearts were once again astounded. Once again, the rumor was proven to be true. There was no trace of any gods. It was indeed an inceptive dimension. Thinking of the various benefits offered by an inceptive dimension, these foreign tribes appeared to be more determined, and began to search frantically throughout the dimension. I found him, the mysterious spellcaster. Ha ha, the aura on this spellcaster is so weak. How did he obtain the controlling rights of the dimension? Quickly, kill this weakly spellcaster so that we can control half of the dimension. These foreign tribes could feel the weak aura emitted from Merlin's body. All of them were surprised, but pleased. The weaker Merlin was, the higher their chances of obtaining the dimension's controlling rights. Far away, Merlin and Alcra had chosen an open space, and were waiting quietly. Naturally, by controlling the elemental origin, they could see the foreign tribes entering the dimension. Alcra pulled a funny face and laughed. "Wizard Merlin, looks like they've all pinpointed you as a weakling, ha ha." Merlin's expression was very calm. Indeed, the aura on his body was not powerful. At most, Merlin was only a 7th level spellcaster. Soon, they'll find out what a wrong choice that is. The corners of Merlin's lips curled into a sneer. "Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, then teach them a lesson. This should be the first wave, and there'll be more to follow. Let's attack together, and don't waste too much time." After a rumbling laugh, Alcra fiercely revealed his true form and transformed into a humongous tree. Swish swish swish. Scores of foreign tribes flew to a place not too far from them, staring at Merlin and Alcra with challenging gazes. "Alcra, you're a second-generation tree folk among the tree tribe. Your potential is huge, but unfortunately, your greed has undone you. Today, you're destined to die here." Some of the foreign tribes who had past conflicts with the tree tribe jeered as they looked at the humongous tree in the air. Those who had the guts to seize this dimension were all extraordinary beings, and at least comparable to a peak great wizard. In other words, this was a congregation of numerous elites from various civilizations. Existence is the level of a great wizard, regardless of whichever civilization, unequivocally constituted the central force of their respective civilizations. Hence, they were very important. It was rare, even in the open territory, to see so many great wizards gathered together. Is that so? Since you're all here, why don't you stay forever? Ha 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 ha. On Alcra's true form, a large face appeared. It was laughing with a light-hearted expression. This caused the foreign tribes to be enraged. In this situation, Merlin and Alcra were facing certain death, but still displayed such audacity. Bind! Alcra suddenly stopped laughing and roared. In an instant, from his humongous true form, tendrils of thick root system flew out viciously. Even his leaves and branches began to grow bigger, absorbing the power of the dimension. Since Alcra controlled half of the dimension's power, by utilizing the distinctive trait of the tree folk, Alcra could take root in the dimension, and draw power from the elemental origin. Thus, he could mobilize infinite power. This was equivalent to using the power of the entire dimension to bind these 10-odd foreign tribes. Swish swish swish. Thick large roots swiftly weaved into a giant net, covering almost half the sky above their heads. The strongest abilities of the tree tribe were binding and defense. These foreign tribes also knew as much, so they were not worried despite seeing Alcra binding all of them. "Ha ha, Alcra, do you think you're the tree king? Are you able to bind so many of us?" These foreign tribes each mounted powerful attacks, madly attacking Alcra. However, Alcra remained as unmoved as a mountain, as though there was no feeling. Only Merlin knew that Alcra had improved. Although Alcra was still far from leveling up into an upper-rank tree folk, his abilities had improved compared to 2 months ago. As long as the power of the attacks did not exceed his critical point, any amount of attacks was inconsequential. What's happening? Why is Alcra so strong? It's unbreakable. Alcra's binding is fearsome, we're actually trapped. Is it because Alcra had controlled this dimension for so many years that his abilities had improved so drastically? The initial contempt and callousness evolved into a panic now. For the first time, these foreign tribes had a bad feeling. Once they were trapped by a tree folk and could not break through, they could be trapped forever. After all, everyone knew how fearsome the binding powers of the tree folk were. They were only relying on the large number of beings to break through Alcra's binding. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us, including existences comparable to a peak great wizard in our midst. It's impossible that we can't break through Alcra's binding. Let's mobilize our strongest power together. Although these foreign tribes had their own selfish agendas, they managed to cooperate with one another in the face of a common threat. In an instant, the violent siege erupted again. "Merlin, why are you still standing there?" "I'm relying on the powers of the Dimension Core to barely withstand it. This is an army of more than 100 peak great wizard equivalents." Just as Merlin was feeling amazed by the improvement in Alcra's abilities, he heard Alcra's hastening voice, and found himself caught by surprise. I actually thought that your abilities had improved massively and can handle those foreign tribes alone. Turns out. Merlin shook his head gently. Regardless of how strong Alcra was, he was fighting against more than 100 peak Great Wizard equivalents. A force like this would be avoided at all cost even by the most preeminent Great Wizard. Perhaps, other than a great legend, no one would be capable of withstanding such a powerful force. If it were Merlin or Alcra alone, neither of them would be able to withstand it. This time, however, Merlin and Alcra had joined forces. Merlin knew that Alcra might not be able to hold on much longer. Keeping so many foreign tribes bounded was at his limit. Therefore, Merlin gently shut his eyes, and a huge mind power surged out like a flood, blanketing all the foreign tribes bounded by Alcra. Chapter 594, Fighting for the Dimension 2. Chapter 594, Fighting for the Dimension 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Illusion. Inside the space that was bound by Alcra, there was a tense atmosphere. Everyone was attacking Alcra wildly, so almost no one had noticed this soft voice. Who? Suddenly, the initially violent space quietened. A large portion of the foreign tribes was distracted and stopped attacking. Only a small fraction quickly regained consciousness. Their faces paled, but before they could issue a warning, the sky turned black and darkness descended. Boom! An incomparably huge darkness demon spirit stepped out of the darkness, its hands emitting endless darkness aura. With an enraged howl, it attacked the ensnared foreign tribes. In the blink of an eye, several foreign tribe members had been crushed dead by the darkness demon spirit. In addition to its immense powers, the darkness demon spirit could also wield some hallucinating powers of the darkness-type spells. Most importantly, it could be incarnated into darkness itself, making it impossible to guard against. Especially those foreign tribes who were trapped in the mind power illusion were completely unable to resist it. Fire. However, the fight was far from over. Following the descent of darkness, balls of flames began to spread in the empty space. After the flames appeared, they exploded in an instant. Anyone who was being swept by this explosive wave could immediately sense that in the flames, there were thunder, gales, and ice crystals. All the various elements had been fused together. This was a terrifying spell fusion. D*MN, it's the spellcaster that we ignored. A few foreign tribes which had luckily escaped the darkness demon spirit and the spell fusion could not help but screech. They looked around but could not see the spellcaster's silhouette. Merlin was, of course, standing outside the vicinity of the imprisoned space. He and Alcra complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses, so their combined powers were infinitely close to a great legend. In fact, to some extent, they were not inferior to a great legend. With so many foreign tribes, neither Merlin nor Alcra could have faced them alone. However, with their powers combined, they were able to breeze through without any resistance. Merlin's first attack had killed more than 30-odd foreign tribe members. Over time, more of these foreign tribes would be injured and killed, so this was no longer a battle but a massacre. Merlin was hiding under Alcra's protection. With Alcra's binding powers, these foreign tribes could not escape. Anyone who could not resist Merlin's hallucinating spells was awaiting death without respite. Even those who were fortunate enough to resist Merlin's hallucinating spells had to continue to face attacks from the darkness demon spirit, and the spell fusion. With the help of Alcra's binding powers, they faced certain death. Therefore, once Merlin started attacking, he and Alcra were undefeatable. "Alcra, how are you doing?" Merlin smiled at Alcra. Since he was wielding the hallucinating spells and other spells on the outside, it was quite relaxing. Thanks to Alcra keeping the foreign tribes restrained, Merlin did not face any retaliation. Phew! Alcra heaved a long breath and said, "Not too bad, I think we managed to hold on. The remaining foreign tribes don't really pose much of a threat anymore. We've withstood this first wave of attack." First wave of attack? Alcra, you mean that this is just the beginning and not the end? Merlin asked with a slight frown. End? Wizard Merlin, none of these foreign tribes consist of the mightiest existences of the open territory. Just wait and see, they'll turn up. Alcra gazed outside the dimension. He was ready. In order to occupy this dimension, there would be a certain price to pay. In the icy cold void zone, a burly, glowing foreign tribe member was quietly observing the dimension not too far ahead. It should be almost time. They've been inside for such a long time. No matter what techniques the mysterious spellcaster and Alcra could wield, there's no way they would be able to withstand hundreds of foreign tribes. Now is the best opportunity to seize the dimension. This mysterious foreign tribe member was glowing dimly, and upon closer inspection, appeared to be composed of hard rocks. This was a rock creature. Whiz! Just as this mysterious rock creature was about to enter the dimension, a golden ray flashed across the pitch-black void zone. The golden ray flew directly toward the mysterious rock tribe member, and exploded into a golden burst of light. The next instant, a huge rock with golden feathers appeared. Hee, Luca, true enough, you're the earliest to arrive. Why haven't you gone inside? The golden rock seemed to know this rock tribe member, and asked him mockingly. The rock tribe's Luca frowned and said slowly, Bordeaux, the feather tribe is truly fast, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Luca heightened his vigilance. Although he knew that Bordeaux's abilities were not the most powerful among the feather tribe, his speed was unequivocally the fastest of all. So, he was still a very tricky foreign tribe member. Obviously, Bordeaux was also looking for a dimension. Luca began to regret playing too safe, and did not enter the dimension earlier to control it. In the end, it made him passive. Right now, if he were to enter the dimension, most probably, Bordeaux would be the first one to block him. The feather tribe's Bordeaux raised his head and replied coldly, this news was spread by the rock tribe, so I knew that you would arrive first. However, it looks like you've let the idiotic buffoons go ahead first to exhaust Alcra's strength. Luca, your insidiousness had not changed at all. Even after so many years, you're still the same. Bordeaux, I'm not going to continue listening to your nonsense. Luca was somewhat angry. Bordeaux was not worth his time. With his unbeatable speed, Bordeaux had always been the trickiest and most infuriating one among the numerous preeminent great wizard-level foreign tribes. Therefore, Luca did not want to waste time entangling himself with Bordeaux. He turned around, and flew toward the dimension. Swish! Bordeaux's speed was extremely fast. He appeared once again, and blocked the rock tribe's Luca's way. Bordeaux, what do you want? Luca's expression was gloomy as he stared at the golden rock Bordeaux. Luca, why the hurry? Are you hoping to monopolize this dimension? Behind me are the giant Nestia, and the crazy spellcaster Kubale as well as some other top foreign tribe members. Even if you manage to temporarily control this dimension, how long can you last? Luca's expression changed, and he looked at Bordeaux. You want to join forces with me? That's right. The two of us can join forces, and each of us will occupy half of the dimension's core. That Alcra is insignificant and can be easily defeated by any of us. The real trouble will come later from Nestia and Kubale. They're the most troublesome of all. As long as the two of us can occupy the dimension first, even when they arrive, what can they do? As long as they're not a legend, they cannot expel us forcefully. Bordeaux's words seemed to contain an iota of logic. Previously, Luca's intention was to monopolize it, but the thought of facing the giant Nestia and the spellcaster Kubale gave him some pressure. These were the mightiest existences below a legend in the open territory. Even though they were the mightiest existences below a legend, they would have to join forces to occupy this dimension. Luca looked at Bordeaux with a conflicting gaze. On one hand, he really wanted to occupy and absorb the dimension's core. It would take at least a few decades for him to break through to become an existence comparable to a legend. On the other hand, it would be difficult to occupy the dimension for long-term where its dimension coordinates had been publicly announced. Only by joining forces with Bordeaux, and relying on his speed and his powerful attacks, Luca would not need to fear Nestia and Kubale. Very well, Bordeaux, but we must swear on the ultimate order. Finally, Luca bit his lip, and conceded with Bordeaux. That's for sure. We must swear on the ultimate order. Thus, the two of them swiftly took out their oath stones, and swore on the ultimate order. With the sworn contract, the two had officially reached an agreement before entering the dimension. Okay, let's go now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Nestia and Kubail arrived first. Oh. I heard that Alkra is occupying this dimension. Alkra is quite unique, he's a second-generation tree folk, and his abilities are comparable to a preeminent great wizard. Bordeaux knew some information about Alkra, but they were similarly outstanding opponents who were equivalent to the preeminent great wizards, the mightiest below the legends. Alkra is indeed quite troublesome, but more than 10 teams with over 100 foreign tribes have already taken the lead, and entered the dimension. Most probably, they have already defeated Alkra and are fighting among themselves for the controlling rights of the dimension. If we go in now, who can stand up against us? I'm sure it'll be easy for us to obtain the controlling rights of the dimension. Although Luca had arrived long ago, the reason he did not act was to allow these foreign tribes to enter and fight Alkra beforehand. With both sides sustaining losses, he would then enter and gain control of the dimension in a single swoop. Ha ha, Luca, you're still so insidious. Luca's mouth tensed up, but he held back and did not get angry. Immediately, he turned around and flew toward the dimension in a distance. In the dimension, the tree folk Alkra was in his true form. Numerous roots were deeply buried in the air, absorbing traces of elemental origin. With this foundation, his binding powers were more stable than ever, so he was able to keep more than 100 foreign tribes who were comparable to great wizards tightly bounded. Awaiting them was the combined massacre by Alkra and Merlin. Following the death of a rock tribe's preeminent great wizard at last, more than 100 foreign tribes were killed. The chaotic aura of war still lingered in the air. Even space was considerably broken, and was mending quickly. Merlin glanced at the tree folk Alkra. The tree tribe's disposition was truly distinctive. As long as they could control a dimension, the tree folk could wield truly inconceivable strength. Alkra had a constant source of energy just by having its roots in the air of the dimension. Drawing on the elemental origins, he had a steady stream of power. Therefore, it was very difficult to break Alkra's restraint. At least, these over 100 foreign tribes could not accomplish it. Okay, now we can rest and recharge for a bit. Merlin was also preparing to use the elemental crystal stones to replenish his magic power. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Alkra shaking violently. At the same time, Merlin also felt that 2 foreign tribe members had entered the dimension. Finally, they came. Wizard Merlin, get ready, the toughest battle is upon us. Alkra's tone revealed an unprecedented gravity. Chapter 595, Fighting for the Dimension 3. Chapter 595, Fighting for the Dimension 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The toughest battle? Merlin was slightly confused, but then he noticed that 2 unfamiliar foreign tribe members had appeared in the dimension, and were flying toward Alkra at breakneck speed. Whiz whiz. The 2 figures were extremely fast, especially the Golden Ray, which arrived first before Merlin and Alkra. A burst of golden light later, there was a rock with golden feathers. Alkra! Bordeaux, you finally turned up. As the few mightiest existences of the foreign tribes in the open territory that were ranked just below a legend, how would Alkra not know of the feather tribe's Bordeaux? Although Merlin had never heard of him before, seeing the gravity in Alkra's expression gave him a subtle feeling that this golden rock was not simple. No, this time I'm not alone. Your name still carries some weight, Alkra, which makes us cautious. Therefore, Luca is here as well. Bordeaux's glance landed on Merlin for a split second, but he did not pay much attention. He shifted all his attention onto Alkra. Luca of the Rock Tribe? Alkra's expression turned grave. He quietly passed a message to Merlin. Wizard Merlin, this is troublesome. Luca of the Rock Tribe has tremendous strength, whereas Bordeaux of the Feather Tribe has unbeatable speed. The combination of this duo would be even more difficult to deal with than those 100 overpowerful foreign tribes. They're both the mightiest existences below a legend in the open territory. Mightiest existences below a legend? Merlin raised his head fiercely, and his gaze landed on Bordeaux. Soon, another figure also arrived. The newcomer was indeed a rock creature, so he must be Luca mentioned by Bordeaux. The ability to be acknowledged as the mightiest existences below a legend was not a simple feat that could be achieved by an average being. In the open territory, those who were comparable to a preeminent great wizard were small in ratio but not few in numbers. Nevertheless, not every existence who was comparable to a preeminent great wizard could boast to have such recognition. Surely, these were the most outstanding ones among the preeminent great wizards. Perhaps, Alcra, who was currently rooted in the dimension, and using the elemental origin as its power source, could now also be considered one of the mightiest existences below a legend. Such beings were definitely earth-shattering geniuses from their respective civilizations. Once they had managed to break through, they would immediately become a very powerful legend. Less nonsense, attack! The moment Luca arrived, he glared at Alcra with a vengeful expression, and roared loudly. His entire body swelled up and was matchlessly rock-hard. Then, a giant hand began to make peculiar noises in the air. Bang bang bang! Luca's speed was also very fast. Faced against the all-enclosing, thick-root blockade, the golden rock Bordeaux transformed into a golden ray in a flash, gently grabbed hold of Luca, and escaped through the gaps in the blockade. However, that was not all. Another loud rumble sounded like the entire ground was shaking. Luca had used his violent strength to tear apart a massive hole in Alcra's web of roots from the outside. This was a blockade that could not be broken by over 100 powerful foreign tribes but was easily broken by Luca. Once the two of them started attacking, Alcra was at a disadvantage. He could only endure their hits directly. Bordeaux's speed was too fast, so it was impossible to target him, whereas Luca's power was too destructive. The two of them had joined forces to suppress Alcra. Illusion. From Merlin's body, an unparalleled mind power exploded. The enormous mind power came like a storm, silently shrouding Bordeaux and Luca in an instant. Since the two of them were among the mightiest existences below a legend, it might not be possible to trap them, but it would affect them a little, enough to allow Alcra to recalibrate himself. The silent and invisible mind power came completely unsuspected. In such a situation, a mind power attack was definitely much better than a spell attack. Huh? Hallucinating spell? Bordeaux and Luca, who were wildly attacking, slowed at once. They felt the influence of a hallucinating spell, and immediately thought of the mind power masters among the spell casters. In the early open territory, spell casters were one of the more powerful forces. Naturally, there were also some mind power masters in their midst. However, these mind power masters were only able to affect those foreign tribes under the level of great wizards at most. They had never encountered a hallucinating spell that could affect a great wizard, not to mention a preeminent great wizard. Influenced by the hallucinating spell, Luca could not resume his wild attack. Alcra leveraged on this opportunity to weave a large web and trap Luca and Bordeaux. It was almost 3 layers on the outside and 3 more layers on the inside. Wizard Merlin, well done. Let's work together and fight Bordeaux first. Since he's trapped, his speed won't be of much use. Alcra had even trapped Luca and Bordeaux separately. So, despite Bordeaux flying around to attack Alcra's blockade, he was unable to break the root system like Luca. Darkness Demon Spirit. Merlin wielded Darkness Eye and darkness descended. The terrifying Darkness Demon Spirit stepped out. With a strong howl, it began to attack Bordeaux together with Alcra. Luca, what are you doing? Without my speed, you won't be able to defeat the two of them either. D*MN, he's a powerful mind power master. It's not surprising that Alcra would share the Dimension's core with a weakly spell caster. Bordeaux was constantly evading in the shrinking space, but Alcra was also continuously reducing the space, so Bordeaux's speed gradually became useless. Ha ha, Alcra, this bit of strength won't be able to trap me. Luca laughed aloud, and the rock surface on his body shined like lustrous metal. His body seemed to grow even bigger. With a loud roar, Luca slammed a violent punch against the thick root network. Snap! The cage made from countless roots was immediately smashed, forming a large gaping hole. The aftershocks of the punch also flew viciously toward the Darkness Demon Spirit. Bang! The powerful Darkness Demon Spirit was crushed by Luca upon the first encounter. It turned into a puff of darkness elements, and disappeared without a trace. Even Merlin's Darkness Eye seemed to have sustained such huge damage that Merlin's palm was quivering slightly. With just one encounter, his Darkness Eye was grievously injured. There was indeed a huge gap between the mightiest existences below a legend and someone comparable to a peak great wizard. It was not surprising then that neither Bordeaux nor Luca paid much attention to Merlin. This was because without Merlin's mind power hallucinating spells, he was considered insignificant in the open territory. Luca's entire body had transformed into hard granite, which was his strongest state. Alcra mobilized hundreds and thousands of thick roots to lash violently on Luca's body. At Alcra's current level, every single strand of root could wield at least the power of a peak great wizard, so with hundreds and thousands of roots, even Luca would not be able to avoid injuries. Slap slap slap. Alcra had gone berserk. This time, it was a fight to the death. If Luca managed to save Bordeaux, then with Bordeaux's speed coupled with their vigilance toward Merlin's hallucinating spells, it would be extremely difficult to trap them again. Therefore, this was not the time to hold back. Each root was capable of lashing Luca into a shudder, but Luca was even tougher. He continued to attack Alcra wildly, and stepped closer to Bordeaux. Ha ha, Alcra, you can't bind us. With Luca's loud howl, finally, a huge apparition rose behind him and slammed a fist onto the root network. The root network snapped and broke in an instant, revealing Bordeaux who was trapped inside. Whiz! Bordeaux carried Luca and flew away at once. They stood in a distance, better prepared this time. It would be highly challenging to trap them again. Hee, a mind power master. Alcra, are you planning to retain this dimension just by relying on an insignificant mind power master? Luca's deep voice reverberated in the air for a long time. Merlin stood next to Alcra, both their expressions darkened. We're in trouble. Merlin, your attack is too weak, so it's not threatening to both of them. Right now, they've discovered your hallucinating spells. With added vigilance on their part, I'm afraid it won't be effective anymore. Alcra also knew the trouble that awaited them. Seeing as they were unable to kill Bordeaux who possessed unmatched speed, they were now at a disadvantage. The situation had turned critical. If we give our all, there's still a chance, isn't it? Merlin narrowed his eyes, staring at Luca and Bordeaux in the distance. Currently, the critical point was Bordeaux. They had to kill Bordeaux first. Without Bordeaux's speed, they could deal with Luca slowly. Sooner or later, there would be an opportunity to kill him. However, trapping Bordeaux again would take every effort from both of them, Alcra in particular. Even if we have to sustain serious injuries, we must bind Bordeaux and kill him first. Yes, we definitely still have a chance. Alcra also appeared to be determined. His cold gaze landed on Bordeaux, prepared to engage in a huge fight. Boom! Suddenly, the entire dimension shook slightly. Subsequently, an almost 1 kilometer tall giant invaded the dimension, and rapidly approached the battlefield. At the same time, following behind the giant was a double-decker ship. On it stood a white-robed spellcaster with an icy gaze, looking at Merlin and the others with a bemused expression. Bordeaux, Luca, seems like you haven't gotten rid of Alcra, so we're not too late. The white-robed spellcaster on the ship laughed. Seeing the arrival of the giant and the white-robed spellcaster, both Bordeaux and Luca were sporting sour looks. It's the giant Nestia and the spellcaster Kubail. They've managed to rush over in time. It's all because of that mind power master. If not for him, we wouldn't have been delayed for so long and have killed Alcra long ago. Then, we would have controlled the dimension and seized its ruling rights. Luca grumbled under his breath, full of disgruntlement toward the giant Nestia and the spellcaster Kubail. The giant Nestia and spellcaster Kubail were similarly also the mightiest existences below a legend, so any of them had the power to change this battle. Two more beings. Alcra and Merlin exchanged a look. The situation was becoming more complicated. Previously, they were prepared to give their all, but now, it would be useless. Even if they had managed to kill Bordeaux, they would not be able to compete with the three remaining mightiest existences below a legend. In an instant, the six of them were divided into three factions, turning the situation precarious. Chapter 596, The Top 4 Join Forces. Chapter 596, The Top 4 Join Forces. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the air, Merlin and Alcra formed one faction while Luca and Bordeaux formed another. The remaining two, Kubail and the giant Nestia, also subtly joined forces. Therefore, the situation became very tense, and nobody dared to attack first. Suddenly, Luca said with a dark expression, Nestia, Kubail, he. You better not look down on Alcra and this weak-looking spellcaster. In reality, this weakly spellcaster is a mysterious mind power master. His hallucinating spells are very advanced. Even I, if slightly careless, would be somewhat affected. Mind power master? A strange glint appeared in Kubail's eyes. He was a powerful spellcaster. Although both belonged to the spellcaster civilization, under such a circumstance where they were vying for the elemental origin, he definitely would not help Merlin. Kubail, of course, knew of mind power masters, but he also knew that most mind power masters could only affect spellcasters below the level of a great wizard. If Merlin could affect a great wizard, then he must be a truly formidable mind power master. Spit it out, Luca, what are you trying to say? Kubail's eyes squinted. He retracted his gaze from Merlin and turned toward Luca. He would not believe that Luca was reminding them out of kindness. It's very simple. In order to control this dimension, we must kill both Alcra and this person. They are now in control of this dimension, so only by killing them, we can control the dimension core. After killing them, the ownership of the dimension core will be determined based on our respective techniques. Swoosh! Luca's suggestion made both faces of Merlin and Alcra turn grave. If it was only Luca and Bordeaux, they might still be able to resist somewhat. However, with the giant Nestia and Kubail thrown in the mix, Merlin and Alcra had no chance of winning. Yes, after all, we're not great legends, so we cannot forcibly plunder an elemental origin controlled by others. We can only kill Alcra first, then fight for the dimension thereafter. Kubail's gaze continued to sweep over Alcra and Merlin calculatingly. There was a hint of animosity from him. Gradually, the four of them slowly formed a circle, with Merlin and Alcra trapped in the middle. This is troublesome. Alcra murmured. Suddenly, the giant Nestia and rock creature Luca's bodies began to expand. The giant, especially, whose arm was as thick as a large pillar, directly swept at Alcra. Such raw power was even more terrifying than Luca. With regard to strength, no one could compare to the giant tribe. This was the unique talent of the giant tribe. At the same time, Kubail waved his hand lightly. A layer of color ray appeared and blanketed the surroundings. Various elements combined to form a stunning binding spell. Perhaps, with Merlin and Alcra's combined powers and a little more time, they could break through Kubail's binding spell. Right now, how could they spare any energy to break the binding spell? In the blink of an eye, three of the mightiest existences below a great legend had launched their attack. The Feather Tribe's Bordeaux was also watching them closely, his gaze traveling up and down Merlin and Alcra rapidly. His speed was the fastest, so if there was an opportunity, he would launch a striking attack. Currently, it was Bordeaux who was the most terrifying and most threatening. Alcra had transformed into a large tree once again, and covered Merlin securely. He weaved his thick roots into a ball, and endured the violent attacks from giant Nestia and Luca. Do we have any other way? Merlin looked at the violent attack outside. Right now, Alcra could only maintain a defensive stance. Neither of them had any opportunity to counterattack. Merlin's hallucinating spells had been alerted by Luca and the others, so it was completely impossible to confuse these mightiest existences below a great legend. Alcra shook his head in despair. I was too greedy. Initially, I thought that as long as I could hold on a little while more, there would be a game changer. If I've successfully become an upper-rank tree folk, then there would be no danger unless a legend appeared. Now though, what they want is the controlling rights over the dimension. If we voluntarily relinquish, would that be a game changer? Merlin thought of voluntarily relinquishing the controlling rights of the dimension, but Alcra smiled bitterly. Wizard Merlin, you must have not been in the uncharted territory before, so you don't know of their ruthlessness. Right now, they're determined. No matter if we relinquish the controlling rights or not, we won't be able to escape the fate of being killed by them. With the controlling rights of the dimension, I can at least hold on a little longer. If we lose the controlling rights of the dimension, I'm afraid that we'll collapse in an instant under their siege. Alcra's words made Merlin engage deep in thought. Indeed, the situation both were in was truly challenging. There was no way out. Unless a miracle happened. Crash! There was a violent sway. The siege outside was too berserk. Giant Nestia and rock creature Luca's joint attacks had exceeded Alcra's limits. Now, every attack required him to draw from the dimension core. Merlin took a deep breath. He saw that Alcra's support was getting more and more strenuous. Although the tree folk particularly excelled at defending, and their defensive powers were astounding, the giant tribe and the rock tribe excelled at attacking. Hence, under the siege of these two powerful tribes, even Alcra was in a precarious situation. Alcra, I might have a way to solve this crisis, but I need you to hold on a little longer. The longer you can hold on, the better. You have a way. Alcra's huge roots formed a large circle. One after another, every root snapped by Nestia and Luca was very grievous to Alcra. Yes, I have a way, but you must hold on for a long enough time. Once Merlin finished speaking, he calmed his heart down. Countless thoughts flashed through his head. He was also taking a risk. He was going to use this time to submerge himself in the entire dimension's memory. His current mind power had reached the critical point between the 8th level and the 9th level. He was only short by a tiny gap. With some new understanding, he could immediately consolidate the 9th level mind-heart. Upon successfully consolidating the 9th level mind-heart, Merlin would be able to forcefully mobilize the power of the illusory world, which was invincible against anyone below a great legend. Of course, that was the best-case scenario. If he failed, then he had no choice but to sacrifice Titus, which was forcing Titus to mobilize the illusory world. However, that would cause irreparable damage to the illusory world, and even Titus would completely vanish. There was a lot of chaos outside, but Merlin maintained a calm composure, and his consciousness soon melded into the dimension's memory. The entire dimension's memory was incomparably vast and never-ending. Before this, Merlin was far from sensing all of it. In addition, a dimension's memory was not something that anyone could sense. Merlin felt like he had incarnated into a pair of invisible eyes in the stream time, slowly observing the dimension's horizons. As he watched, his heart felt touched, and there was a trace of anticipation that seemed like it was about to burst out from the depths of his heart. Bang bang bang. Time slowly ticked by. The giant Nestia and Luca had been attacking for 3 days and 3 nights. Alcra really gave almost his all, and managed to withstand everything. However, it was apparent to everyone that Alcra was holding up strenuously, and his roots had been damaged. Even his 9 tree saplings were swaying dangerously like they were about to collapse. The 9 tree saplings were Alcra's foundation, as he relied on the 9 tree saplings. Only if they were combined into one, he would have a chance of leveling up to become an upper-rank tree folk and the most demonic existence among the tree tribe. Right now, however, his 9 tree saplings were struggling to survive. The emerald glow on his body had long since disappeared, and there was a look of exhaustion. This was the price for toughing it out for 3 days. It has been 3 days. I can't hold on any longer. Alcra smiled bitterly. His humongous body began to tremble violently, and his leaves began to wither and fall. Crack! Finally, the giant Nestia was the first to break through Alcra's defense. His 2 hands tore viciously, and a large crack appeared on Alcra's defensive ring. Inside, Merlin and Alcra's true forms could be seen. Alcra, you can't block this anymore. The giant roared, and stepped forward. A fist the size of a mountain smashed down brutally. Boom! The 9 tree saplings around Alcra collapsed in an instant. They were the foundation for Alcra to level up to become an upper-rank tree folk, but now, they were destroyed. Without any special luck, reconsolidating them would need at least 100 years. Destroyed. You've destroyed my foundation. Ha ha, die, 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 let's all die together. Alcra lost his mind in an instant. His true form grew even taller, and his roots stretched madly toward the air. He was desperately gathering the last burst of energy. At this juncture, even the giant Nestia stopped attacking, and took a step back. No one wanted to be injured right as victory was within their grasp. After all, once Alcra was killed, they would have to fight each other for the controlling rights of the dimension. Finally, Luca sneered. Since everyone doesn't want to suffer any damage, then let's attack together. We'll kill both Alcra and this spell caster. Okay, let's attack together. Luca's suggestion was unanimously agreed by the other 3. Simultaneously, the 4 of them attacked. Only one attack was needed because Alcra and Merlin could not withstand it any longer. Kill! The four beings growled, and wielded their most powerful techniques. The earth-shattering power was enough to cause despair to anyone below a legend. Even Alcra, in the midst of his insane screeches, had a look of despair in his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, the murderous aura in the air seemed to vanish without a trace, and the siege seemed to stop. At this moment, the previously unmoving Merlin opened his eyes. Chapter 597, The Giant King Arrives. Chapter 597, The Giant King Arrives. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Titus, act now. Merlin's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, but if one were to sense carefully, there was endless anger pouring from his body. Anger erupted from him like a volcano. Of course, it was impossible for Merlin to level up his mind power to the 9th level within such a short period of time, and suppress everyone. This would only exist in legends. According to Merlin's estimation, he was one opening short of breaking through his mind power to the 9th level. Nevertheless, simply relying on the dimension's memory alone was far from sufficient. There was a measure of prudence in his heart, so he was unwilling to forcefully mobilize the illusory world. However, this prudence had led to the destruction of Alcra's 9 tree saplings and his foundation. Throughout the time he spent with Alcra in this dimension, they had experienced life and death circumstances together, and formed a deep friendship. Just like right now, despite Alcra's roots being damaged, he still held on. It was not only for the alleged hope mentioned by Merlin, but also for their deep friendship. This was a friendship that transcended the oath. Although the open territory was filled with all kinds of manipulations and betrayals, there were some foreign tribes who experienced life and death circumstances together, and as a result, formed a lasting friendship. Finally, they explored the open territory together. Seeing that Alcra did not hold back from using his 9 tree saplings to resist Nestia and Luca's attacks, and consequently had his foundations damaged, Merlin could no longer keep calm. He immediately opened his eyes, and no longer hesitated. This time, there was a white illusion bead in his hand. Boom! The entire world appeared to quieten. Time stopped flowing, and all life forms were silenced. Of course, the illusory world did not have such powers, but it could make everyone see such a scenario, and feel its endless power. This was a real hallucinating spell. Using the small strand of mind power left behind, Titus forcefully mobilized the illusory world. So, even a great legend would be trapped in this hallucinating spell. Luca, Bordeaux, the giant Nestia, and the spellcaster Kubail were no exceptions. All of them fell into the illusion. Die! Raging flames erupted. Gale, thunder, and ice crystals swirled wildly, swiftly engulfing these 4 foreign tribes. Merlin took the opportunity to release his spell fusion while they were trapped in the illusion. Bang 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 bang. The bodies of these beings exploded in a dense manner. Merlin's spell fusion had achieved the level of a peak great wizard, so it had a definite advantage over those trapped in an illusion. No, how could this be? First, it was the giant Nestia. His mind power was the weakest, so he was completely trapped in the illusion. When the spell fusion engulfed him, Nestia did not react, and was immediately consumed by the flames. Not only Nestia but Luca, Bordeaux, and Kubail were also engulfed in the spell fusion. Nevertheless, Luca managed to survive unscathed due to his tough defensive powers. On the other hand, Kubail and Bordeaux appeared to possess some defensive techniques and were able to withstand Merlin's spell fusion. Although they managed to withstand it, their bodies were gravely injured, and their auras began to weaken. Merlin, I can't hold on anymore. Titus' weak voice came from the illusion bead. Then, the illusory world retracted quickly and returned into the illusion bead. Kubail, Luca, and the others appeared to wake from a dreamlike state. Another hallucinating spell? Where's Nestia? Where did Nestia go? Luca and the others were staring at Merlin suspiciously. At this moment, the 3 of them exchanged a look. All of them were gravely injured, and Nestia had disappeared. Upon careful recollection, they vaguely recalled some details. Nestia is dead. How can there be such a powerful hallucinating spell? Kubail stared at Merlin incredulously. As a fellow spellcaster, he was aware of the formidability of Merlin's hallucinating spells. None of the Mind Power Masters had been able to become existences comparable to a great legend. However, Merlin's hallucinating spell was able to trap them, namely the mightiest existences below a legend. This power was at least equivalent to a great legend, which surpassed the limits of a Mind Power Master. Thus, Kubeil's face was full of confusion and disbelief. Only he understood how terrifying this really was, and what implications it brought. If the Mind Power Masters finally managed to give birth to an existence comparable to a great legend, that meant that the Mind Power system was gradually becoming perfect. In the future, the Mind Power system would not be inferior to the Spellcaster system. Alcra also reacted, and asked in amazement, "Wizard Merlin, have you succeeded?" Merlin remained quiet. Certainly, he did not succeed. After Titus' voice fell, Merlin briefly probed the illusory world, and did not sense Titus' aura. Perhaps, Titus had been destroyed after forcefully mobilizing the illusory world. Of course, this was only Merlin's guess. Without Titus' help, Merlin would not be able to mobilize the illusory world again. "Alcra, the three of them are seriously injured. Let's join forces and kill them." Merlin's gaze swept through the three beings, his body exuding a ruthless murderous intent. Currently, the situation had been completely reversed. Even without the illusory world, based on these three beings' condition, they would not be able to withstand Merlin and Alcra's joint attack. Boom! Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken, and the entire dimension was filled with strong pressure, causing everyone's breathing to become slightly suffocated. Everyone stared blankly at the dark sky. This was not darkness but clearly a gigantic palm that covered almost half the dimension. The palm was swinging down toward Merlin and the others. A legend, and not an ordinary legend too. Finally, a legend is interfering. Go, 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 or we'll all die. Seeing this terrifying palm in the sky, everyone knew that a foreign tribe's legend had acted. Looking at the gigantic palm, it might be a giant king. A giant king was comparable to a great legend. Faced against such an existence, Luca and the others had zero thoughts of fighting back. Once a legend interfered, this Inception dimension had become a legend's battleground. Despite being outstanding individuals below a legend, they were nothing in the eyes of a great legend, and could be wiped out in a single swipe. Whiz! Bordeaux was the fastest to escape. The golden light on his body flashed brighter than ever, and it seemed like he wielded some sort of mysterious technique. From within the golden light, an even bigger golden rock appeared. This bigger rock's speed was several times faster. It transformed into a golden ray, and escaped the hit of the giant king's palm. However, the rest of them were not so lucky. Even though Kubeil was the most preeminent great wizard and even wielded some casting tools, he was ultimately unable to block the power of the gigantic palm. Crack! Kubeil's double-decker ship was smashed into smithereens, one layer after another. Subsequently, Kubeil himself could only watch as the palm landed on him and crushed him into pieces. Despite Luca being a powerful rock creature with powerful defensive powers, everything was relative. In the face of such an unimaginably huge palm, the rocks on his body broke apart and were crushed into dust. All of them were the mightiest existence below a legend. They were well known in the open territory, and no one would dare to provoke them. However, faced against a great legend, they were completely unable to resist. This was the crucial difference between a legend and below a legend. Even someone infinitely close to a legend was only close, and not really a legend. We can't wait anymore. Alcra, escape, escape with all your might. Looking at the attack of the giant king, a great sense of danger appeared in Merlin's heart. He dared not dither any longer. Right now, if he was even one step too slow, he would turn to dust together with Luca and Kubeil. Legend Zardo, I'm counting on you. Merlin gritted his teeth. He had one last trump card, which was the imprint given to him by Legend Zardo. This imprint was able to withstand a great legend's 2 or 3 maxims, but only for a relatively short duration. Back when Merlin was facing Legend Sith in the Shkadu dimension, it was safe for him to hide in the Pavilion of Rarities, so he did not have to activate this imprint. Right now, however, faced with the Giant King's attacks, Merlin had no way of escaping. Without blocking the Giant King, both Alcra and he would die. Boom! Merlin's mind power immediately activated the imprint left behind by Legend Zardo. Instantly, a flame flew out, and an apparition of Legend Zardo appeared in the flames. Merlin, what trouble did you run into this time? Hell, a Giant King, you actually provoked a Giant King and not an ordinary Giant King as well? As soon as Legend Zardo's apparition appeared, he immediately sensed the tremendous pressure. When he saw that gigantic palm, it was clear that it was a terrifying Giant King. At this time, Merlin was being crushed by the tremendous pressure to the point of suffocation, so it was difficult for him to even speak. Naturally, he did not answer Legend Zardo's question. He and Alcra immediately flew out of the dimension as fast as possible. Since the Giant King was only trying to obtain the dimension, it would be safe as long as they left the dimension. The great legends could forcibly plunder the dimension core, so Merlin and Alcra's control over the dimension core was insignificant. Boom! The entire dimension was shaking violently as if it would be torn apart. This was a result of the Giant King's terrifying palm encountering Legend Zardo's imprint that Merlin had activated. Legend Zardo's imprint was able to rival a great legend's 2 or 3 maxims, so its abilities were not weak, merely short-lived. Therefore, it should be able to restrain this terrifying Giant King for a moment even though this was not an ordinary Giant King. Merlin's inference was proven true the next moment because the Giant King's hand was not able to press down onto them. It was blocked by Legend Zardo's apparition. Merlin and Alcra took advantage of this time to fly out of the dimension. They did not dare delay, and continued flying toward the depths of the dark and icy void zone. Chapter 598, Searching for a Dimension. Chapter 598, Searching for a Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Void Zone, Merlin and Alcra had been flying for a very long time. If not for the dimension map, they would not be able to find the inceptive dimension again. No matter how powerful the Giant King was, he would not be able to find them. Alcra suddenly stopped, and his face shifted slightly. In a deep voice, he said, "Wizard Merlin, do you feel it? The controlling rights on our bodies are starting to fade away. The Giant King has taken control of the dimension." Merlin felt it as well. His control over the dimension was growing weaker. Those below a legend could not forcibly plunder the controlling rights of a dimension, which was why Luca and the others had to kill Merlin and Alcra in order to seize the controlling rights of the dimension. However, a great legend could forcibly plunder the controlling rights, so despite Merlin and Alcra escaping, it would not affect the Giant King. He would still be able to control the dimension core. As the dimension's controlling rights faded away, Alcra's expression also became more and more disgruntled. Compared to Merlin, controlling a dimension was most beneficial to Alcra. Unfortunately, this time, not only did Alcra fail to leverage on the dimension to become an upper-rank tree folk, but he had also lost his 9 tree saplings, and his foundation was damaged. He gained nothing and had lost everything. Merlin was also slightly remorseful. If only he had forcibly wielded the illusory world earlier, Alcra's foundation would not have been damaged. Hence, Merlin could not help but whisper, "Alcra, if only I wielded my trump card a little earlier, you wouldn't have lost your foundation." Alcra raised his head, and forced out a smile. "Wizard Merlin, it's not your fault. The trump card is to be revealed at the most crucial moment. Moreover, if it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to escape this time. I've been too greedy. Initially, once the dimension was discovered, I should have voluntarily relinquished it. I shouldn't have tried to keep it. Everything happened because of my greed, so I'm merely suffering the consequences of my own actions. It has nothing to do with you." The two of them did not speak. Perhaps, Alcra was considering what to do while Merlin extended his mind power into the illusory world. Whoosh! When Merlin's mind power entered the illusory world, he saw that no changes had occurred. The only difference was that Titus had disappeared. Merlin frowned, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Titus, come out, I know you won't die so easily." His loud voice reverberated around. Soon after, a familiar silhouette appeared. It was Titus. However, Titus' aura was extremely weak. Even Merlin could see that Titus had been reduced to a tiny sliver of mind power. Upon seeing Merlin, Titus smiled bitterly and said, "Wizard Merlin, I've died long ago. What's remaining is only a strand of mind power, which has now been critically hit." "That's right, you're already dead." Merlin smiled. He had vaguely guessed that Titus would not disappear so easily. After all, Titus had spent so much effort to leave behind this strand of mind power, and even put the illusory world inside the illusion bead in order to preserve this mind power as a foundation of his resurrection. How would he be annihilated so easily? Titus did not disappear, which was also good news to Merlin. This encounter also weakened Titus, so he would no longer be able to interfere in the illusory world. Merlin subsequently left the illusory world. His main objective was to verify Titus' condition. Seeing that Titus did not disappear, naturally, he did not remain in the illusory world. This was because he and Alcra were still in the void zone. After leaving the illusory world, Merlin looked at Alcra. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Since Alcra's foundation had been damaged, without the help of the elemental origin, it would take at least 100 years for him to reconsolidate the 9 tree saplings. As for becoming an upper-rank tree folk, it would take even longer, perhaps a few hundred years. Although the tree folk had a long lifespan, a few hundred years was not considered a short time. Especially for the proud Alcra, this was a huge blow. Additionally, Merlin wanted to find the Saitu dimension, but now, he had lost the illusory world trump card as well as Legend Zardo's imprint. Merlin was only on par with a peak great wizard, which was highly dangerous in the open territory. Perhaps, even before locating the Saitu dimension, he would encounter other foreign tribes, which could be very dangerous for Merlin. Even if he were to turn back to the rainbow dimension now, there would still be dangers lurking ahead. Despite suffering the loss of his 9 tree saplings, Alcra was still comparable to a preeminent great wizard. His abilities were just slightly lesser than those of Nestia and Luca, who were the mightiest existences below a legend. In particular, the collaboration between Merlin and Alcra allowed them to complement one another. Thus, they were able to rival the mightiest existences below a legend. If they had to face any foreign tribe below a legend, they would not be afraid. Thinking along these lines, Merlin made up his mind. He raised his head and asked, "Alcra, what are your plans?" "Plans?" Alcra smiled bitterly. "I'm going to stop exploring the open territory and return to the tree tribe. When I've reconsolidated the 9 tree saplings, I'll come to the open territory again. That might take a few hundred years. Actually, I have a way that not only will allow you to recover in a short time but may even help you to improve further, and become the upper-rank tree folk that you dream of," Merlin said with a serious expression. Wizard Merlin, what's the way?" Alcra stared at Merlin doubtfully. "The reason I came to the open territory is to find a dimension. I have the coordinates of this dimension, and the master of this dimension is most likely dead, so there's a chance that it has become a masterless dimension. It's very dangerous for us to be separated, so why don't we collaborate once again and find this dimension together? Once we find it, then similar to the inceptive dimension, we'll each control half of the elemental origin, and use it according to our needs. What do you say? You have the coordinates of a dimension. Moreover, it's highly likely to be a masterless dimension." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Alcra's breathing became a little excited. A possibly masterless dimension was truly too precious. Perhaps some of the great legends would not be so concerned, but to those below a great legend, it was entirely difficult to obtain a dimension. This time, all because of an inceptive dimension, hundreds of powerful foreign tribes, as well as 4 of the mightiest foreign tribe members below a legend, came to fight for it. This spoke volumes of the value and importance of a dimension. Naturally, Alcra was unsatisfied. He was unwilling to return to the tree tribe and live silently for hundreds of years, just to come back to the open territory to continue fighting. Therefore, if there was a masterless dimension, even if the chance of it being masterless was only 1%, Alcra would not give up. Wizard Merlin, if you have the dimension coordinates and we collaborate together, we have a high chance of winning anything less than a great legend." Merlin saw Alcra's excited expression and nodded. "You're right. However, before that, I'm afraid we must swear on the ultimate order again." Alcra nodded. Although their relationship had become very close, upon encountering a benefit, There would be a lot of uncertainties regardless of familiarity. Thus, it was inevitable for them to swear a new oath on the ultimate order. Besides, it would reduce a lot of unnecessary conflict in the future. The oath mainly stated that if they had found a new dimension, the two of them must work together, and each would receive half of the controlling rights as well as an undertaking to not attack each other. Once the oath was completed, the two of them were able to venture out together to find the Psi-2 dimension. The Psi-2 dimension is located in the Dark Territory. Until now, no one has been able to draw a detailed map of this territory, so we might have to search for a long time. Merlin said as he pointed the dimension map. Haha, I have once searched a territory for more than 10 years. In the open territory, the most important thing is to have patience. Anyone without patience would not be able to find a dimension. Alcra did not seem to mind. As long as they had the right dimension coordinates, they would find it eventually. Merlin nodded, so together with Alcra, they entered the Dark Territory where it had not been drawn on the dimension map, which was also where the Psi-2 dimension was located. The open territory was so massive that even the unmarked Dark Territory was endless. Merlin and Alcra flew in the Dark Territory for over 10 days, but still did not find the Psi-2 dimension. Alcra remained unfazed because he was already used to it. Instead, it was Merlin who appeared to be impatient. However, in the past 10 days, Merlin was not completely without benefit. Now, he knew why those great wizards who drew the maps suffered such heavy losses. In the open territory, the foreign tribes posed the greatest danger. Previously, Merlin had been lucky when he found the Inceptive dimension, and did not encounter any foreign tribes. This time, perhaps due to Alcra's presence, his luck had not been stellar. In just over 10 days, they had already encountered 3 groups of foreign tribes. These foreign tribes worked together in groups of 3 or 4. They would deliberately hide in the Dark Territory, and upon detecting anyone, immediately launch an attack. If their first hit was ineffective, they would immediately escape, which made it almost impossible to guard against them. However, none of these 3 groups of foreign tribes were able to escape. It was their misfortune for running into Merlin and Alcra's joint forces. Whenever they were attacked, Alcra would trap the entire surrounding area so these foreign tribes were unable to escape. Despite losing his 9 tree saplings, Alcra was still comparable to a preeminent great wizard, so trapping a few foreign tribes was a walk in the park. Additionally, there was also Merlin's hallucinating spell attack. As long as it was not a legend, Merlin and Alcra were able to defeat all their opponents. Especially faced with these foreign tribes who were deliberately committing murder in the Dark Territory, Merlin had no trace of compassion, and killed all of them. After killing these foreign tribes, Merlin also discovered that Darkness Eye in his palm seemed to absorb the negative energy. Alas, until now, regardless of the amount of negative energy it had absorbed, Darkness Eye did not seem to change. Merlin could vaguely sense that Darkness Eye wished to undergo a transformation into its 7th form, which would possess the power to tackle a great legend. However, once the 7th form of Darkness Eye was cultivated, Merlin would be controlled by the legend of Darkness Wizard Oflas, turning into a puppet. When the Blackfire Lord removed the curse on Merlin's Darkness Eye, the legend of Darkness Wizard Oflas could no longer control Merlin. As a result, it was uncertain whether Merlin would still be able to cultivate Darkness Eye to its 7th form. In this regard, there was nothing Merlin could do. Wizard Merlin, don't give up. It has only been over 10 days. We'll continue searching. It's definitely in this area. At most, in the next 10 years, we'll be able to find it. Alcra said confidently. 10 years? Merlin winced in despair. It seemed like they would have to search slowly. Nonetheless, within this period, Merlin intended to construct the 8th level spells. Chapter 599, Level Up, 8th Level Wizard. Chapter 599, Level Up, 8th Level Wizard. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Inception dimension, Merlin's mind power had already reached the peak of the 8th level. Considering the capacity of his mind-heart, his mind power could no longer be rivaled by an average Great Wizard. Upon reaching the level of Great Wizard, all the spell models would be combined into one. Therefore, the spellcasters no longer had any need for mind power. Besides the mind power masters, no one else would waste their time to cultivate mind power. Upon becoming a Great Wizard, Every spellcaster would generally invest all their effort into consolidating a maxim in order to become a great legend. Only the Mind Power Masters would continue to strengthen their mind powers in hopes of perfecting the mind power system, and possess powers comparable to a great legend. As such, an average spellcaster's mind power was not very powerful. With Merlin's 8th level mind heart and peak mind powers, it was more than sufficient to construct all the 8th level spells. Constructing spells was already a familiar path for Merlin. In the remaining time, while searching for the Saitu dimension with Alcra, Merlin was also using the Matrix to derive spells. Once all the 8th level spells had been derived, Merlin took a look at the energy stored in the Matrix. It had been consumed almost by half, but there was still a little over half remaining, which should be enough to derive the 9th level spells. In other words, Merlin would no longer have to worry about deriving spells. According to Merlin's deduction, 9th level spells would be the final spell he would construct using the Matrix. Once he had constructed all the 9th level spells, the next step would be combining his spell models into one to become a great wizard. In that case, the ability of the Matrix to derive spells would be rendered useless. Alcra! Merlin suddenly stopped Alcra. Alcra turned around, and looked at Merlin questioningly. They had been flying for a long time, but still did not find the Saitu dimension. Merlin did not hide anything from Alcra and explained, "Alcra, recently, I've been preparing to construct some spells, so I might need your help to keep guard. Once I finish constructing the spells, we'll resume our search for the Saitu dimension." Construct spells? You're going to level up? Alcra had been associating with spellcasters for quite some time, so naturally, he knew some common knowledge about spellcasters. Constructing spells was a road that had to be taken by spellcasters in order to become more powerful. Moreover, the reason that the spellcasters were able to rise into one of the most powerful civilizations in the Void Zone so quickly was also attributed to their unique spell construction system. As long as someone had the right qualifications and suitable talent, they were able to construct spell models, thus giving rise to many powerful wizards. Therefore, the spellcaster civilization was able to become so powerful despite entering the Void Zone only 3,000 over years ago. Yes. In fact, I could have constructed the spells and level up in the earlier dimension, but because of some other considerations, I did not level up. Merlin did not tell Alcra everything. If only he had constructed the 8th level spells back then, supported by his 4 elemental spells, he could have perhaps achieved the level of a preeminent great wizard. At least, he would have been able to inflict some damage on Luca, Nestia, and the others. Perhaps, Alcra's 9 tree saplings would not have been destroyed. Nevertheless, there was no use saying that now. Merlin had also learned a lesson, which was to improve his abilities as soon as possible. This way, it would prevent him from being underpowered when they had found the Saitu dimension, and become Alcra's burden. Okay, you can construct your spells at ease. I'll protect you. Even should a preeminent great wizard approach us, it would take some time to break my protection. Alcra was naturally pleased. Any improvement in Merlin's abilities would greatly benefit their expedition in the Void Zone. Now that the two of them had joined forces to act together, Merlin becoming more powerful was of course better. Rumble. Thereafter, Alcra revealed his true form, which was an incomparably massive tree. The tree stood in the middle of the Void Zone. Its sprawling canopy covered an entire region while countless thick roots wrapped themselves securely around Merlin to protect him. Merlin also felt very secured on the inside, so he began to construct spells peacefully. Simulating a spell model was a walk in the park for Merlin since he was familiar with it. The point of reference for every spell was 100% compatibility, which would guarantee that the constructed spells were perfect grade spells. With every perfect grade spell, they would help Merlin become more powerful when he had combined spell models in the future. The more perfect grade spells he had, upon becoming a great wizard, Merlin might be able to become a demonic genius who could challenge past his own level. Even as a great wizard, he could possibly rival a great legend. This was considered a shining star among all the civilizations as well as one of the most powerful geniuses. If Alcra could reconsolidate the 9 tree saplings and level up into an upper-rank tree folk, then he would become one of the most powerful geniuses among the tree tribe. This was because as an upper-rank tree folk, he could rival a great legend. Therefore, when choosing a spell, Merlin would select one with 100% compatibility even if its power was slightly weaker. Nevertheless, perfect-grade spells generally packed a highly powerful force. Over time, Merlin constructed one spell after another, causing the aura on his body to become stronger and stronger. Due to the power of the 8th level spells, they took a long time to be constructed, far exceeding that taken by the 7th level spells. Moreover, in the Void Zone, there were no elements, hence Merlin had to use elemental crystal stones to replenish his magic power. The level of magic power required by the 8th level spells was astounding. Every type of spell consumed nearly 100,000 elemental crystal stones. 6 elemental spells consumed nearly 600,000 elemental stones just to replenish Merlin's magic power. In fact, Merlin began to regret constructing spells in the Void Zone because it had consumed too many elemental crystal stones. He would rather do it in a dimension with elements, and use 1 or 2 years to slowly replenish his magic power. After an unknown period of time, Merlin slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the intense magic power coursing through his body, a sense of power came unbidden. The transition from the 7th level to the 8th level might seem like a minuscule improvement, but in reality, Merlin's abilities soared from a peak Great Wizard to a preeminent Great Wizard. Based on Merlin's guess, the power of his spell fusion should almost reach the level of a preeminent Great Wizard. This was a substantive improvement. The difference between a peak Great Wizard and a preeminent Great Wizard might seem negligible but was an issue of limitation. A peak Great Wizard could be achieved by any spellcaster with some talents, but a preeminent Great Wizard could not be achieved unless at least one's ability had reached his furthest limit. Merlin, for example, had numerous perfect grade spells and the most powerful fusion Pandora demon abilities, but this was not enough to become a preeminent Great Wizard. Only by adding the 4 elemental spell fusion, he was barely able to possess the abilities of a preeminent Great Wizard. Of course, compared to Alcra, Luca and the others, there was still a considerable gap. Merlin, are you awake? Alcra had been protecting Merlin for nearly a year, and had been watching him almost all the time. Initially, Merlin's body did not exude any aura that felt threatening to him, but as time passed, and Merlin constructed his spells, Alcra could sense a looming aura that made him feel slightly threatened. Alcra, thank you for almost 1 year of protection. I've successfully constructed the spells and become an 8th level spell caster. Merlin hid almost nothing from Alcra, so Alcra knew that Merlin was only a 7th level spell caster, who now became an 8th level spell caster. An 8th level spell caster? I wonder how much further your abilities have improved. There was a faint trace of curiosity in Alcra's voice. My abilities? Why don't I try it out? Alcra was thinking along the same line, so he laughed aloud. Ha ha, no problem. The tree folk's defense is quite strong. Unless you lure me into an illusion using your mind power master abilities, you shouldn't be able to cause any harm to me. Let's see how your abilities have changed. Come on, use your newly constructed spells and wield your most powerful force. There was an emerald glow on Alcra's massive tree body that made him look lush and vibrant. It appeared that Alcra had not remained stagnant throughout this period, but gradually recovered. Very well. Merlin was also eager to try his abilities. He knew the extent of Alcra's defense, so he did not hold back at all. He stretched out a pale hand as the elements fluctuated wildly around him. Flame, thunder, gale, and ice crystals, the 4 elemental spells were fused together by Merlin, and he compressed them continuously. Go! Sensing the critical point, Merlin stretched out his hand and pushed. A ferocious spell fusion flew toward Alcra in an instant, and exploded upon impact with the huge shield woven together by Alcra. The violent shock wave caused even Merlin to stumble a few steps backward, whereas Alcra's tree body was quivering gently. Soon, however, the movement calmed. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're probably almost comparable to a preeminent Great Wizard now. Great job, Merlin, really great job. Now you have the ability to harm the most preeminent Great Wizards. With the addition of your hallucinating spells, you would be extremely formidable. Alcra was a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Merlin's attack was almost comparable to a preeminent Great Wizard already. This was a substantive transformation that was very critical. Originally, with the complement of hallucinating spells, Merlin was already quite impressive. Now, following the improvement of his spells, he was not only impressive, but intimidating. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. His prediction of the spell fusion's power had not been wrong. Right now, he was an 8th level spellcaster with the powers to cause harm to a preeminent great wizard. Undoubtedly, it would further secure his expedition in the open territory. Very well. Alcra. Let's continue to search for the Saitu dimension. Despite becoming an 8th level spellcaster, Merlin of course, did not forget their main objective, which was to locate the Saitu dimension. According to the size of the dark territory marked on the dimension map, they had only searched a very small area. Since Merlin's abilities had undergone a big improvement, they widened their search range. Each of them searched an area by themselves, but not too far apart from one another. As long as there was any movement, both sides would be able to sense it. In the pitch-black void zone, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years had passed. Merlin and Alcra had searched for nearly 5 years, but the lonely and boring days did not deter their strides. Finally, Alcra was the one who discovered a cloud-like dimension within the open territory. The two of them compared it to the dimension map. This was a dimension that had not been marked on the latest dimension map, so it was likely that it was the Saitu dimension that Merlin and Alcra had been searching for. We finally found it. Nevertheless, we must be cautious. I'm going to check if Legend Saitu's mind imprint still exists. Although Merlin was excited, this was still a dimension occupied by Wizard Saitu. Merlin was not sure whether Wizard Saitu was present, so he first needed to determine if there was a mind imprint. If there was none, it would mean that the Saitu dimension had once again become a masterless dimension. Therefore, Merlin carefully mobilized his mind power, and extended it into the dimension. Chapter 600, Paul. Chapter 600, Paul. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As a mind power master, Merlin was highly sensitive to mind imprints. Immediately, his mind power discovered that this dimension did not have a Great Legends imprint. There's no Wizard Saitu's mind imprint, but there's a godly aura, though it's very weak. Merlin retracted his mind power, and muttered in the direction of the dimension. There's a god? If the aura is very weak, then there are a few possibilities. Maybe, as you said, this dimension used to be controlled by Wizard Saitu, but for some unknown reason, perhaps Wizard Saitu's death, the mind imprint disappeared. Then, the dimension gave birth to a god, or the previously suppressed god regained its consciousness. Regardless, this god's ability must be slightly weaker or still bounded. Alcra had many speculations, and was not at all cowed by the existence of a god. Searching for dimensions in the open territory would naturally result in some encounters with the gods born in the dimensions. However, due to their seclusion, as long as the gods were born in a dimension, and did not step out to engage with other gods and foreign tribes, they were not really fearsome. Even gods who were comparable to a great legend could be defeated by the most ordinary legends. Unless the gods belonged to a certain god organization, then it would be more challenging. In the vast void zone, amid millions of dimensions, if one were to wonder which existence was the most widespread, it was undoubtedly the gods. This was because the gods were born gradually following the birth of a dimension. They were nurtured by the dimensions as the master of all living creatures. Almost every foreign tribe had experienced an era of being ruled by the gods. Whether it was the giant tribe, tree tribe or rock tribe, as well as the spellcaster civilization, it was only after getting rid of the rule of the gods that they were able to enter the void zone, and achieve rapid advancement. At the same time, the gods began to feel threatened, so some of the dimension gods began to leave their own dimension voluntarily, and exchange experiences with the nearby gods. They had also united together, and formed god organizations. Upon forming the god organizations, they became a fearsome force. The god organizations were ruled top-down and adhered to a very strict hierarchy. They were divided into lower-rank gods, middle-rank gods, upper-rank gods, and the most divine Lord God. The founder of every god organization was known as the Lord God. These Lord Gods might even be comparable to the ultimate arcane wizards. A god organization might encompass hundreds and thousands of dimensions due to the great number of gods. Moreover, the gods from the same god organization had some special connection that could surpass time and space in the void zone. Two gods from the same god organization could also join forces, and increase their powers several folds. This was the benefit of a god organization. Following the rise of more and more foreign tribes venturing into the void zone, the gods began to feel threatened. The 8 largest god organizations had formed a god alliance. Consequently, this alliance had become the indisputable top faction of the entire void zone. Nevertheless, the God Alliance was very widely scattered as it spanned hundreds of thousands or even millions of dimensions. Moreover, it was composed of several God organizations, which were not completely in harmony with one another. Therefore, the God Alliance would only unite in times of crisis. Otherwise, they were usually autonomous. Precisely for this reason, the God Alliance was not able to expand. According to the founding principles of the God Alliance, new gods that were born in every dimension would automatically become a member of the God Alliance. If any civilization killed the gods, they would become enemies of the God Alliance. However, this had become nothing but an empty threat. Upon encountering weak gods who were born in a dimension, many of the powerful foreign tribes would simply kill them. The open territory was a long distance away from the core of the God Alliance, and there was almost no representation of the God Alliance faction. Therefore, even if the dimensions here gave birth to a god, there was no need to be afraid as it would be a very weak god. Hence, despite hearing that there was a godly aura in this dimension, Alcra still appeared excited to explore the Psi-2 dimension. Wizard Merlin, even if there's a god controlling this dimension, the aura is so weak. We don't have to be afraid, and we'll be able to escape anyway. After listening to Alcra's reasoning, Merlin deliberated for a moment and nodded. Very well, but we must be more careful. The god here is a little weird. Besides the god's aura, I can also sense some spellcaster's aura. This was the main reason why Merlin dared to enter this dimension, as he had sensed the aura of spellcasters. The spellcasters and the gods were natural enemies, because the spellcasters would not believe in any gods, whereas the gods would not tolerate anyone resisting their divinity. Therefore, having the aura of spellcasters in this dimension proved that, for some reason, the god had not become so powerful as to control the entire dimension. Thus, the two of them quickly flew toward the Psi-2 dimension. With a head of long blonde hair, wearing the most expensive gold and silk wizard robes, a valuable magic staff in hand, handsome looks, and the fact that he was already a 9th-level spellcaster at the age of 30, Paul was a highly enviable prodigy wizard in the entire Holy City. However, at this time, Paul was leading exactly 100 young wizards who were below the 7th level, but none of them was older than 20 years old. According to the instructions of the Holy City teacher, these wizards would be the last seeds of the spellcasters of Holy City. They would be led by Paul as the most gifted wizard, to a secret place. This was in order to preserve the seed of the spellcasters as their last legacy. Paul turned back, and gazed at Holy City behind him. He looked at the wizard tower soaring into the sky, the dense runic magic circles, and the 20 great wizards floating in the sky. They represented almost the strongest force of the spellcasters. This was the final battle between the spellcasters and the Church of Demon. The staunch believers of the Church of Demon had always declared that the evil demon god Vorna would be completely awakened. Therefore, before the final battle, the 20 great wizards of Holy City unanimously decided that the most gifted Paul would lead 100 of the most talented spellcasters to leave Holy City as well as the final battle, and find a secret place to hide. If Holy City had won the final battle, then there was no doubt that the spellcasters would usher in a new era of development, and become the master of this world. On the contrary, if they had lost, then this group of wizards would become the last remaining legacy of the spellcasters, which was of great significance. Regardless, Paul was unwilling to leave like this. He wanted to stay in Holy City. As a young 9th-level spellcaster, his abilities were quite powerful. Abhorrent Church of Demon. Teacher Anna, you must stay safe. Although Paul was furious, and desired to remain in Holy City, he did not dare disobey his teacher's orders. Moreover, he also understood the significance of the task given to him. Behind him, the eyes of those 100 young wizards clearly revealed feelings of confusion and terror. They did not know what to do in the future, so they were counting on Paul to lead them. This was also the crucial reason why the great wizards of Holy City had selected Paul. Dear wizards, Holy City is now preparing for the final battle with the evil Church of Demon. The situation is highly critical, so we shoulder the important responsibility of continuing the legacy of spellcasters. Hence, there's no room for mistakes. From this day onward, you must follow my orders. The moment Paul's voice fell, many of the young wizards showed a look of horror. Although they were all prodigy wizards, they had been nurtured systematically in Holy City, and rarely went out to experience real combat. They were considered greenhouse flowers who had never experienced a storm. Wizard Paul, will Holy City be able to defeat the Church of Demon? This was a question that most of the wizards wanted to ask. Paul held the magic staff in a deathly grip. He really wanted to tell them the truth, that in this final battle, the winning chances of Holy City was very slim. However, he did not want these young wizards to be discouraged. After all, this was the kindling of the spellcasters. So, Paul took a deep breath and said in a firm voice, "Yes, we'll definitely win. In addition, the great legend Saitu hasn't returned. He'll definitely come back and help us defeat the evil demon." Upon mention of Legend Saitu, these young wizards' eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. It was Legend Saitu who came from beyond the heavens, and saved everyone from the rule of the evil demon god. He had also passed down a lot of knowledge, allowing the fragile Normies to possess powerful abilities and become powerful wizards. Who? A gentle breeze blew, and everyone felt a tinge of chill. Paul was just about to lead the wizards away when he saw that the young wizards were standing rooted to their spots, with a calm expression on their faces. "Don't be afraid." A stranger's voice spoke. Paul turned around sharply, and saw that two strangers had appeared behind him. One of them was emitting obvious elemental fluctuations. He was a spellcaster. On the other hand, the other being looked quite terrifying. His entire body seemed to exude an emerald glow, and did not even resemble a person. Of course, these two were Merlin and Alcra, who had entered the Saitu dimension. When they had entered this dimension, they immediately noticed numerous spellcasters in direct confrontation with some believers carrying a godly aura. It seemed like a huge battle was imminent. Seeing such a tense and complicated situation, naturally, Merlin and Alcra could not rush into the situation. They could sense that the dimension's elemental origin was being controlled, probably by this god with a seemingly weak aura. In order to gain an understanding of this god, Merlin was looking for someone to ask. Finally, he spotted Paul's unusual group of wizards. According to Merlin's evaluation, he was of course able to see that this group of wizards led by Paul had good spellcaster qualities, and were very young. It was not difficult to infer that the spellcasters had made their worst-case scenario plans. Therefore, Merlin wielded a hallucinating spell, causing the 100 wizards to silently fall into an illusion. This was an easy task for the current Merlin. He only excluded Paul, the 9th-level prodigy wizard, so he should be able to understand quite a bit. "Who are you? What have you done to my wizards?" Paul immediately became cautious, but he did not attack. The fact that someone was able to control so many wizards, and without his realization at that, stunned him to the core. It was simply unheard of. "Don't be afraid, I'm only making them quiet down temporarily. They won't be in danger. As for our identities..." Merlin paused. Since there were spellcasters in this dimension, and were in confrontation with the believers of the god, Merlin had his next words well thought out. With a solemn expression, he said, "We come from beyond the heavens, bearing Teacher Saitu's instructions, to come to this dimension." "Legend Saitu? You? Both of you are Legend Saitu's disciples?" A massive storm rippled through Paul's heart. He stared at Merlin with disbelief.